Hello and welcome to live and exclusive coverage of the third one-day international between West Indies and England from the Kensington Oval in Barbados. West Indies took the first ODI in Antigua due to an inspired undefeated 100 by captain Shai Hope. He led them to a 6-wicket win before England bounced back with a thumping victory in the second. Now, here in Barbados, both teams have the opportunity to begin their journeys towards the 27 World Cup in South Africa with a series win. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the rain has delayed the toss out there in Barbados, so I am very happy to have the esteemed company of Phil Wallace and Steve Harmison here with me. 1-1, 1 apiece. That's probably a fair reflection of the cricket that both teams have played. It was a bit of a shock, it must be said, that West Indies chased down 325 in the first one-day international, but England certainly got their lines right, Steve Harmison, in the second with a thumping and convincing victory in that one.
Yeah, it was a good win in the second ODI. I thought they played some good cricket in the first ODI. I thought the majority of that game was where England wanted to be. I think they batted well, they scored above par, and if it wasn't for the brilliance of Shai Hope, I don't think the West Indies would have gotten anywhere near it. But the last 10 overs worried me, if I'm brutally honest, on closing out a game, especially a low in confidence team. But then they went to the second game and I thought they thoroughly bossed it from start to finish, and it was great to see character. That's what I want to see from players and young players. I know Sam Curran, he's young in age, but he's played some good cricket. He took a record which was the most expensive bowling figures in the first one,
stolen from you,
stolen from me by one run, but he then goes and shows character and then goes and gets player of the match in the next game, and that's what I like. I want to see, especially in these games, I want to see characters. If somebody has a indifferent game, see how they come back, and ticking a box for Sam Curran for me. Okay, well the clouds are still gathering ominously at the Kensington Oval, and the covers are still on the pitch, so we won't have the toss for quite some time now. We'll get Phil Wallace's views on West Indies and their lack of consistency in a moment or so, but right now we'll head out to TKO, courtesy of Teddy Pendergrass, of course, the Kensington Oval. Barry Wilkinson is out there. He's going to update us on the conditions. What's happening, Barry?
Well, it's actually much more encouraging at this stage. I know the covers are still on, but we're seeing some blue sky, and that's very encouraging. As I look just to the west, the rain is heading away from the ground, which is always an encouraging sign. And if there's one thing you can say about Kensington Oval, is once there's no rain, there will be cricket. The outfield is immaculate, the drainage here is brilliant. So I think the ground staff that are now heading onto the ground, they're going to get ready to get these covers off. And I'm thinking worst case scenario, if it remains like this, we should have a 6 p.m. UK time start, or it could be sooner. The fourth umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, is out there. Actually, it's his birthday today, and he's out there trying to marshal the troops along with Winston Reid, who is the head curator, and they're now taking the covers off. It's very encouraging signs, and I don't think it will be much longer before we see perhaps the players coming on to warm up. And I'm thinking if it continues like this, I say 6 p.m. UK start.
Barry, there's plenty of pink-looking bodies out there sunning themselves in the Barbados sunshine. At least there'd been sunshine at some point during the course of their stay. Is the ground almost predominantly England fans, or are there one or two West Indian ones out there too?
85% of the UK fans, 15% of locals. I'm struggling to see a lot of locals. There are more officials, I think, that are here that are locals than there are spectators, and it looks more like Kennington Oval than Kensington Oval. And I've said that since 2019, when it was really becoming a situation where the England fans have taken over. They've really come out to support England, and the West Indies fans, I think, have been a bit more in tune with what's happening locally. It is the Christmas season, it is holiday kind of time, and cricket around this time is a very weird thing. It's unusual, and I haven't seen a lot of locals come to watch the game. Good thing the UK fans are here to make it look like a very big and competitive affair. If not, it would have been a very sparse crowd, I can tell you that for sure.
We've already heard one or two rumours about a change for England. Matthew Potts looks as though he's going to start instead of Bryden Carr, so that's the rumour we're getting on the wires back here. Have you heard anything in terms of changes to the West Indian 11 today?
I understand they're going to maintain the same team. That was the thought process yesterday when Shea Hope and Darren Sammy would have spoken at the pre-match press conference. But of course that could change because the weather conditions have changed somewhat. So I'm not quite sure if they will tinker with perhaps adding a bit of strength to the bowling lineup. You know, in the first match, even though they won it, they rotated 5 bowlers, which is a massive danger because it means that you don't have anyone to back you up if someone is really going at a high rate. And Shepherd went at a very high rate. And they tried in the next game to have 6, but there was no all-rounder. I'm just thinking today they might want to think that through a little bit better and balance the side, which has not been balanced in the last 2 games. I forgot to mention, I don't know if you guys did speak about it, but unfortunately the very untimely death of former Ghana and West Indies off-spinner Clyde Butts, who died in a tragic car accident in Ghana yesterday, has of course the team in a very somber mood. In fact, I think they're going to have a minute's silence for him before the match. And we also had the death of Joe Solomon. So 2 former West Indies cricketers have died in the last 24-48 hours, and the team is just feeling that death a little bit. They would feel Clyde Butts' death more because he was actually the chairman of selectors before this last chairman of selectors in Desmond Haynes. So therefore he has been in and around the team quite often, and he's been seen a lot with the side, whereas Joe Solomon, of course, was much older and was not as indeed involved. But Clyde Butts' death yesterday was a massive shock. Died in a car accident in Ghana, Eccles in Ghana, and there's a big video of Clyde Butts on the big screen here. Died at, of course, age 66, and I'm more than sure that there's going to be a special tribute for him before the game starts. On that note, we also see that the covers are coming off, and that's another good sign, unfortunately, even if the match will not start in time.
Yeah, I was going to say that we've just seen pictures here of the ground staff doing their thing and getting the covers off the ground, which is terrific news. But of course, huge condolences go out to all of Clyde Butts' friends and family, as well as those of Joe Solomon, and what should be a sombre start to this deciding one-day international. What about the view of sort of the West Indian cricketing public on the performance, particularly the first performance in the first ODI in Antigua? It came as a bit of a surprise, sort of after midway through that run chase that West Indies got up, and obviously great celebration at the fact that they managed to get over the line. Romario Shepherd and Shea Hope making sure that there was a win under the belt's then. But then, of course, the consistency that seems to be so difficult to put a finger on for West Indies cricket showed itself up again, or lack of consistency, in the disappointing showing in the second game.
2 things that didn't surprise me about the West Indies in the last 2 matches, and 1, their inconsistency is consistent, and 2, I'm not surprised that Shepherd and Hope actually won the game for the West Indies. I just rewind a little bit. A couple of weeks earlier, the Caribbean Premier League, they actually play for the Ghana Amazon Warriors, and the season that Shea Hope had for the Amazon Warriors and the season that Shepherd had for the Amazon Warriors was also a very much a match-winning kind of performance. They've been playing together quite a bit, and when I saw that synergy when they were batting, I said I won't be surprised if the Windies actually pull it off, and that's when they needed about 80 more runs to win. So to many people it might have been a bit of a shock. To me it wasn't, because those 2 they have been batting so well all year long, even into last year I will go, when the Amazon Warriors have also been really doing quite well. And they are cricketers, one from Barbados, one from Ghana, but having played for the same franchise, they know each other's game pretty well, and they're accustomed pulling down big scores. Now, when it comes to that second match, the West Indies, like I said, as usual, win one day, lose the other, very inconsistent, and I think that's just what it was. I wouldn't be surprised if they come here today now and show that Sunday form, or they could very well show the form that they did a couple of days ago. But the West Indies team still suffers from that inconsistency, and it's something that they need to wrestle with if they're to be serious contenders to play in the 2027 World Cup.
Nice hearing you and your views and your thoughts. Obviously, you can say the same thing about Shepherd, Rutherford and Hope in that second ODI as well. They also play for the same franchise. But he's from Guyana. There's a bit of understanding there as well. He was there in Ghana with them, and that kind of camaraderie is good. But my question, Barry, the surface at Kensington Oval, what can you tell us about that playing surface?
had a chat with Winston Reid, the head curator, and he said it's going to be something that's going to offer something for both the batsmen and the bowlers. If anything, I also spoke with Ernie. You know Ernie well.
Yes.
He is one of the ground staff. He said, Barry, look for some bounce. So I'm thinking that this pitch is going to be a bit more true than what we saw in Antigua. I was disappointed to see how Antigua played two-paced. The game on Sunday was a batsman's paradise, but then the last match was very two-paced, and it didn't offer much for even the team batting second. Luckily, they were chasing a small total of just 202 runs. But I didn't think that the surface in Antigua was true. I think you're going to get a much truer surface here in Barbados. And based on what Winston said, they have been working on this pitch for the last 3 to 4 weeks. And I think you're going to get a pitch here that is going to be very true, very firm, with the ball coming onto the bat pretty nicely, Philo.
Well, and it's good to hear that from a viewer's point of view, Barry. But who does that suit better? England have a pretty good record at Kensington Oval, having played 14, won 8 and lost 6, and the West Indies record is a real reversal. They've lost more times than they've won. Who would a bouncier, faster pitch suit in your esteemed view?
I think it would more suit England. You only got Alzari Joseph that cracks it up over 90. The other bowlers are just dibbly-dobbly, they're there and thereabouts. So if you were to say a faster pitch, I would think it would suit England more right now than the West Indies. But having said that, you still have to wait to see. I'm now looking to see the pitches. They're now actually taking off that actual peeling of cover there to have a real look at it. But I think that when you look at how both England and the West Indies have been playing, and I'm judging England as well from watching them in the World Cup, they too have had a real spat of inconsistency. And I'm not sure if that would matter at this particular stage. I can't say that either side have got a world-class tear-away fast bowler that if the pitch was bouncy, that they'll be running for cover. So I don't think it would matter much if it was bouncy, whether England or West Indies will have the better part of it, because neither team has that real tear-away world-class fast bowler like a Dale Steyn back in the day, who might have been relishing bowling on something like this, or even a Brett Lee. So I don't think it would make much of a difference, to tell the truth. I'm looking at the pitch now as they're beginning to pull off the covers. They started and then they stopped. From what I can see so far, it's looking very green. So that might be true to form with what Winston Reid was saying in terms of the pitch being one that will favour the quicks.
Okay, well, we just hope, and we can only hope, that it provides some entertaining cricket for us. Thank you for your thoughts. Barry Wilkinson there on the ground in Barbados. He will have Stacey Ann King and Sir Curtly Ambrose for company during the course of play once we get underway. No good news from the Kensington Oval at the moment. Let's head out to Barry Wilkinson, who's patiently waiting for us to get an update on conditions out there. Barry, what's going on?
Well, it was looking much promising about 45 minutes ago, but it's gotten very overcast again, and not good news at all. When you see the ground staff not out there and looking active, you tend to worry at Kensington Oval, and that's just the case. The ground staff are actually in the little hut. You'll know the hut well, Butch. And they're not moving, so that tells a story that they're not satisfied that it's going to start raining anytime soon. Having said that, though, Gregory Brathwaite is now coming out. He's the fourth umpire, and he's now coming out with his umbrella and having a look on the peripheral outside of the covers. So if you want to be encouraged by anything, perhaps hold on to that. Otherwise, it's not looking good. The rain subsided, but just as the covers came off, just as the teams were beginning to warm up, a very, very sharp shower sent everyone inside. And even though there has not been a big set of rain for the last half an hour or so, it's drizzling very, very consistently. And that means that we're not going to see any cricket anytime soon. So that's what's happening. The crowd, of course, a little impatient. They're just having fun in the stands, listening to music. And at the same
Getting
time,
a few Bankses on board, no doubt.
I'm
the
sure
English
that
fans,
definitely being knocked back in the party stand in particular, which is well populated. The party stand with a nice pool as well and some dancing girls. They are well decked in that party stand, and I reckon it's about 90% full. The other parts of the ground, just about 70-75%. But we spoke about the locals abstaining from these matches. We haven't seen a lot of them. It's primarily England fans, and it's a bit of a shame to come this far and not to see cricket, to see the rain, which is what you usually see at this time of the year in London or wherever else in England. and to come here and to have it must be very frustrating. But that's the scene, Butch. The rain is falling, it's coming again across the ground. You know, it falls from the western side here and it's just sweeping across the ground. The ground staff are not interested in even coming out at the moment, and the covers are well entrenched, and the teams are inside in the Cigar for Sobers Pavilion. So that's pretty much the scene. No cricket, just everyone patiently waiting for the rain to stop for there to be any chance of this series decided getting underway.
Well, it's a great shame, Barry, but it does mean that we get to hear extended lengths of your dulcet tones out there. You mentioned that the groundsman's hut. I wasn't that familiar with that. The roti hut was probably more my scene out there, although there are, of course, other vendors available there at Kensington Oval. Thanks very much, Barry. We'll be back in touch shortly to get any latest. Oh, have you heard any word about time being knocked off the 50 overs as yet? I'm guessing we're over an hour now, so that we must be looking at a reduced game.
But it is indeed 2:30. This is hours supposed to start. So I think at is it 1:45, 2:45? A correction. I think they'll begin to make an assessment on that. I reckon already we might have 7 overs off. Might be a 43 overs a side game, but we'll wait to get the full confirmation before we speculate on that.
Okay, great stuff. Barry Wilkinson there on the ground for us at the Kensington Oval.
Philo Wallace is alongside me, and Philo, toss going to be imminent. Would you be batting or bowling? What are you thinking?
Well, it's a good toss to lose, Maka.
Yes.
When you look at the surface that's been covered for quite some while, and the amount of rain, then you have to take in the night elements as well. You don't know what the night will bring. You would expect some dew because Barbados has been very hot. I'm very surprised that so much rain has fallen for the day. But I would tell you this, if I win the toss as captain, I will bat first.
Right, well, it's not Ian Bishop on Toss to You today, it's Samuel Badri, so let's join him out in the middle.
Decided just the way we like it, all to play for. Winner takes it all. The captains are out in the middle. Shea Hope out of the West Indies, Joss Butler, captain of England, and the omnipresent Sir Richie Richardson will oversee proceedings. Shea, you've got the coin? Heads is the call. No. And tails it is. First time, Shea, that you finally won the toss. What are you going to do first and why?
We're going to bowl first for the obvious reason with the weather wrong.
And any changes to your team?
Yes, one change. Matthew Ford is making his debut today.
Debut for Matthew Ford here at home. 1998, that was the last time West Indies won an ODI series against England here in the Caribbean. Putting that into context, what would be the message to your men today as you go into this game?
Well, we spoke about it in the meetings. We have to start a lot better with bat and ball. And today, as long as we do that, catch that momentum, we're going to find ourselves victorious in here.
And in terms of the ball, what can you do specifically to get that better start?
Just hit better areas. We talk about that 68-meter length, and as long as we do that, we're going to get some earlier inroads.
And then in terms with the bat, again, a better start is needed. What has been the game plan with regard to that?
Just assess, understand that we've been preparing well, and as a group, we're batting well as well. So it's important for us to start well today, especially in this decider. And I'm sure the guys are going to pull up trumps for West Indies.
Thank you very much, Shea. All the very best today.
Thank you.
Just if you can make your way here, I just mentioned that start to Shea in terms of 1998 was the last time West Indies won at home. Contextualize that for us and what this game means to you for a series victory.
Yeah, a great game to be involved in. To be in a series decider, all to play for today. It's going to be a great crowd, so looking forward to a good game.
And having a look at the surface, what is your initial thoughts on it?
Yeah, it looks a really good wicket. We'll have looked at bowl first as well for obvious reasons, but I think it's going to be a really good pitch.
And any changes to your playing 11?
We just have one change today. Matty Botts comes in for Bryden Cast.
And the reason for that?
He's just unwell today.
Okay, thank you very much. Just all the very best.
Thank you.
And there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. West Indies, they have won the toss, and unsurprisingly, they've decided to bowl first.
Thank you, Samuel. So there is the news. So we've got Matt Ford coming in for the West Indies. We don't have official confirmation of who he's actually come in for, because that information hasn't been passed to us yet. And Bryden Cast, as we suspected, is the man to miss out for Matt Potts, but that is due to illness. Joss Butler has just revealed, so illness rather than a selection call at the moment. So, Philo, your thoughts on that then? Both captains saying they wanted to bowl if they'd won.
Well, obviously, Shea Hope is looking to put the ball in the England camp. They need to now set a target for West Indies. They won the first game, the West Indies chasing. So obviously they've done one thing right thus far, that's to send England in. Obviously now it's the way how England will bat on the surface, but Josh said that obviously if they had won the toss they would have sent West Indies in. So there must be some moisture around, but my fear is the night time. I don't think there will be a lot of deterioration in this surface because of the weather that has been around. And I think it should be a good surface for one-day cricket.
It is O'Shane Thomas who has made way so that Matthew Ford can make his one-day international debut. Take you fully through the 11s in just a moment here on TalkSport 2.
On DAB, online and via the TalkSport app.
He's gone!
The third ODI live from TalkSport 2.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Y'all ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Yummy. And it ain't only restaurants anymore. We can go bananas at the grocery store. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi training's on. Ooh, when you this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Talk about a blast from the past. The 1990s. When McDonald's started using 100% British and Irish beef in our burgers. Back when you actually had to leave the house and head to the arcade if you wanted to play a game with your mates. What a time. It's just one of the little changes McDonald's have been constantly making to the way we source and produce our food over the years. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their striker. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one.
When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Your van heater is not the only thing that's hot right now. Screwfix hot deals are on and you can save big. Buy any Flowmaster single panel radiator and get the Danfoss TRV for just $9.99, saving you £15. Plus, everyone loves a Henry vacuum, and the XL is now just $149.99. That's a saving of £20. Shop hot deals now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Price is valid until at least 7th of January, subject to availability. For full T's and C's, see screwfix.com.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Aston Villa versus Arsenal live today for $11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
TalkSport 2.
Short ball and he's entered, he's out!
The third ODI live
From TalkSport 2, the new home of cricket.
Here he comes.
Oh my goodness, Salt's not going to get hit on the body by that one.
Honestly, there's an air of arrogance when he played that shot like, you're not troubling me, fella.
The way that England have played for so many years now, I feel like when myself and Jaxie were coming through, we understood this is the way that you have to play if you want to play for England.
Jax pulling this one with fine leg up and it's gone all the way for 6 as well.
We're very clear on, how we want to operate as a partnership.
Joseph is in. Oh, that's a hit ball and it's disappeared over long off.
I feel like we're yet to properly go on with it and really bang them to rights outside of the power play. So I think when that happens, I think that'll be entertaining to watch.
So we finally have a start time in the third and final one-day international between West Indies and England. Live and exclusive here on TalkSport 2 from the wonderful Kensington Oval out there in Barbados. The toss has taken place. That was about 10-15 minutes or so ago. The West Indies have won it and decided on this occasion to bowl. Just a reminder of where we are in the series. England losing the first one, West Indies winning by 4 wickets in Antigua. Then the follow-up game that occurred on Wednesday, England won that one by 6 wickets at a canter, meaning we have a decider here at the Kensington Oval. It's been reduced to 43 overs a side. The power plays are overs 1 to 9, and then the final power play overs 36 to 43. 3 bowlers can bowl 9, 2 bowlers can bowl 8. Changes as far as the 11s are concerned. Matthew Potts plays for Bryden Cast. Bryden Cast, we understand, has taken ill between the second and third ODI. So Matthew Potts gets a chance in the England ODI starting lineup this evening, and a debut for the West Indies. Matt Ford, young quick bowler, is in for O'Shane Thomas. A few groans from Phil O'Wallace I can hear from the back of the box that we won't get to see O'Shane Thomas and Alzari Joseph with the new ball. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Ford takes up the new rock, or whether or not Romario Shepherd maintains his role with the new ball. They will be taking on Jacks and Salt at the top of the order. Jacks and Salt have both come out all guns blazing, as you would expect from an England white ball side, and it'll be them that'll open the batting for England in this must-win match. Interesting to see if the conditions have changed at all out there in the middle. Obviously, a lot of cloud cover. We've had spits and spots of rain over the last hour and a half or so that has delayed the start. There certainly does seem to be a little bit of cloud hovering over the Kensington Oval. Not that that has dampened the spirits of any of the travelling England fans who are there in great numbers out there in Barbados right now. And why wouldn't they be, as we look out the window here at London Bridge to the damp and the grey and the cold. It looks anything but that out there at this moment in time. We're expecting a bit of pace and bounce from the surface. The curator, Winston Reid, is very happy that the pitch should encourage quick bowling and stroke making, all of which will perhaps please this England 11 as they look to get their their start after what has been a very poor World Cup campaign on the road to the next World Cup in 4 years' time, and of course that Champions League that they managed to qualify for that comes up in a couple of years as well. So West Indies will be bowling. England will be looking to go out there and crash the ball to all parts, no doubt. Remains to be seen as to whether or not that particular approach is the one that suits this particular group of players for England. I've got Jared Kimber alongside me. Any surprises that West Indies decided to bowl first, having made such a mess of batting first in the last one?
Well, I think the interesting thing is that they've dropped O'Shane Thomas, who they've been using in the middle overs, and they've brought in a proper specialist opening bowler who, you look at his numbers, even in T20 cricket, he doesn't really bowl in the middle at all. So they've just decided that Romario Shepherd's their new opening bowler, and now they've got 3 of them. I'm fascinated to see how this goes. It looks like a dry, cracked surface, though, doesn't it, as well? It'd be interesting to see if there's any moisture out there, but maybe that's why they've gone with it. But yeah, I think you're right. It seems a little bit reactionary to the last game.
Sir Curtly Ambrose was out there, stood up in the middle of that dry, cracked Barbados surface, and he's looking in such good shape that he might well have disappeared down one of them. Sir Curtly, we'll be hearing from him and from Stacey Ann King, along with Barry Wilkinson as our comms on the ground out there in Barbados. And back here we have Steve Harmison, Phil O'Wallace, and of course Andrew McKenna, and yourself, Jared, to talk us through what we hope will be a fitting decider in the beautiful surroundings of the Kensington Oval. We're not too far away from a start time as yet. Have you got any nuggets for us in terms of England's batting approach, or the numbers in terms of what success looks like playing at Barbados?
Well, I had a tactical question for you. It feels like England are now trying out their squad a little bit more. So the first game, we saw them not really try their bowlers all that much and go with that one formulation all the way through. The second game, you were a little bit upset, and by that I mean I heard about it for about 4 hours, about the fact that Will Jacks came on when they were 4 wickets down. Now they're changing it around. I can't quite work out if they're trying to work out what their best team is, if they're trying to give people preparation in different roles. It doesn't seem to me that they came into this series with one clear thinking. So do you remember when they played in the West Indies and they played in the Netherlands a couple of years ago, and they took like 100 left-arm bowlers on both tours? You were like, okay, Everything else they're happy with. They're just not sure who they want to be their left-arm bowler. It was really clear. Can you tell me what exactly they're trying to get out of this tour?
Well, with Matt Potts playing instead perhaps of John Turner, no, I can't. I can't tell you, because Matthew Potts, as Steve Harmison mentioned at the top of the show, is very much a known quantity to England in both white ball and red ball cricket. John Turner, of course, will go out there on this trip and not make an ODI debut, so that remains to be seen.
He might have gone to Oystons, though.
He might have gone to Oystons, which is a very, very fine establishment, I can tell you, but unfortunately not for us, not this time. Anyway, Sam Ellard has been out there talking with the two captains.
Shay Hope joining me now. You've won the toss. Shay, what are you doing and why?
We're going to bowl first. With the obvious weather around is going to give us a better chance to dictate the game. So hopefully we can start a lot better today with the ball and put them under pressure.
And just one change, I believe. Tell us about the change.
Yes, Matthew Ford is in for O'Shane Thomas. He's making his debut today.
What can we expect from him? How exciting is he as a player?
You'll see in a few minutes.
Yeah. What can you learn from the last game? A tough defeat. What are you looking to change today?
Well, we have to change that win column, but just to be a little bit more aware of certain situations and just capitalize on those moments of the game, because sometimes we let it get away and slip away from us. But as long as we do that, we're going to be just fine.
Good luck.
Thanks.
And Joss, you've lost the toss. What would you have done this afternoon if you had won the toss?
Yeah, we're going to look to bowl first as well. I think obvious reasons. Looks a good wicket. So yeah, hopefully we can get out there and put a good score on the board.
Matt Potts plays today. What is he going to bring to this ODI side?
Yeah, a lot of energy, I think, skill as well. So really excited for him to get his chance and hopefully some wickets. That's what we want.
A great performance last time out, Joss. What are you looking to see from your side today?
Yeah, more of the same, I think. I think the performances have been good in the first two games, but we all start on Nord again today, and obviously we've had a bit of a delay with the weather, so making sure we're right on it when that first ball comes down.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about 6 minutes or so away from the start. The ground is set fair, one side shrouded in shade, the side where a lot of the England fans are displaying some of their best lobster-like suntans. Over in the party stand, there's usually a little pool over there, as well as many well-equipped bars. The flags are just waving, swaying in the breeze. The worst of the weather seems to have blown through. You can get in touch with us here on cricket_TS or at TalkSport2. There's also the YouTube channel for your viewing delight. Steve Harmison looking at an absolute picture in black and white here. I have no idea where that colour coordination comes from. So time now then for me to hand over to both Steve Harmison and Andrew McKenna as we get ready for the first ball.
Cheers, Butch. So, couple of hours late, but we will be getting underway for England's final one-day international until the 19th of September 2024, which of course is only a few weeks away, 2024, but it's still a while. They can sign off in good style in this one. That's the intention anyway. England losing the toss, being put into bat. Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook, Joss Buttler, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Rayan Ahmed, Gus Atkinson and Matthew Potts. The England team for the West Indies, one change for them as well. Alec Athanaze, Brandon King stay at the top of the order, Casey Carsey at 3, Shea Hope at 4, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, Matthew Ford, Romario Shepherd, Alzari Joseph, Gudakesh Moti and Yannick Carrier. Just on the Matthew Potts, John Turner thing, Steve Harmison. I saw a couple of people on social media who said, well, hang on, Potts was an injury replacement for Josh Tongue. Turner was picked to be in the squad beforehand. If a spot becomes available, shouldn't he get it? But it's never as simple as that, is it? Because it depends actually performances in the nets and whatever else. You can't simply say, well, you were in the squad originally, therefore you should play.
Yeah, there is that. I think what's probably happened here for Matt Potts over John Turner is they probably see Matt Potts the closer to Brydon Cast from a role point of view than what you do with John Turner. John Turner, a lot of people have got their opinion of John Turner and want to see him in, and I want to see him in, but I'm like quite a lot of people who are out there on whatever platform it is asking for John Turner to play. We haven't seen him play a great deal, and that's the reason why I want to see him play. But I think he's more utilised with the newer ball than he is in the middle, hitting the deck, and probably the overs that Matt Potts is going to have to bowl to take the place of a poorly Brydon Cast, because probably what it looks like. And England have been, as much as we have been critical at times when they go on tour and you want to see them give not everybody a game, because I don't believe that that's the right thing to do, But when there are people who are fresh out there that nobody's seen, can we see them? During Owen Morgan's time, he wasn't happy changing his team too much, and it looks like Josh Butler is going to do the same, because I think if Bryden Carter's fit, we probably would have seen England play 3 unchanged sides in these ODIs. But we're going to see Potts. I'm pleased for Durham boys. Good, Josh said, loads and loads of energy, and I think the reason why he's selected over Turner, for all you people at home are scratching their head and wondering why, because he was a replacement for Josh Tongue, it is probably down to the overs he is likely to bowl, which is in that middle of the innings where you want somebody that hits the pitch hard, and that's probably what Matt Potts has got over John Turner.
Umpires have led the players out. It's Chris Brown, the New Zealander, and Leslie Reefer, the local umpire. But the players are now in position, but there will be a pause first, because in the last few days it was announced that the former Guyana and West Indies players Joe Solomon and Clyde Butts had both passed away. So there is now going to be a moment of silence to mark their passing. Both teams with black armbands on. The fielders stationed in their positions. The batters at either end of the 22 yards. So we will be able to get the game underway very shortly indeed. Joe Solomon was former batter and actually got the run out, which led to the famous tied test of 1960 at the Gabba against Australia. Clyde Butts, of course, went on to also be chairman of selectors for the West Indies. Right, it's going to be no messing around, because Matthew Ford on debut is going to be straight in and opening the bowling from the 3Ws stand end. He's going to be bowling to Phil Salt, and he is on his way. Right arm over, 2 slips in place, bit of duck on that ball, and Salt hits it straight to mid-off. Alzari Joseph at the second attempt knocks it down, and there is no run.
Yeah, a little bit of in shape from Ford. Interesting run up, not fluid by any stretch of the imagination. What you'd have from what you'd think from a like Michael Holden barely touched the ground when Mikey run in. This one is a little bit harder.
Ford is in. Was whip on that occasion, and Salt has lashed in through a backward point and away for 4. 2 bounces. And that is international one-day cricket for you. Matthew Ford, a boundary with your second ball. England underway, 4 without loss.
Well, he's gone for the in-swing again. He's trying, he's shape, the seam's shaped towards the off stump, rather than sort of cantering away towards slip for the away swinger. The first ball swung, and that one didn't. It went straight on with the arm, and it's gone dispatchingly to the boundary.
And his way in past the umpire and turned on the onside to Shimron Hetmyer. A little bit of in-duck on that one. Pushed out on the leg side, no run. Good evening for the first time in the commentary, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, thanks, Macca. Yeah, he certainly does bowl in swing. That is his main skill. He's not particularly tall, but he's also not that short, so he's got a slightly higher release point. Not very fast, I think, is the other thing you might notice about him, Harmy. So I think cricketers have him down as about 125 Ks, which is, on the slower side of an international
Well,
bowler.
I did see one website describe him as medium. He's in for the 4th time. Punched into the offside, well fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. Rutherford, the man on this occasion. So yeah, 21 years of age. He's only played 12 List A games before, which has seen him taking 12 wickets at 29. Best of 3 for 33. His economy rate 4.4.
Yeah, I can see straight away why there's not a great deal of pace on it and why it's going in.
Ford is in once again, solidly in behind. This is Salt pushed out onto the offside, no run. Go on then, Coach.
Yeah, because he obviously, this is the first time I've seen him. I've seen obviously 5 balls now, and his release point is, like Jared said, it is quite high. but the actual, when he lets go of the ball, his wrist and his hand is more or less past the ball. It's like a little bit of a leg cutter. Every ball seems to be a little bit of a leg cutter, which could make him very, very dangerous.
And he comes in the air, hit towards mid-off, caught by Alzari Joseph. No. Ford celebrating, and Alzari Joseph didn't look that convincing, and this will go to Nitin Menon, our third umpire, to confirm whether the catch has been taken cleanly or not. Phil Salt hits it to mid-off, and this is one of those, is it on the half volley, is it scooped, is it taken cleanly?
What you got to remember is Alzari Joseph is the most laid-back man in the world, and I mean, to get him to smile was always a challenge. Nothing against it, because I'm not exactly the brunt of everybody's, the party of everybody's jokes. But when it comes to it, he really does show very little emotion, does Alzari Joseph. The one thing I will say is he put his finger up straight away. Alzari Joseph thought this straight into the hand.
It's a replay that we're now seeing. Is this in? Yes, fingers are underneath.
Out.
Yes, keep it going.
Yeah,
please.
out for me.
Keep it going.
Yeah, fingers have got underneath. His right hand has got underneath it. He's managed to gobble it up. Yeah, he was straight up with the finger for me. Yes, no problem at all. I think this will be given out on the field. And going back to what I was saying about Ford's action, if he does get his full wrist behind it, he will then get the ball to bounce or spit off the surface that little bit with a little bit more velocity. And I actually think that's what happened there.
Well, Nitin Menon is still waiting for another angle, I've just heard him say, and I'm not sure why. We're now seeing it from another angle, but of course what you have to remember is
not sufficient. Can you go back to the first
cricket
angle and zoom it up, please?
pitches are concave, so we're looking now at an angle on the TV.
Can you explain concave to Harmy?
Yeah, you might have to spell it as well.
like an upturned saucer.
Yeah, I get that.
Our camera is on the left side at the moment, looking all the way across to the right, so it
I
actually
can see
disappears.
the fingers are underneath here. Okay, thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
So Nitin Menon is now happy, and I'm convinced he's going to say out. This seems to sort of have taken longer than it might have needed to here on TalkSport 2, but there you go.
I think he was hoping for a side view as well, wasn't he? And he hasn't got one. But it just looks like, to me, it looked like it bounced originally. It was only Alzari who sold it.
Yeah, given out on the field and given out by Alzari Joseph and given out by
Can
the
you
third
hear
umpire.
the boos? Those have got to be the England fans. I've got to say, I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I think this is out.
I genuinely don't know why they're booing that. I mean, they're obviously disappointed England have lost a wicket, but that's out every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, I think the angle that one of the angles we got was from a camera probably positioned at fine leg, and you just mentioned about the concave bit there. The angle of the camera at fine leg is going across the pitch, and as you're going across the pitch, because the square's been relayed so many times, that there's a little sort of uphill on either side, because obviously relaying squares and putting more turf on and loam on. So because that angle of that camera was at ground level, what you're seeing is the floor seems to have disappeared. So what it looked as though it jumped up before it hit his fingers, but actually his fingers are underneath the ball, they're on the ground, and what you can't see from that angle is the actual fingers underneath the ball. I think what a lot of people have seen on the big screen is the ball bounce up into the hand, but what they've not seen is, because the fingers are underneath, because the square and the angle of the camera is at, I think there was a little bit of an optical illusion for the people who are in the ground. But for me and for third umpire Nitin Menon, the right decision has been correctly made.
Right, so Zach Crawley comes out to the middle. 48 in the first game, 3 in the second, but he's at the non-striker's end because Will Jacks will be on strike. Actually, maybe the PA announcer went a little bit early with that music after the wicket. Surely he should have saved that for Will Jacks. Hit the road, Jacks. Anyway, Romario Shepherd is going to come in to the right-hander. Still 2 slips in play, slightly back of a length. Pushing back down the pitch is Jackson. There's no run. It's 4 for 1 here on TalkSport 2. 7 deliveries into this innings. Remember, it's 43 overs aside after the rain delay.
I'm excited to see how angry this makes Philo Wallace in the other room.
I can feel Philo just getting off his chair now,
I think
bouncing something around the room.
We
next
might have
door.
actually heard him yell out when he realised Romario Shepherd was bowling. So we thought that Shepherd would be bowling with the old ball, which we've been desperate to see.
In he comes with the new conker, and it's turned on the leg side by Jax Carty, who will do the fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So we thought in the first game he should have not bowled with the new ball. We thought the second game he should have not bowled with the new ball. Now they've made a decision to change, and now Zari Joseph, who they've been using with the new ball non-stop for 3 years, is the one they've taken away, and Romario Shepherd has got it again.
Yeah, Zari Joseph's the best bowler in the West Indies at this moment in time from a seam bowling point of view, and yeah, I feel Philo coming on with a rant.
Shepherd is in, and Jax is playing from the crease again, just pushing out on the offside. No run. One thing I should point out to you at this point is Kensington Oval is often pristine. The outfield at the moment is anything but. They actually used and rented out at the ground for an event recently, which basically has done a bit of damage as they put various bits and pieces out onto the outfield. So there are an awful lot of bare patches, so you can see an awful lot of sand dotted around the outfield. Shepherd is in, straight ball, lovely shot from Jax, straight back past the bowler, and it runs away for 4. England 8 for 1 after 10 deliveries of the innings here on TalkSport 2. Both of the sets of runs coming from boundary fours.
Wow, I'm sorry, there's 10 balls gone in this game, and there'll not be a better shot all night than this one. That is an absolute beauty. It's not a half volley by any stretch. The ball's bouncing off a good length. Probably would have hit just top of the stumps. Maybe he's gone over. Will Jax has hit it firmly along the floor. What a shot that was.
Shepherd in, shorter, dropped into the offside. Jax has Crawley offering to come from the non-strikers end, but he says, no, thank you, we won't go there at the moment. It was a glorious shot. It narrowly missed the stumps on the leg side, if you like, as Jax is looking down the pitch. But the way the ball went, it actually crossed the boundary edge about 5 metres to the right-hand side of the stumps. There was a little bit of fade across the ball. Glorious, glorious shot. Shepherd is in. Oh, that's short and wide. Brilliantly fielded by Rutherford in the covers on the 30-metre circle. Jax would have thought from the moment that made contact that was going to be another 4. It's not. 2 of the 43 overs bowled here on TalkSport 2. England 8 for 1 after being put into bat. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Will Jax. All he can do is hit it. If somebody pulls off a good bit of fielding, then fair play. It was the middle of the bat. It was a short and wide ball. I just want to come on to Clyde Butts, who sadly passed away. You know, talking about my youth and remember vividly growing up playing for Ashington when I first got into the first team. Played against Philo Wallace. I think Philo played for Sunderland, but a spare and a thought of the lads at Bladen Cricket Club, because Clyde Butts played a lot of cricket at Bladen Cricket Club. As they're overseas, I mean, there was a huge amount of West Indian cricketers playing in the sort of late 80s, early 90s.
Matthew Ford to start the third over again. It's another of those little induckers. Crawley's pushing out to mid on, no run.
And there was some big names I didn't quite get in the team at Ashington to play with, a guy called Collie Solomon, but growing up, going to the cricket club, seeing this 6'6" West Indian, he's an overseas player, pro, it was a massive thing. There's a lot of pros around, and Clyde Butts was definitely somebody who played a lot of cricket in the northeast of England.
Matt Ford is on the way. Again, it's ducking in, and Crawley is pushing that one out on the onside. Little bit aerial to start with, but no fielder anywhere near it, and there is no run. That one around about 130 kilometres an hour, so not express pace.
No, but he's making the bat. He's given the bat a decision to make.
Ford in once again. Crawley is coming forward, just pushing into the.
It's not an easy decision because he's not floating it up there. He's bowled into the pitch, and that's what you got to do in the Caribbean, especially in somewhere like Barbados. The harder you hit the pitch, the more inconsistency you will get out of the surface, especially with the newer ball. If you're tall, that Ford's not. He doesn't look the tallest, but he does have a high action, and if you hit the deck hard, you've got a chance of making something happen.
Crawley has walked at the bowler, then bailed out of the shot, and the ball has hit the bat, looped up, been caught at second slip. Crawley's gone for a 4-ball duck, and Ford's got 2 for 4 on debut.
Exactly like that. That's exactly what I mean. The harder you hit the surface, it's a length ball, back of a length ball, which Zach Crawley's come down the crease, and all it's done is it's just bounced. It's popped from nowhere. And Zach Crawley couldn't get his bat out the way in time. I don't even think it's his bat. I think it's in his glove. It's nipped back at him, bounced off the glove, and looped up in the air to slip. Zach Crawley's looking bemused at the surface, but this is what you have to do in the Caribbean. The harder you hit the pitch with a new ball, the more that indifferent things can happen, and that's why Zach Crawley's gone for none.
I tell you what, the expression on the face of Will Jacks at the non-strikers end was quite telling there as well. He was leaning on his bat, sort of mouth open, going, "What the heck happened there?"
And I think this is what Philo Wallace has been saying about the West Indies all along. Give the new ball to bowlers that have got pace that can hit the surface hard. Alzari Joseph, O'Shane Thomas. Ford's not the quickest, but he's got a decent wrist position when he gets right behind it. He's got a tall-ish action. You watch Jason Holder play at Barbados. You see him bowl that full of length, difficult to get forward to, but he makes the ball bounce because he hits the pitch quite hard, and that's all that big Matt Ford's done here. He's run up, he's hit the deck with some in shape, and he said to the batter, "I'm going to make you play, and if there's anything in this surface and you're not consistent with your movements or your decision making, I will make something happen." He made Phil Salt, get one to stop on him, and there he's got one to bounce on Zach Crawley. What a start to his international career.
Well, Ben Duckett is the new man. Ford will go around the wicket to the lefty. 2 slips still waiting behind. Bat raised. Ford goes in. Duckett, it was one of those that if there was a short leg in place, it might have had a little catch there, but he's just turned it backward of square leg and will get underway with a single straight away. So England put into bat after losing the toss in this deciding one-day international. Salt caught by Joseph off Ford for 4 from 6 balls. Crawley caught at second slip, and he is dismissed for a 4-ball duck. England 8 for 2. Alec Athanaze was the man doing the catching on the second occasion. Ford, wow, dreamland on one-day international debut. He's got 1 ball left of this over to bowl to Jackson. He's in. Again, it's that one that slides in. Jackson's got it wide of the mid-wicket fielder, and it'll be Moti going around from mid-on to pull it in. They will take a couple. 11 for 2, England, after 3 of their 43 overs here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, great start from Matt Ford. And just to go through what happened with Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley as a man is 6'5". He's standing tall in his crease, and he comes out of his crease towards off stump and beyond off stump. And this is how much this ball's bounced. He is trying to let the ball go wide of off stump underneath his bat. His bat is obviously canted in the air, his wrists are cocked, and he's expecting this ball to go underneath his bat, and it hasn't hit his bat, it's hit his right thumb. So it's bounced a good foot more than Zach Crawley's expecting it, and the ball's just looped up in the air to slip. It shows you that with the new ball, there's always something in the surfaces in the Caribbean.
Mario Shepherd to Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett plays at a wide one there, and just a little pushy waft. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to Hope behind the stumps, and there is no run. A very good evening to everyone watching on the YouTube stream who has already decided and picked up on the fact, and I'll let you in on this little secret. I worked this out about an hour and over ago. I've got my convex and my concave wrong.
Convex and concave?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much to all the scientists who are watching on the YouTube channel. Duckett driving nicely through cover on this occasion. That'll be a retrieval job from just inside the rope. Yannick Carrier it is, a man about 3 or 4 metres inside the rope, but they will get a couple, so 13 for 2. Yeah, as I said it, there was something in the back of my head. I wasn't entirely sure, but yes, you're absolutely right. I've got my convex and my concave the wrong way round, so apologies for that one. So that's one of the reasons for watching on the YouTube channel, TalkSport Cricket YouTube. If you are a subscriber on the channel, then you can also send us messages, as you can, through @TalkSport2 or cricket_TS. Ben Duckett gets one that flies through from Romario Shepherd this time. That one, again, it's not express pace, 135 Ks, but he's bowled a length there that it's hit the seam and taken off, and Duckett, well, he actually ended up playing a decent amount underneath that. He bounced so much.
He's done well there, Ben Duckett. He's done really well because he's gone with a horizontal bat. He's not gone with a straight bat. Straight bat, he might have clipped his glove or took a higher part of the edge. Because he's made a decision to go with a horizontal bat, it's just bounced over from Big Shepherd.
He's gone in again, but bowled the deliberately short one, and Ben Duckett's almost waiting for that, and he's pulled it away for 4 through mid-wicket. That was just a little bit too telegraphed. Duckett's got 7 from 5 balls, England 17 for 2.
That's a great shot. Fantastic shot. Again, like the ball before, he made the decision to go horizontal, and if you go hard horizontal and it bounces, there's a good chance it's going to miss your bat and go over the top. This time, it hasn't bounced as much, and Ben Duckett's waited for it a little bit, sat in the pitch, and he's managed to pull it in front of square. It just shows you there's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, but if you hit the pitch hard, it does something different.
Shepherd is in past the umpire, turned on the leg side by Duckett. Hetmeyer will do the fielding at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Ben Duckett in the series in the first game in Antigua made 20 from 23. It was 3 from 7 in the second game. It's only his 11th one-day international, although his debut did happen all the way back in October of 2016, live on TalkSport 2 actually, or probably TalkSport back then actually, in Bangladesh. Romario Shepherd is bowling to Duckett, who again hits it through the covers. Now, he's timed it pretty well, but a bit of moisture on the surface means that Yannick Carrier again can pull that one in about 4 or 5 metres inside the boundary edge. 4 overs completed, 2 more to Duckett. England 19 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, so it's interesting watching Ben Duckett. When the ball doesn't bounce more than usual, he doesn't have too many problems with that ball outside off stump. But when there's any sort of pace and carry because of the bowler or the pitch, he has a weakness there. We've seen it in one-day cricket, we've seen it in Test cricket, and the way that teams have gone at him, which is the idea of bowling sort of back of the length outside of off stump at him. Sometimes it's that angled bat. Sometimes it's just the way he sort of swings through the lines a little bit, but it does feel like there's just a little bit of extra pace and carry. Or is it pace and carry? It's probably bounce and carry, isn't it?
I think it's bounce.
Yeah,
bounce more than anything else with Ben.
So they'll try and keep it as wide from Duckett as they can.
Ford to start the 5th over. Strongly forward is Jacks, pushing defensively to extra cover, no run.
So most batters, of course, you want to bowl as close to off stump as possible, on a length. Whereas with Ben Duckett, you really want to be probably at least a metre shorter and a little bit wider, and use that angle across from him as well.
I think the thing for me with Ben Duckett is, can you make him play with a sort of angle bat? I think he's a very good decision maker, Ben Duckett.
Ford is in once again. Jack's a little bit squared up by this one, but pushes to mid-wicket. Hetmeyer does the fielding, no run.
So if you're bowling at him, he plays the short ball very, very well, because he plays that horizontal square cut or the pick-up pull, which we've already seen. And he's actually not a bad driver. He sits back a little bit, but he's not a bad driver. If you could get him in that wider area where it's not quite horizontal or straight bat, that's when he seems to...
Ford in, Ford defensive from Jacks, no run.
I think that's where he seems to get a little bit of indecision. So when he's playing with that angle sort of 45-degree bat, it brings in chop on, because he does chop onto the stumps quite a bit, or he pushes away from his body, and the bat is always angled, and that's when he brings slip into play from a red ball and a test match point of view. But when he gets the decision right and he goes either horizontal or fully fluid straight down the ground, he tends to play them nicely.
Ford is in now again. Jacks is walking at this one, clips it into the leg side, and Hetmeyer can't get forward enough, even with the dive, to take the catch. And they'll actually take a single to stick the knife a little bit further into the bowler's hearts on that occasion. But again, he just walks half a pace. It bounced a little bit, looped up. Hetmeyer not able to get in and complete the catch.
Yeah, it's just bounce. That's all it is. Hit the pitch hard. Use the inconsistency, the natural variations of the surface. Will Jacks is wanting to come out the ball. I don't think this is a great surface, especially against the new ball. So it's not one there in typical Barbados where you stand and it's crash, bang, wallop. I think you're going to have to have a hell of a lot of hard for these runs.
Around the wicket is Ford on this occasion. Duckett will cover up defensively, no run.
So just to go back to Duckett, I'm interesting that Ford's come around the wicket because he does swing it away, so he might be looking for his best ball rather than Duckett's one. But the thing about Duckett is, you're right, he's a very good cutter of the ball, but I remember talking to the Australians about this, and they said they didn't mind him cutting at all because he does it in a risky way. It's the pull shot they want to keep away from, so it almost looks like a wide short ball at times.
Duckett is hitting hard off with the back foot into the ground. Hetmeyer actually jumps, collects the ball above his head, but because Duckett's hit it straight into the ground, it's not a catch. 5 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. England 20 for 2. Duckett's got 9 at a run of ball. Jack's 7 from 11. I do have to warn you before Jared comes in, though, that the ground staff are circling and they have their sou'westers on.
Yeah, but you say that, and behind them there's just someone in a bikini and a couple of topless dudes. So it may not be raining all that hard, is all I'm saying.
But they look as though they're from Ashington.
It may be rain, but at least it's warm rain, is their theory.
Maybe when you've had that much rum and banks, you don't notice. Just on the cut shot, he scores with the cut shot at a strike rate of 68. The pull shot is 155, and he's been out twice playing the cut shot.
Romario Shepherd to start his third over. That is thrashed off the back foot by Will Jacks through the offside. That's a spectacular boundary. England 24 for 2. Jacks 11 from 12.
Yeah, width from Shepherd just gives Will Jacks a bit of width. He tries to hit the pitch hard. There's a bit Jason Roy like that, where he picks it up over the top of extra cover. This time Will Jacks, he's seen 4-5 overs of this surface now, and he's thinking, if it's going to bounce, I'm going with it. I'm not going to try and keep it down, I'm going with it. And that was a shot there of, if it does go up, I'm just going to keep trying to hit it over the infield.
Shepherd is in once again. He's gone wide on the crease, aiming in towards middle and leg, and it's hit very hard to mid-on. Yannick Carrier does well, diving away to his right-hand side and prevents the run being taken. By the way, the England and West Indies sides have met 14 times in Barbados previously. England winning 8 of them, and they won 3 of their last 4 in Barbados, but they did lose last time around. So it's a venue they like. They know that pretty well. Pretty much every tour England go to Barbados. This occasion, Jacks has beaten outside edge, and he's playing at that one. Didn't play the line, and it just goes wide of the outside edge through to the keeper. Hope no run.
Yeah, it was a good ball by Shepherd, just a little bit fuller, a little bit more on it. Scrambled seam. The ball before was, obviously the first ball of the over was a bit short. He's tried to hit the deck hard, not kept his action, and it's gone a bit wider. Than ball after, then goes a bit fuller. That one there, perfect line, perfect length, trying to get the outside edge.
Shepherd in, turned on the onside by Jacks from the crease line. Yannick Carrier will do the fielding at mid-on, and the single will be taken. 5 overs and 4 balls, 25 for 2. Don't forget, of course, you have a choice for your breakfast radio. Now, Jeff Stelling's joined the TalkSport team every Monday and Tuesday. He's alongside Alan McCoist on TalkSport from 6 a.m. But of course, you can also have Chris Evans on Virgin Radio from 6:30. So you can download the apps and have a choice of listening, or on your DAB radios, of course. Shepherd around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Bat and pad close together. Sounded like there was a bit of both involved in that as they take the single. Duckett goes to 10, and it's 26 for 2.
And that's good from England. Last 2 balls from Jackson Duckett. This wicket, it doesn't look as though it is a wicket where you can really trust the bounce. So because you're still in the power play, you're still looking to try and force the issue and try and get boundaries. The in-between times, you have to make sure you rotate and strike. And left and right hand combination will naturally help that. And you've always got to be looking for singles. Will Jacks in the second last ball that's just been bowled, clipped the ball through mid-wicket, got off strike, and then, Ben Duckett did the same.
Shepherd to complete the over is guided through point by Jacks all along the floor. Hetmeyer ambles in off of the boundary edge, and they take a single. 6 overs gone, 27 for 2. England, Duckett 10 from 10, Jacks 13 from 16. But I am a little bit concerned because it does look like the clouds are starting to build up behind the pavilion, and that is the direction that the rain emerged from earlier on. I'll let Harmy ruminate on that as I make the way for Mark Butcher to take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, you don't really want it to see it coming from the ocean. If it comes from the ocean and you lose sight of the hills in Barbados, then all of a sudden the Kensington Oval might be going to get wet.
Yeah.
The first ball of his fourth over, which is nudged down towards third man by Will Jacks for a single. 28 for 2 then England. 2 down in the third for just 8. Crawley has gone for a duck. Caught by Antones for a delivery that bounced and nipped back on him as he advanced down the pitch. It came off the bat handle and glove and ended up in the hands of Slip. As Duckett turns that ball from around the wicket down to fine leg for a single. So 29 for 2 now England. The other man to go was Phil Salt, who was dismissed in the first over. First international wicket for the young man from Barbados, Matt Ford. Chipped a ball rather tamely to mid-off and was athletically caught centimetres above the ground by Alzari Joseph, tumbling forward. So England suffering a sticky start here, and Ford has been the man. But this time he over pitches, it's drilled down the ground. West Indies ground fielding and catching has been excellent so far, so Joseph tumbling to his right falls off the one-handed stop, and they just come through for a single. Good evening to you, Phil O'Wallace.
Good evening, Mark Butcher. Good evening to the many listeners out there and viewers who are watching us on the stream. Yes, a very good start by West Indies. They won the toss and decided to field. Obviously, with the conditions being rainy, that's what they decided to do.
Round the wicket again to Duckett. Comes forward and it's slashed away on the offside, and extra cover gets in the road. Shafane Rutherford pulls off one of 3 or 4 good stops already, and there is no run.
Yes, we saw this from England in the second ODI, where a lot of good shots were saved by the fielders. I know we're seeing the West Indies doing the same thing, but I'm happy to see the Jacks, the way in which he's dealing with the bad balls. He's really hitting the bad balls with authority to the boundaries.
Ford is in, snake-hipped run up around the wicket, gets 2 straight again at Duckett, who's very, very happy. He's one of the few left-handers who looks more comfortable with bowlers around the wicket than they do when they come over, moving the ball towards a slip. He turns that to deep backward square, and they come through for a single. Duckett's 12 from 13, Jacks 15 from 18. And of all the England batters so far, Will Jacks has looked the most comfortable. Just a hint that the ball is stopping and bouncing a bit in this surface. As Ford comes in, over pitches again, and Will Jacks has just thumped this. He didn't catch it right out of the middle of the bat. It sounded better than it looked. Tried to hit it up over the top of mid-on, who's inside the circle, and it went probably 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. It went so high up in the air that it plugged, and they come back for 2. That's the end of the over. 6 runs from it from Ford. He has figures of 2 for 14 on debut. England are 33 for 2, still looking to push on and make the best of this 9-over power play in this reduced game.
Yes, that final ball there from Matthew Ford. Full length, but not as full as Jackson expected. And looking at it over mid-on, maybe getting it over the boundary. But Moti made a very good effort, actually, running from inside the 30-yard circle. And the ball just bounced in front of him and dead stop. But again, we're seeing Jackson looking to be positive in the power play overs, which is a good sign for him and for England. It's good to see that he's continuing in his consistency in this rich vein of form.
Shepherd again, round the wicket to Duckett, gets it on his hip, and he flings it away. Sort of short-arm jab. And Ford puts a foot wrong for the first time on his one-day international debut. The ball burst through his hands. He really didn't have to move. And one bounce into his hands, through the hands, and for 4 behind him.
There's a very good shot there with Ben Duckett. He's a short man in stature, so he just bent a little lower in his stance and just whipped it quite nicely. And Ford misjudging the pace and the bounce of that ball and down to the boundary for 4.
Ford just rubbing the fingers of his hands together as if to say he lost a bit of tackiness there. That one is then overcorrected by Romario Shepherd. It's a wide, long half volley, and Duckett slaps it through extra cover mid-off for 4.
Another good shot there from Ben Duckett, just staying low in his stance and just getting his foot to the ball and just hitting it sweetly through the middle and through the line as well and down to the boundary for 4. But a good start here for Ben Duckett in this Romario Shepherd's over.
He has an excellent record batting at number 4 for England, Ben Duckett. That extra cover drive, very much a thoroughly modern one, more hit with the bottom hand than the top hand folding over towards the side of his body as the bat comes through in a slashing fashion. The next ball is at better length from Shepherd and punch back to mid-off, and there's no run.
The Shepherd needs to be careful here. The last delivery is what he wants to be bowling, that line of length, hitting a hard line and that hard length just outside the off stump. Don't give Ben Duckett any room both sides of the stump score. He can score. He's one of those 360 degrees batters.
Mentioned before that Duckett looks more comfortable with bowlers around the wicket. I'll expand on that in a moment. And again, it's wide of the stumps, and Duckett again just allows himself, he puts the front foot up the line of leg stump and then just flings the hands through it and slaps it away to the boundary, square of the wicket this time.
Yes, and this is a similar fashion that Omari Shepherd started in the first game. He went for some 30-odd runs. He's already gone 3.4 overs and he's gone for 30-odd runs. Another light delivery, this time whiff, and the ball just short, but Ben Duckett again holding his shape quite nicely and punching it through the offside. The ball is running across this lush green outfield.
Averages 24.3 batting at number 3, 59.3 batting at number 4, Duckett. And that ball is on middle and leg and turned in towards mid-wicket, where Hetmeyer gets in the way. Duckett is absolutely furious with himself that he didn't find the gap there on the leg side, but it's a dot ball. I also asked our statistician, Gary Morgan, who's up in beautiful Manchester at the moment, about the stats over and round. My feeling was that over the wicket Duckett would struggle a bit more than round the wicket, which is different from most left-handers, and so it proved. Over 29.42, around 64 he averages. As Romario Shepherd is around the wicket to him and beats him outside the off stump. The ball staying a little bit low for the first time this evening, and that is the end of that Shepherd over. 3 boundary fours from it, 12 runs. Duckett's 24 from 19, Jack's 17 from 19, and England are 45 for 2.
Yes, that last delivery, a hint of inconsistency in the bounce ball just staying low. But your stats are quite amazing, because for a left-hander, you would think that when the bowler comes around the wicket, he's more vulnerable. And when the bowler is over the wicket, he can see more of it, but he likes it. You can see he's very, very comfortable. He doesn't look inhibited at all. He's actually smiling to see Shepherd coming around the wicket.
It's funny, isn't it? Because we use stats a lot in the game nowadays, or at least a heck of a lot more than we would have done, say, 20 years or so ago. But just in my mind's eye, it occurred to me that he never has much of a problem with bowlers around the wicket. Yes, the West Indies have gone around the wicket to him straight away, and the stats match that up. 64 when right arm bowlers are around the wicket at Ben Duckett, right arm seamers. As that 4 goes in to Jackson, he's nipped one away from him. That is an absolute japper. Wide of the crease, the normal angle of delivery from Ford is to come back into the right-handed batsman. I think I heard Curtly Ambrose saying that if the line maintains that length, that line just outside the line of off stump, all he has to do is make the ball straighten a hair and the batters will find themselves in trouble, and that is exactly what's happened. A feather through to Shea Hope. That is a brilliant wicket. Last over of the power play, and Ford has 3, as do the West Indies.
Yes, a very good start from the debutant Matthew Ford. He's cock a hoop. He's quite happy getting the dangerous Will Jack, one that straightened, and Jack's just feathering it through to wicketkeeper Hope, who took the catch and threw it to the heavens. And Ford again celebrating in Ford's manner. And this is very good bowling from the young man. And England obviously now they're 45 for 3. And we're seeing young Harry Brook. So they have now to look to get a partnership between Brook and Duckett, because the informed Jacks is back in the pavilion.
Yes, Harry Brook comes striding down the stairs, switches the bat from right hand to left, a few windmills with both, and flicks the wrist backwards and forwards with the bat for a bit of weight, and then comes trotting out to the middle, adjusting his strides as he does so. He's been in good form as Harry Brook. 43 not out in the run chase in the second ODI in Antigua. Made 71 from 72 in England's total of 325. That proved not to be enough in the first game, as the West Indies won that one by 4 wickets. But Brook now comes out with his team in some trouble, having lost 3 wickets in the power play. Again, the statisticians will tell you that's never a good thing. I could have told them that without looking at the stats. But it's a beauty from Ford. Scrambled seam delivery. The wrist normally comes down the sort of the outside of the ball, pushing the ball in towards the right-handers, but on this occasion the seam just bit a little and it straightened on Will Jackson. He feathered it through to Shea Hope, who was absolutely delighted. What a delivery. And the celebrations from Ford were good enough to match the ball. 3 for him, 3 for 14 from 4.1. It's been a good choice to bring him into the side and a good choice to give him the new ball.
Yeah, good choice to give him the new ball, but at the expense of O'Shane Thomas. One would say that it worked, but I like to see fast bowlers. But he's doing well. He's picked up 3 very good wickets with 3 good deliveries as well. And that is what is good to see, and they're all been catches. So obviously he's hitting the edges and causing some problem. And you just saw Harry Brook asking Ben Duck if he's getting the ball to seam away. So there is some doubt in the English batter's mind already.
Forward in then to Brook, who's backing across and just watches that ball onto the bat. It dabs it down towards third man who's inside the circle. Duckett fancied a single. Brook did not. And the upshot is that there's no run. A little cheeky smile from Ben Duckett at Harry Brook, as if to say, you're right, mate. You know I'm here, don't you? Brook smiles back. All very relaxed out there in the middle, despite the fact that in this deciding match, England are 45 for 3. England fans are up, singing the Great Escape. Plenty of hand clapping. Managed to put down the beer bottles for long enough to clap the hands together. That next delivery is stroked away to the offside sweeper boundary, and Brook will get himself off the mark with a single.
I think this innings here for Brook is going to require another discipline application. We saw it in the first 2 ODIs, and now he's going to even call for more application in this third and final ODI. He's joined Ben Duckett, obviously, who was 19 from 24 balls and looked anxious. And Harry Brook, to me, will be the one who has to calm this innings and get them to build a score that they can defend. But when you look at it, he has to be the key now to solidify the middle order here for England.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Duckett has looked in terrific touch. 24 from 19. Plenty of work to do as Ford is in around the wicket once again. Duckett is up on his toes, which still doesn't elevate him to the height of Will Jacks in his crouched position. Punches it off the back foot, and the bowler gets a little hand on it on its way back down the pitch, and there's no run.
There's good aggression there from Ford, and why wouldn't he be after picking up 3 wickets in 15 and 4.4 overs, short of a length delivery, and Duckett going on his toes. Not too high, because there's not much higher he can go, but actually playing the ball back down the pitch.
Ford is in again. Ball would have passed probably 2 feet above off stump, but Duckett uses the wrist to work the ball into the leg side. There is extra cover there on that leg side, saving the single. So again, he doesn't manage to rotate the strike.
Yes, again, Ford coming around the wicket, targeting that ball coming into Ben Duckett, stopped him from using his arms. He's a very free scorer outside of the off stump, and just managing to put it into the leg side where Hetmar was there.
Final ball of the Ford over, final ball of the power play is cut hard down into the wicket block in Barbados, so it bounces over the head of the man at backward point. Ben Duckett will take a single and keep the strike. He goes to 25, and at the end of the 9th over, the end of the power play, shortened game, remember, 43 overs aside, 3 times 9 for the bowlers, 2 times 8. Final power play will begin in the 36th to get us up to the 43rd. England 47 for 3. And once again, the start has been relatively fast in terms of scoring rate, but they've lost wickets and will be very keen, you would think, Phil O'Wallace, to keep the likes of Butler and Livingston back in the hutch for as long as they possibly can before an onslaught at the end.
Yes, Mark, which is 43 overs. They've lost 7, but they've lost 3 wickets as well. They've gone 47 runs, but the 3 wickets that they've lost is very important. That would have set them back in this stride. And now we're going to see Alzarri Joseph, the mean machine, looking to come into the attack. So England are not out of the woods yet. Ben Duckett and Brook, they need to see off Alzarri Joseph bat deep into the remaining overs.
So Joseph grooves in short on the hip of Duckett, who sways inside the line, allows the ball to come to him, paddles it down to deep backward square for a single. One thing's for sure, Philo, given that the inclement weather that we've had and the fact that the pitch was under cover for a long period of time, there would be a tiny bit of softness, you would think. Having played Barbados before, you know that generally speaking they're hard, fast and bouncy, but if you do get a little bit of dampness, the ball can it takes a bit of the pace off and makes it stand up in terms of its bounce. And of course, the outfield being very green and lush, the new balls wouldn't have taken quite so much of a battering in the power play as perhaps they would do had it been drier.
Yes, obviously with the weather around, the ball will get a little tennis bounce. But also with these white balls, they get very fluffy once water hits them.
He's over the wicket now to the right-handed Brook, and there's hesitation between the two England batters, and there's been a direct hit. That is a brilliant piece of fielding, and I think Harry Brook's short here. I really do. Alzarri Joseph followed through onto the opposite side of the pitch, so ran across the pitch to field the ball off his own bowling at mid-wicket, picked it up in his right hand, spun on the turn and threw the stumps down in one motion, and I think Harry Brook's short. There was a huge hesitation between the two of them. He's gone. He is gone. That is brilliant from Alzarri Joseph. He's pulled off an excellent catch, inches from the ground to get rid of Phil Salt. And now he's run out Harry Brook off his own bowling, and now England are in desperate trouble.
England in a hole and it's full of grease. Harry Brook, just looking to tuck that ball to the leg side again. Good awareness from Alzarri Joseph, running onto the onside, picking the ball up and turning and throwing the stumps down. I'm finding Brook maybe an inch or 2 inches short of the ground, of his crease. And obviously the English batters were not looking at how well the West Indies were fielding. And it's called momentum. The fielding momentum is with the West Indies, and that was a dangerous single, and it ended up in Harry Brook losing his wicket.
I mean, they got through for one, no problem whatsoever had they both set off, but there was that slight hesitation in the previous over when Brook dabbed it down to third man, and Duckett wanted the single. Brook sent him back. They both grinned at each other as if to say, okay, well, we won't do that again. But then in the very next over, a long single, if they'd have gone straight away towards mid-wicket, there was hesitation. They both looked at each other. They both stopped. Just watch here. 1-2 steps, and then Brook goes, oh, hang on a sec, is he coming? Duckett got his head down and went, but that hesitation was enough to leave Harry Brook about 3-4 inches short of his ground. And Alzarri Joseph, that is stunning, because he had a hell of a lot of work to do, and he did it brilliantly.
And he's also the vice captain, Mark, and I like to see the energy he's bringing. He's bringing that kind of energy that is wanted to lift our West Indies team after losing the second ODI. So it's very, very good cricket awareness, good cricket from West Indies, particularly Alzarri Joseph, and they're quite buoyant now.
Quite right too, and Duckett, it is on strike to the next delivery from Alzarri Joseph over. He nudges that off the back foot wide of mid-on, will come through to single, and that means that the England captain Jos Buttler, fresh from 58 not out in the run chase in Antigua, finds himself at the crease at number 5 for England with 3 balls of the 10th over remaining. Not part of the plan, you would have thought, when they had the whiteboard up in the dressing room. Definitely not.
Jos Buttler obviously batted wonderfully well in that second ODI, which England won in Antigua, and now he's asked upon now to come in this third or final ODI, the decider, to really look now to have a significant innings.
Alzarri Joseph positions the seam in those long fingers, slip in place still. Short ball to Jos Buttler. Buttler takes it on. Has he got enough? No, he hasn't. It has been taken down there at long leg. That surprised him. Jos Buttler did not see that coming from Alzarri Joseph. He was trying to prop himself forward, and suddenly the short ball, the hammer was dropped by Alzarri Joseph, and Jos Buttler top-edged it above waist height. It flew down to fine leg. Most of the time when Jos Buttler gets a top edge on them, they fly 10-15 rows back, but this was caught running forward. Is it Moti down there has taken the catch? Yes, Moti clung on to one. And England fans who are having a party out there at the Kensington Oval are now silent, because their number one, their kingpin, their captain is on his way back for a first ball duck, and England are in total disarray at 49 for 5.
Very smart bowling by Alzarri Joseph. The big fish, you give the big fish a big ball. A bouncer had no control, but looking to pull, get a top edge, not getting anything on it. And Moti coming forward from long leg and taking a very good catch, moving to his left. And that would have shocked England. Now being pushed back at 49 for 5 and going into the 10th over. So the decision to field first, it's really working for West Indies, and you can see it. They're buoyant forward, has picked up 3 early wickets. They're fielding well. The running, Alzarri Joseph for the run out, and now a wicket on his own. So this is good cricket from West Indies.
Is it ever? Have your say on at cricket_talksport or at talksport2 on Twitter. Keep an eye on Philo Wallace and that great big 100 megawatt smile that's on his face right now on the YouTube channel, because the West Indies are on fire here. Liam Livingstone is the new man out, and we spoke about him in the build up to the show, that he still has plenty to prove, and now he has a chance to do it. As Joseph moves in again, he goes for the stumps this time, and Livingston again, maybe a little surprised, is just caught on the crease but defends it away into the offside. Alzari Joseph face speaks it all. He's not getting carried away. He's all business at the moment. But England, my goodness me, 5 down for less than 50, and we're not even out of the 10th.
Yes, very good ball in from Alzari Joseph. The ball got Butler with a bouncer, and Liam Livingston has come to the crease. And obviously a full-length delivery, and he playing back looking for the short ball, but managed to squeeze it onto the offside. Again, Alzari Joseph thinking.
Joseph in, and that ball just stands up a little bit on Liam Livingston. Back of a length, he defends it away onto the onside with a straight back. Shea Hope gets his team sprinting through the overs. And why wouldn't they want to get the ball in the hands of the next guy? It'll probably be Matt Ford again. You wouldn't want to take him off right now on debut. He has 3 wickets to fall. Joseph with 2 wickets really to his own name in that over, despite one of them being a run out. The run out was quite superb. Brilliant athleticism and awareness from him. England really failing to communicate, or at least Duckett and Brooke, for the second time in their very short-lived partnership, and that was the undoing of Brooke. He's gone for 1. Butler, very next ball, the short ball, it was perfect, it was quick, it was right on the money, and Josh Butler, I think it was the last thing that he expected, and he went for a first ball duck. Ford it is to continue. Try getting the ball out of his hand at the moment. Figures of 3 for 16 from 5 on debut, and England just clinging on for dear life here at the moment as Ford moves it mid-crease, full of length, back over the wicket now to Ben Duckett. The statistician has managed to get the message through, and Duckett defends onto the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, a steady build-up of deliveries there from Alzari Joseph to pick up the wicket of Josh Butler. Very good ball indeed, and obviously Ford continuing in the manner in which he's starting, just getting the ball into the business area, this time coming over the wicket and asking Ben Duckett to defend.
Ford in, this time shorter and wider, and Duckett allows it to come alongside him and then taps it away to the sweeper out on the offside boundary for a single. 50 comes up for England, a mild ripple of applause, perhaps ironic ones from this, well, we reckon about 75% travelling crowd. England cricket supporters, England and Wales cricket board cricket supporters, I should say.
Yes, obviously.
Don't want to upset our friends from out there across the Severn River.
Yeah, obviously England have a very, 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 very good support when they travel. Even in the World Cup, they had a good support. Coming to the Caribbean for this short series, they'll have a lot of support as well, and they won't be short of entertainment.
Well, it's always entertaining wherever England go, that is for sure, for better or for worse, as Livingston takes 2 or 3 shuffles down the crease towards Ford, gets himself outside the line of the ball and just knocks it around to deep backward square leg for a single. That's him off the mark. Tuckett's 28 from 26. He's looked by far the most at ease out there as far as the England batters are concerned. 51 for 5 then, halfway through the 11th.
Yes, it's important that Ben Duckett trying to get a partnership here with Livingston. He's looked very calm and cool, and he looks in control. Plays some very good shots, well balanced. Obviously he has good awareness as well, Ben Duckett, but it's going to be Liam Livingston who has to try and rein himself in, get in on this pitch and look to do something spectacular.
Ford switches to around the wicket. Duckett defends. It's 1 or 2 drops of rain coming off. It's probably one of the roofs, I think, judging by the way they're falling. I can't see anything out there in the park at the moment.
No, the skies are blue, so I don't see, the water must be just coming off the roof.
Yeah. Just seeing the replay of the delivery that saw the end of Will Jacks. It was an absolute peach, nipping away from a wide angle from Ford. This time around the wicket to Duckett, he's short and wide, and Duckett can only find the man at backward point. And well, who's to come for England here? We've got Livingston and Duckett at the crease. Sam Curran will be due to come in next. Matthew Potts probably at 8.
He bat a little bit, can't he?
He bats, yeah, a little bit, yeah. There's a man who can bat a little bit on our screen, Sir Gary Sobers. He's pictured, looks in decent enough health. As the next ball is just patted back down the ground to the bowler. End of Ford's over. Just the 2 singles from it. England, well, they don't know what to do from here at the moment. The only thing they can do is try and build a partnership. And that partnership needs to come from Duckett and Livingston. Jarrett?
Did I hear you talk about Duckett and over the wicket and around the wicket?
You did.
In one-day cricket, now he hasn't played a lot of one-day cricket yet. At the moment, when you bowl over the wicket to him, he averages 70. When you bowl around, he averages 14. However, I think that's part of the reason that they were coming around to him, but it's only because he's only faced a couple of hundred balls, right? If you look at his overall record, you're much better off at coming over the wicket, generally, where he averages 30 in T20 cricket, and around the wicket is 45.
Short ball from Joseph is fended down backward a point by Livingston, and they come through for a single after the slight fumble from Hetmeyer. So Gary sent me some figures. I don't know what. In fact, I didn't ask him to quantify what they were. It was 23 over the wicket and 65 around.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That might be List A cricket. He might be going at the overall record.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Overall 50 over record, yeah.
Yeah, so if you just look at it, there's no doubt you want to be over the wicket to him, a little bit back of a length and angling across.
And that's what Alzari Joseph is attempting to do, but it's a little straight. Duckett tries to pull it, gets a bit cramped up and can only bottom edge it wide of mid-on, and again there's another single.
Yeah, he does his little shoveling shot once the ball is on his body. A normal player would just look to tuck the ball into the leg side, but Duckett just lowers himself and tucks it and shovels it into the leg side. But again, Alzari Joseph is trying to bowl that hard line and length at Duckett, just cramping him for room.
Again, the television director is very enamoured with the delivery that Matt Ford bowled to get rid of Will Jacks. The ball nipping away at angle, going back towards middle stump. It just straightened, and that was the end of Jacks. But the next ball from Alzari Joseph is defended by Liam Livingston. 53 for 5, England.
Yes, obviously Matthew Ford is a wicket taker with a new ball, and it's good to see him getting the ball to go both ways, and the length and the line that he is bowling with that new ball is quite commendable. This is his debut match, and he's really running in and holding his lines and length like a man who's been there for a little while.
Joseph with a short ball, and Livingston wisely decides to duck underneath it, then rehearses the pull shot that he might decide to employ should he get himself in. Josh Buttler, I mean, the bouncer was a surprise for sure. I think Buttler was expecting something around off stump as he looked to sort of shuffle forward and cover that off stump. But should he have taken it on first ball?
No, I would have ducked that first ball and allowed it to go. Alzari Joseph bowled the previous ball 141 kilometres, so he's bowling fast, and he has a very good record at the Kensington Oval.
Yeah, averages 13 or something at the Oval. Livingston decides to take it on though, slams it up in the air, it goes high off the bat. Tried to take on the pull shot, and no control whatsoever, and the ball spent an age out in the sky towards mid-wicket. Fortunately for Livingston and for England, the fielder was unable to get around and take the catch, but again a huge risk taken with England 5 down. And two batters, well, Livingston himself, who's only just come to the crease.
Yeah, I don't know why he wanted to play that shot, Liam Livingston, but favours fortune, favours the brave. Yeah, he pulled a ball up, but just short of a length, not getting a lot of bat. The ball hitting high on the splice of the bat, but Casey Carty couldn't make it round from backward square to mid wicket, and he got a single.
Joseph nudged off the hip of Duckett to Hetmeyer at deep backward square, and they'll pick up another single.
Yes, again, Alzari Joseph looking to tuck Duckett up on the leg side, don't give him any room outside the off stump. He's very, very strong square wicket and driving through the cover, extra cover area. That ball just on the hip, and he just tucked it quite nicely into the leg side. Hetmeyer down on the boundary on the leg side, just picked it up and get another single. And after 12 overs, England have moved on to 55 for 5, and those 5 wickets will be hurting England, knowing that they were sent into bat on a Kensington Oval surface that is actually fresh. And they would have wanted to bowl first, but unfortunately they're batting, and there's a good toss which they hope to have won, and obviously pressure on England batters.
Yep, West Indies winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Josh Buttler said he would have done the same thing, and given the rain and the fact that the pitch had been under covers, that's an entirely justifiable decision. West Indies have responded though in the field and with the ball. There's been barely a bad ball bowled, and England looking to try and be positive no matter what the conditions or the occasion. Found themselves getting out to a mixture of excellent bowling, some of it completely blameless. You think of the dismissal of Jacks. Crawley perhaps maybe shuffled down the pitch, but again, the delivery was an absolute belter. Brook and Duckett, there was a mistake there, and Butler, well, he took on the short ball, first ball, and perished. Now we've got to change. It's going to be spin. Moti comes in to the attack. He's bowling to Duckett. First ball, he tries to slap it through the offside. Inside edges it to mid-wicket, and that seems like a good time to hand over to Sir Curtly Ambrose and to Barry Wilkinson out there in Barbados.
Thank you so much. As Modi comes in again and bowls, this one is short. There he goes to pulls it behind square. He'll get one. Will he come out for the second? No, he wouldn't try to risk that, especially after the run out early of Harry Brook for one. So 56 for 5. All eyes on Matthew Ford, the young 21-year-old who has impressed many this year in the Caribbean Premier League. And the Honourable Desmond Haynes, chairman of selectors, was very tempted to go with him as he makes his debut, and he's got an impressive 3-wicket haul so far, 3 for 18. He's also, of course, in the T20 squad just picked, so all eyes on him. But it's Moti at the moment and bowls, and this time Livingston is on driving straight to the fielder there. Karaya at the wideish mid-on, and there's no run. 56 for 5 in over number 13 as Moti again left arm spin and bowls, and this delivery is punched out to cover, and there's still no run. Sir Curtly Ambrose is with me. Sir Curtly, would you say England have approached this like if it's a T20?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, when you look at the first and second ODIs, that's the way they played.
Moti in again and bowls. This time Livingston is cramped for room, but still finds that space out there in the long on area for one. 57 for 5. One ball left at over number 13.
It's just a situation where they didn't get off this time. Some good bowling, particularly for Matthew Ford, as David Joseph among the wickets as well. So it's not like a T20 mode. It's a situation where they didn't get off this time.
Duckett on 31. He's got the lion's share of the runs from 33 balls. Livingston's only got 4, but it's Duckett on strike as Moti bowls, and this delivery is on-driven again to the long on area for 1 to end the over. We've got 13 overs gone. The West Indies winning the toss and fielding first. England in trouble. They're 58 for 5, the latest score here on TalkSport 2. So Curtly Ambrose, you look at the situation in this game in terms of the conditions. We had so much discussion about Antigua and the Saviv Richards Stadium and that surface. How do you compare the two surfaces? Has this played better so far?
This one seemed to have a little bit more in terms of movement of the seam than the pitches at the Saviv Richards Stadium. So batting is a little bit more tricky today. I reckon because of all that rain around, maybe a bit of preparation moisture or the covers.
It's going to be Joseph as he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is driven firmly out to the point for 1.
The covers were on for a long while, so maybe a little bit of sweating. So there's a little bit of movement around, and there's no sun or anything like that. So I reckon he will continue to play so for a long period of time.
I'm going to get your thoughts in a minute on Matthew Ford, who's had a wonderful debut so far. But for the meantime, it's Livingston. He's on 4. He's on strike as the vice captain comes in now. Bowls, passes the umpire, and this is a short ball that's pulled over the mid-wicket area. That's going to go into the boundary for a rare boundary, a rare 4, because we haven't seen many boundaries at all, giving the England fans something here to shout about.
It's still a slowish surface. Yes, when you're bowling a good length, you may get the ball to seam a little bit. But there was a short delivery from David Joseph, and it tells you the lack of pace in the pitch. Because David Joseph isn't a medium pacer, and he was hit well through mid-wicket. That tells you the slow nature of the surface.
It actually hung in the air for quite some time, you're right. Perhaps if that fielder, that mid-wicket was back a little bit, might have been in for a catch as Joseph in again bowls another shot ball. This one is pulled with a lot of command, but there's a fielder in the backward square leg boundary, and they'll only get 1. Let's talk a bit about Matthew Ford, 21 years old. He's doing his Bachelor's of Science in Sports Science at the University of the West Indies from the Combermere School, a school that has produced so many cricketers: Craig Brathwaite, Carlos Brathwaite, Shane Dulrich. They're known for producing cricketers, and he's looked good.
He's one of those players that is always looking to learn, and that's key. As long as you're coachable and you're looking to learn, you will get better.
Joseph comes in again and bowls, and this time is again pulled through mid-wicket. It was a very low arm pull. He jabbed at it. It's going to go down to the boundary, but I don't think he'll get there. Just help and relayed to Shepherd just about now, and the batsmen there are going to get 2 more runs. So Duckett moves up to 36, 67 for 5. Hetmar given a very good effort there on the mid-wicket boundary, relayed it to his countryman, and I'll go further and say his perhaps neighbour, because they're both from Berbice in Ghana, and they were able to stop what would have been a boundary and only limit it to 2. 13 overs and 4 balls gone, 67 for 5. The run rate is at 4.90, but England won't be looking at that. They'll be looking at the fact that the right column says 5 wickets down. Here comes Joseph in again now, bowls, and this time Livingston is playing the ball straight to the offside, gets a single as the ball is played out to the third man area. Matthew Ford called into account again, and there's just 1 run there for him. 68 now for 5. Conditions have improved a lot in terms of no more rain for the meantime. It was very overcast earlier, lots of rain, then it stopped and started again, and there was that ever-present feeling that we were going to have one of those days, secretly, that you'll be watching rain fall and not watching cricket. Thankfully, that has not happened, and we have a good crowd on hand. I would say, like I said earlier, 85% UK, 15% local. Is Joseph around the wicket now and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett is turning this one behind square. He'll get 1 to end the over. 14 overs gone, and England are 69 for 5. Livingston has 10. Duckett has 37 from 37. Latest now here at Kensington Oval, more from Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Shea Hope, the West Indies captain, won the toss, elected to bowl first, and up to this point turned out to be a good decision. His bowlers haven't let him down at all, picking up 5 quick wickets for only 69 runs on the board. So at this juncture, you have to say that the West Indies are in the ascendancy and they're more confident at this moment. Lots of work to be done by Duckett and Livingston, who is at the crease, along with Sam Cowan, Atkinson, Rayan and Potts to come. Lots of work to be done, lots of overs to go.
Phil Salt caught Joseph, bowled forward for 4. Will Jacks was caught by the keeper Hope and the captain, off of Ford for 17. Zach Crawley went for Duck, caught by Athanase off of Ford, and then we saw Harry Brook needlessly run out. Very athletic there from Sylvester, I call him Sylvester Joseph, from Alzari Joseph for 1. And then Josh Butler, I thought he was perhaps the softest of the wickets to go, just skying a ball to Moti on the backward square leg boundary, and he went for a duck as well. So we've got 2 ducks in this lineup, Crawley and Butler, and they would have been very key and pivotal men, with Duckett unbeaten on 37 run a ball, 37 4-4s, and Leon Livingston, he was on 10. But we've got Sam Curran coming in next, so they still have lots of batting left. But you would have to say, with 43 overs, I know you said that this is how England usually start, this is how they play their cricket, but you just get the feel that once they can settle down, they will give you that competitive total. If not, the West Indies are not going to be chasing anything above 200 runs.
It's going to be so important for the West Indian bowlers to keep it as simple as possible. You don't want England to get away to a big total. So it's always going to be a situation where, because oftentimes, Barry, you know, as bowlers, and you nip out 5 wickets for nothing much, all of a sudden they start to experiment and try things, and before you know it, there's a big total on the board. So it's always important, just keep it simple, continue to do the things that are bringing you success, and try to finish. Don't experiment too much.
Yeah, well said. The lights are on, and the water card is still very much on, so you're not missing any cricket. The West Indies making 1 change today, and that change has proved to be very successful. You just get the feel that in that first one in Antigua, when they only shuffled about 5 bowlers, they were definitely a bowler short, and I think they paid the price there as England made 325.
That was my observation as well. 5 bowlers, because there's a situation where if 1 or 2 of the bowlers don't quite get it right, who are you going to fall back on? But then when I look at the lineup, then I thought, okay, maybe they will use Atenes for a couple of his off spinners, or they could use Rutherford for a few of his seamers,
that's right.
which he did in the second ODI. So maybe that was the thinking behind the team, but I'm always a bit concerned about just 5 frontline bowlers, because things can go haywire.
Yeah, you're right, and things did. Luckily, Shea Hope and Romario Shepherd picked up the slack with the bat and were able to get the West Indies home. So we're about to have a resumption now. The cart is going off, and there's going to be Moti to continue. The left-arm spinner. He's got 18 wickets so far in his very short ODI career. This is his 10th ODI match. Guritish Moti from Guyana. We had the unfortunate news of the death yesterday of Clyde Butts. That was indeed so sad. He perished in a car accident, and as well as Joe Solomon. So 2 former greats gone in one day. Here comes Moti now on bowls, and this delivery is on the line. The off stump. Duckett defends, and there's no run. How close were you with Clyde Butts?
I mean, we weren't that close. I mean, whenever we meet up, we'll have a little chat about cricket or whatever.
Moti again bowls, and this one is a full toss, driven, not taken advantage of. Fields to his own bowling, Moti, and there's no run.
Yeah, but it's not a situation where we'll call up each other from time to time. You and I claim to be friends, Barry. You don't call me anyway.
That's not true. You're never wrong when you call. You're always up and down. As Moti bowls again down the leg side, turned into the onside. They're going to sneak a single here to backward square. They fielded there. I wouldn't say Hetmeyer was caught napping, but he could have been a bit more alert in that position. In the end, they were able to get a single. So 1 run to take the total now to 70. 7-0 for 5 and here on TalkSport 2. We're in over number 15. A bit of a recovery. Livingston has got 10 from 13, and Duckett has got 38. It was 49 for 5, so these two have had a little partnership of 26 so far, the highest partnership. As Moti now bowls to Livingston, and Livingston is driving back to Moti, and there's no run. Moti has certainly come on leaps and bounds as a cricketer in the last 5 years. He's worked so hard at his game, and I'm not surprised that he's reaping some success. Again on the line of the middle stump, turned into the onside, still no run. Yannick Carrier there running in from mid-wicket to ensure that he would be able to take a single. Here he comes again and bowls, and Livingston this time is driving through the onside pleasantly out to the long on area down to the boundary, but there's a fielder there, so he'll get what's called a long one, and the over comes to an end. 15 gone. 43 overs all told to be bowled by the West Indies, and England are 71 for 5 after 15. Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Very, very good going by West Indies. This is exactly what Shea Hope, the skipper, would have wanted. Early wickets, restrict England, put them under some pressure. As you see, Yannick Carrier coming into the attack. Going to be very interesting to see how he goes with his leggies. Would he be able to get some purchase? Would he cause some problems for the batters?
If anything, from what we've seen from Moti is to go by, I think he might want to get some on the right length. He will. I have some good news in terms of the bowling of Matthew Ford. I've just been informed that 3 for 18 is currently the best bowling figures on debut for West Indies versus England in ODIs. The best was 3 for 28 by the late great Malcolm Marshall in the 1980. So this has been a very encouraging start for the career of Matthew Ford, as this first delivery is well flighted, and there he comes on the front foot and square drives it out to the point area for 1. Livingston goes to 12, a 72 for 5. When you're being in the company of someone like Malcolm Marshall, you must be doing something right, even if it's on debut.
What a phenomenal bowler he was. There are no questions whatsoever when it comes to his bowling. The late great Malcolm Marshall.
People always compare you with Mako in terms of who was better. Was it Sir Curtly? Was it Malcolm Marshall? Here comes Carrier. He doesn't have that reputation yet at all. and that's driven beautifully by Duckett into the covers, and that's going to go for 4. It was a full toss outside the land, the all stump, and Duckett is not the most attractive player, but he has a very good habit of putting away bad balls, and that he did for 4, and he moves it now to the 40s, and England now, they move along now to 80, is it? No, 76-5.
That's what batting is all about. The ability to put away bad deliveries. And of course, you can get singles or twos off of good deliveries as well. That frustrate bowlers.
Carrier in again with his leg spin and bowls. This one is short and punched away. We'll get perhaps a couple here again. He comes and gets the first one very quickly, but no, he doesn't want the second. Not fielded, not taken cleanly there by the keeper, Hope. And in the end, even though it was deflected, they'll still settle for the single as that ball went out to the cover boundary. So Duckett, 43, 79 for 5. Livingston, he is on 12. These are still 2 very good batsmen, don't fool yourself. Sam Curran can also bat very well. So England, once they can get settled again, can still post to perhaps a competitive total. As Carrier comes in again and bowls to Livingston, who's playing this in the air out to backward point. One bounce to Alzari Joseph. That one stopped on him, Mr. Curley. I think that's what you were trying to insinuate, that if you don't go through the shot, you could be in trouble. That was just short of a length, and Livingston was very lazily on the back foot. Here comes Carrier in again and bowls to Livingston. Livingston gets the dividends, driving in the air. That's going out to the long off area. They get 1. They'll come back for the second quite easily. Shimron Hetmar feels just about now, and the batsmen get 2. But again, that one held up. The ball is not going through.
And that is something that Carrier needs to do. Take the pace off the ball a little bit and force the batters to really hit it. It's easier to hit through the line when the ball is a bit flatter or a little bit quicker. With pace off, it's always a good option.
Here he comes in again, Yannick Carrier, and bowls with a slip this time, and this one is driven again into the backward point area. They get 1. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they do. So 2 more runs there to England. This is good cricket from them. A nice little fight back. They were 49 for 5. They're now 81 without further loss after 16, with Duckett moving to 43. Livingston has 16, the latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Very, very important that these 2 continue to build a good partnership. Partnerships are so important. If these 2 can bat as deep as possible, the runs will come. They are scoring quite nicely without taking too many chances. But on the other hand, the West Indies now would want to break this partnership before it gets bigger.
You're right, because you correctly said about 15 minutes ago that the last thing the West Indies would want is to do so well and then they get complacent and you find a 60 or 70 run partnership that bring England back into the game. And that's, I wouldn't say has begun to happen. Well, it has begun to happen. It's not happening as yet fully, but it has begun to happen. As Moti comes in and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett is driving back to Moti. There's no run. The Windies releasing their T20 squad today. If you missed it, Andy Russell is back. That's the big news. I'm sure that would whet appetites of some. As this delivery again is driven into the onside. Hetmeyer's there at mid-wicket and there's no run. He tugged that as well. Didn't really hit it with any level of conviction. Here comes Moti in again and bowls. This delivery again, bang on target on the line in the middle stump. Duckett on the front foot, playing the ball back to the bowler. Still no run. There's a slip, there's a short third man, there's a sweeper, cover, mid off, long on, short mid wicket in the back square at the boundary. This one is turned down into the back square leg position. Shimron Hetmeyer is there, along with Casey Carty. They do a bit of relay and ensure that the batsmen are kept to single. 82 now for 5 in over number 17 in the second power play. Moti in his third over has only conceded 6 runs. My goodness, has he bowled well. Livingston on strike on 16. This time he gets a full toss, pitched on the line of the leg stump, turns it down to the mid-wicket area, out to the boundary. But Ford is there and they only get 1 run. really thought he should have done better with that as well. These are deliveries that are gifts. That was virtually a full toss on his legs, and he just pushed it into the onside. Let's see what Duckett will do. Here he comes in now, Martin Bowles to Duckett. Left arm spin to the left-handed batsman Duckett, who's just again forcing this into the offside for another single to end the over. 17 gone, it's 84 for 5. As we look at the career of Ben Duckett as a one-day cricketer, 29 years old, of course he's from Kent. This is his 11th ODI. He's only scored 324. Not a bad average of 36. Highest score of 107 not out. So 250s and 1 century in 11 ODIs is not too bad, Sir Kirby. How do you rate Ben Duckett as an ODI cricketer?
Still very early to make a good assessment. Still very young in his international career. Looking to build a foundation. Already scored a century, so he knows how to score runs. That's not an issue. But it's still too early, Barry, to really give him, you know, some kind of pass mark. Needs to play a little bit more.
He's on strike again as Carrier bowls. So this one is short. He's punching it beautifully, but there's a fielder there on the backward point boundary. That's Casey Carty, and that means he'll only get 1 run. We spoke about Duckett. What about Liam Livingston? We'll talk about him a little bit. He's an interesting cricketer in terms of his career. Livingston, of course, is just about a year older. Cumberland. He's played some 24 one internationals. Still looking for a century. As this delivery is pitched up and driven out to cover, we'll get 1 more. 24 ODIs, 513 runs, highest score of 95. But he's been in and out of the team. He has not suggest consistency, and he has not been a solid member of the side. So he's looking to change all of that. Only played 1 test, Liam Livingston. As the tuck band makes its way around the ground, you can hear it in the back, providing some sweet songs. As this delivery is down the leg side and played into the ear, out to a short leg area. There's no short leg, so they'll get away. Perhaps there was someone might have been in for a chance and catch. Carrier, none for 12 in his second. It's 86 to 5 with Duckett on 46, 1 shot away from what will be another half century. The crowd is quiet at this stage as Carrier bowls to Duckett. He's driving again out to the man Casey Carty there again at the point boundary for 1. So Duckett moves now to 47 from 50. Livingston on 18. So this is a good recovery. 49 to 5 was the score at one stage. 87 now without further loss. 2 balls left in the overtime. We got here from here comes again Carrier bowls, delivery that brings the batsman on the front foot. He's pushing square to the offside, thought of a single, but decides against it, and there is no run. So the weather's definitely improved. It's looking much better. I don't think once it remains like this that we should have any more rain interruptions that we have all day. But now we're seeing that the umpire is signaling a no ball, which means it's going to be a free hit. We're just going to confirm it's because it oversteps. You can't do that as a spinner, can you?
It's something that always irritates me when it's the spinners bowling no balls. I mean, nobody's perfect, but you're not really running in, striding out like a fast bowler. It shouldn't be.
Let's see what Livingston does with this free hit. He comes down the pitch and goes for a big swing, misses it. But of course he would have been stumped on a normal day, but he can't be stumped on this occasion. So that's a free hit gone awry, you will have to say. That was a great opportunity for him to try and get a 4 or 6, but he missed it, and in the end it's a dot ball, and it's 88 for 5.
That is exactly, Barry, why I complain a lot about this free hit nonsense, to be quite fair. Everything these days tailor-made for batters.
Here he comes in again and bowls on the line of the off stump. Played square into the offside, and there is no run to end the over. 18 overs out of 43 gone. Duckett has 47 from 50. Livingston has 18 from 25. The Windies won the toss. England were in trouble at 49 for 5. They're still being checked, but at 88 for 5 would suggest that our recovery is on. So, thank you so much, Sir Kirtley, here on TalkSport 2. Let's hand you back to Andrew McCann.
Thank you very much, Barry and Sir Kirtley. Yeah, work to be done for England. 18 of the 43 gone. 88 for 5 means they're going at just under 4.9 and over. Ben Duckett, 47 from 50. Livingston, 18 from 25. After Salts, 4. Jack, 17. Crawley, 0. Brook, 1. Butler, first ball duck. Moti will continue with his 4th over. 0 for 8 so far for the slow left armour. Shea Hope's just wandered all the way down to have a word with his bowler before they start the new over. Ben Duckett will be on strike, closing in on his 3rd one-day international 50. It's fair to say that England have needed him, and Liam Livingston, to be fair. These two have got to do the bulk of the batting, certainly for the better portion of the remaining innings. Moti is now happy and will start. Left arm over to Duckett, who punches towards mid-on, and there is no run. Band in good form, very good form today. In goes Moti. Duckett forward, playing from outside the off stump, turning on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Steve Harmison alongside.
Yeah, it's been a good little fight back by England.
Duckett down on the sweep from well outside of off stump and to deep backward square for a single. He goes to 48, 89 for 5.
Ben Duckett's played really well. He's been very, his decision making's been brilliant, especially against the Seamans early on. When carnage was going around him, he stayed calm, he stayed composed. He's now gone to the sweep shot off the spinner. I'm really encouraged by it. I think we all want to see Liam Livingston get a score. Talk about Liam Livingston in the build-up.
Around the wicket is Moti to Livingston. Livingston stays tall, allows it to come all the way to him, and then guides it down to 3rd, where Rutherford, sprinting after it, will put it inside the boundary, about 10 metres inside, so they can come back for a couple. 91 for 5. Livingston's got 20 from 26.
That was a lovely shot. He just let the ball bounce. He laid it on the ball, come to him. A little late cut past, a short 3rd. 44 is the partnership. It's just building nicely. It was carnage for about a 20-minute period early on for England when the ball was bouncing, and now Livingston and Duckett just starting to rebuild nicely here for England.
Moti around the wicket, shorter but quicker punch to Hetmeyer as short extra cover, and Livingston's got a smile on his face thinking, what I could have done with that, but I didn't. It's no run. To complete the over, Moti goes in. Livingston just plays respectfully to short mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 19 gone here on TalkSport 2 England. 91 for 5 after being put in. Jared Kimber.
Ohtani just signed in Major League Baseball a 10-year contract for $700 million.
I'm sorry, say that again in English.
10-year contract, $700 million. And I just wondered how that compared to your career earnings, Harvey.
£700, I think that's about it, to be honest. Most of it was made off the back of a Caribbean trip, so not quite in that league or John Rahm's league when it comes to the live golf or anything like that. But what a time it is now to be a professional sportsman.
Also, I said this before, it's really interesting that you've got a Japanese baseballer who's an all-rounder, so they haven't had an all-rounder in baseball for 100 years, and he's one of the biggest baseball stories. We've got an Afghanistani leg spinner in cricket. There's a lot of weird stories popping up in sport that you wouldn't normally assume. I don't think if you're a young person in Japan 15 years ago, you're dreaming of making $700 million with the Dodgers. Macca might have been.
I can remember when Alex Rodriguez went to the Texas Rangers from Seattle. That was 252 over 10 years. Starts with a new over. Carrier is in, and it's turned around the corner to the leg side by Duckett, down towards short fine leg, but there's no run. I think that was 252 over 10 years. And that was probably 20 years ago, maybe even a little bit more now. So gives you an idea of the inflation of sports wages. Actually, Kevin Peterson, I saw on social media, describing the live golfers as pioneers. Duckett drives into the cover region. He'll be fielded by Alzari Joseph just outside of the ring at mid-off, and they will take a single. Duckett goes to 49, 92 for 5. I've heard the live golfers called many things recently, but Pioneers was a new one on there.
Yeah, just not like Kev to prick his ears up when there's money going around, is it? So, no, he has an opinion on the golf. I think, you know, Rory McIlroy in that situation, spare a thought for him. He has been the leading light for the golf, or what you would say is the proper golf, and not the breakaway league. But I think we're all golf fans, just want to see everybody play together.
Carrier is in, but deep in his crease is Livingston, pushing to mid-on for a single, 93 for 5. Of course, Kevin's currently playing in that Masters competition, and in fairness to him, doing quite well.
Yeah, he's doing
I did
really
see him say on social media, thoughts of an IPL contract.
Yeah, somebody was pushing the Pakistani Super League towards him. I'm not sure he'll be going over there, but no, Kev was an unbelievable player. You know, a ridiculous talent player. It looks as though he's gone to play cricket. I think he's back now, and he did look in fine form. He hit a couple of big shots down the ground when you see them on social media, and you can still see that he could possibly still play.
Duckett, 49 not out, pushes back with a point on the offside and brings up his half century. He does it in 56 balls. He's got more than half of the England total, then 94 for 5 after 19 overs and 4 balls. But Ben Duckett gets his third one-day international 50 just when his team need him most.
Yeah, well played, Ben Duckett. It really has been an exceptional innings, because while things were going round him at the other side for predominantly right-handers, the left-hander, he stood tall. He's absorbed the pressure, gone about his innings in a nice little merry way, and he's keeping England just in this game. I say just in this game.
Livingston to face Carrier, stays deep in his crease as he bowls right arm over leg break, pushed all along the floor to long on, and they walk a single to make the partnership 46 from 62 balls, taking England to 95 for 5.
Liam Livingston again, that's better. Just hit it down the ground and just keep the momentum going. Put the pressure back onto the West Indies. Keep building this little partnership, which that it is only a 43 over game, and England are in a bit of trouble. But don't shoot yourself in the foot by giving it away. Give yourself the best chance of facing the last 10-12 overs of this cricket innings.
Duckett waits for Carrier. He's giving him some width. Chipped in the air, down over mid-off's head, and it'll land 10-15 inside the boundary. Rutherford does the fielding. Duckett's heart was in his mouth for a while, because he didn't get all of it. It was more of a chip than anything else, but he knew the man was inside the 30-metre circle, so as long as he cleared him, he was okay, but he didn't clear him by much. Duckett's got 52, England 97 for 5 here on TalkSport.
Yeah, there was just enough drift on that delivery there that just drifted away from Duckett, where you could see he was wanting to hit it down the ground, and just at the last minute you could see his facial expressions that he knew he was in trouble. He knew it was just a little bit too far out of reach, but he knew he didn't have to hit it that far and that hard, so he didn't try and lose his shape. He just tried to guide it straight rather than try to hit it with full force then over towards the leg side, which might have got him in trouble, and it might have gone straight up in the air. So again, Ben Duckett, he's in a little bit of form, he's in a little bit of touch. You see how he just adjusted there.
Moti around the wicket to the right-handed Livingston, gets a low full toss about ankle height and clips it out to Romario Shepherd, who's on the mid-wicket boundary, and returns it in for a single. From the bowling point of view so far, well, it's been Matthew Ford's show on one-day international debut, 3 for 18 from 6. Romario Shepherd's 4 overs have cost 31. They opened the bowling. Alzari Joseph came on first change, 1 for 17 from 3 for him. Moti is in his 5th as he bowls to Duckett outside of off stump. Ben Duckett gets so low as he plays the sweep, gets it to deep backward square, and they will take a single to take it to 99 for 5 and the 50 partnership. So Gudakesh Moti, 3 overs, 0 for 8, and Yannick Carrier, 2 overs, 0 for 14. Those the bowlers used so far. The West Indies making one change, like England did today. It's Ford for O'Shane Thomas. Bryden Cast missed out as Matthew Potts came in for England. Bryden Cast, Joss Butler said that the toss due to illness. Around the wicket is Moti. Livingston pushes out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, the spin bowlers have bowled nicely, but I think England at the 5 down building a partnership. I think I turned Alzari Joseph.
Now that one bounced a little bit from Moti, and that is the bottom hand coming off the bottom of the bat from Livingston. That sort of reaction where you go, oh my goodness, what happened there kind of thing. So there was a bit of bounce, but he managed to control it. There's 2 balls left in the over. 0 for 13 for Moti. Short ball, not timed into the offside on this occasion. Well, he's not well enough to get to a boundary, but it's a single that brings up the England 100. 20 overs and 5 balls to get there. It's 100 for 5. Livingston got 24. Duckett 53. England's rebuilding job continues.
Yeah, 51 run partnership this, and the spin bowlers have contained nicely, and Shai Hope will be, just ticking the overs off as much as he possibly can. But with the partnership building, Alzari Joseph only bowling 3 overs.
Moti, that one turned. Duckett helps it around to a deep backward square, and they will take a single.
And I think because of that, I'd have a look at Alzari Joseph and see if he's your best bowler. He's my best bowler, so bring him on, see if he can break the partnership, 2 overs. If he can get one of these 2 out now, that would be a massive wicket for the West Indies, Jared.
Yeah, I think they went a little bit long with the spin there because they just let England just chip it around a little bit. So I think bring Joseph back, maybe a little bit late, but it's still a good idea. Kieran from CricViz sent us through something that says in the last 5 years, Joss Butler has had 9 dismissals from the short ball in the first 10 deliveries he has faced. So when he comes in, so the first 10 deliveries of each innings, he's gone out to the short ball 9 times compared to, I think, full balls was 5 times and length balls was 2. So you can see it's a big difference. So I went and had a look at the numbers. Before that, he used to average 142 playing the pull shot early in his career. In the last 5 years, he's averaging 22 playing the pull shot. That's a big difference, Harmy.
I wonder if that might have something to do with his numbers from his test career.
Well, Alzari Joseph is coming back for his 4th over. 101 for 5. It's down the leg side. Duckett's underneath this. Helps it on its way, and it lands in the players' viewing area of the Cigarfield Sobers Pavilion. First 6 of the innings. Just got his line wrong there, and Duckett just scoops it up and helps it on its way for 6. He goes to 60.
Yeah, shovelled round the corner. It's actually landed in the West Indies dressing room. He's just from around the wicket, bowled it onto the hip of Ben Duckett, who's, I think he's getting a little bit of a top edge on it, but just helped it around the corner with a pace on the ball, and just helping it up into the air. It's gone onto the balcony of the West Indies players.
Joseph around the wicket to Duckett, who pulls into the leg side towards mid-wicket. There's no fielder out there. 3 bounces and rolls into the rope. This is a fabulous start to this over from Ben Duckett. 6-4. He's now got 64 from 61. England 111 for 5 here on TalkSport 2.
It's poor bowling from Alzari Joseph. It really is. He's bowling into the wheelhouse arc of Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett, not a tall man, and he's going to try and bowl a bouncer. He's got to get that closer to Ben Duckett, and he's got to get it higher. He's got to get it higher. That is meat and drink for a player, not because Ben Duckett's in and he's on 64. That's one of his favourite shots.
Where does Joseph go here then? He's around the wicket and bowls. Well, that's about waist height as Duckett plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. And all the West Indian fielders clap and say, yeah, that's more like it. 3 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 27 for Alzari Joseph so far. He did get Joss Butler out. First ball, as Jared was saying, the short ball did the trick. As you and Butcher were actually talking about out the back of the box, Harmy, it wasn't the old full-blooded pull. It was sort of a get-off-me pull. Joseph around the wicket. Duckett opens the face, guides it backward a point. Single down to third man where Moti fields. Single taken, 112 for 5. And it almost looked like Buttler was a bit surprised by that short one.
Yeah, he was. He looked as though he was startled by it. Just get to the crease, he's taking his guard, standing there waiting for Alzari Joseph, just thinking, hit it back down the ground, and his instinct took over. That's what Josh Buttler does. He's very instinctive player. He plays better when he plays on instinct, and I think that she's seen the short ball, and he probably seen it a little bit late. It was onto him a little bit faster than he thought. It was a good short ball.
Alzari Joseph is in. Liam Livingston's climbed into this one over the leg side and just comes down over the rope. He gave that massive hang time, and it comes down about 1.5 meters over the rope at mid-wicket in front of the main scoreboard. And Alzari Joseph, I think that might have been an off-speed one. The seam certainly went down scrambled. It certainly went an awful long way. 75 metres as Livingston climbs into that one. 118 for 5.
Yeah, great shot from Liam Livingston. He's sensing that Alzari Joseph's not in total confidence, and he's expecting the full ball after Joseph's bowled a couple of short ones.
Final ball of this over. Livingston swings, misses through to the keeper, and there is no run. So 17 from the over. 2 sixes, a boundary 4 and a single. 1 for 34 is Joseph from his 4. It's 118 for 5 after 22 here on TalkSport 2.
Harmy, I had one for you that I thought you might be interested in. Alzari Joseph, we know he's probably more of a new ball bowler than anything else. A little bit of height, sideways movement, all those things. Against right-handers across the list day cricket, he averages 22, and against left-handers, he averages 57. We saw him come on here, and it was almost like he didn't have a clear plan of what to do to Duckett. I know in the end, Livingston's giving him one as well, but it was the lack of plan of he didn't seem to know what his best ball was to a left-hander. And with the new ball, that probably doesn't matter as much because he can nibble it around. Once the ball gets old, it doesn't look like he knows which side to bowl from and what kind of delivery he needs.
Yeah, I'm pleased you mentioned which side to bowl from. I'm still struggling to understand why people bowl around the wicket to Ben Duckett, especially because the way he sets up, his hips are open, his right foot is probably on sort of middling leg, his left foot's on middle stump. He is square, so if you're bowling from around the wicket, that's an easy tuck off the hip. If you're bowling short, you have to get it high if you're going to bowl short from around the wicket to him. I don't understand why people don't bowl over the wicket to him.
Moti to start a new over, and from outside of off stump turns back into Duckett, gets solidly in behind it, almost a little bit French cricket style, but keeps it out, and there is no run.
Seems to be the modern way that you bowl around the wicket to left-handers, but I think some, especially on pitches which have got a little bit of inconsistency of the bounce, and that is what this surface is. I'd have stuck over the wicket.
Moti, left arm spin, Duckett down quickly on the reverse. The ball actually grips in the surface and bounces a bit, but Duckett is good enough to go through with the shot, gets to the non-striker's end, has a giggle with the bowler. 119 for 5.
I think that shows you how good he's seeing the ball, because that actually didn't react the way he expected, did it? Like you said, Macca, I think it spun a little bit more, held up, and he almost waited for it and readjusted his sweep shot. And most people, or his reverse sweep in this case, most people don't do that.
Around the wicket is Moti to Livingston, very full, virtually full toss length, pushed out to mid-wicket where Carrier fields no run.
If a left-hander plays a reverse sweep, it's just a sweep though, isn't it? They're the ones standing on the wrong side.
Moti, that's short. Livingston doesn't time it as well as he would like into the offside. Will still get out to the cover sweeper for a single, and it's 120 for 5. If a left-hander plays a reverse in a forest and no one hears it.
The parable of our time.
Yes.
It's not a parable, it's convex, isn't it?
Leave it. Over the wicket is Moti to the left-handed Duckett, who is, his body is completely outside the line of off stump. Sweeps down to Rutherford at deep backward square and will take a comfortable single. 121 for 5 as we approach the end of the 23rd over.
The disappointing thing from the last over of Alzari Joseph, from a Shai Hope's point of view, you bring him on to try and make an impact, and he made the complete opposite impact that you want him to do, and he's your best bowler.
Moti to finish the over, quick in towards the pads of Livingston, clip to carrier at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 23 gone. It's a 43 over a side match, so 20 to go. 121 for 5 are England at this stage. Duckett 67 from 66, 31 from 39 balls for Livingston, and England at this rate are on course for 226. Well, that would be something to work with, at least.
Yeah, something to work with. 7 and over gives 261. I don't think they're getting 300 at 9 and over, but I think somewhere in between. I think 250. I think 250 on this surface could be a good score for England. That's what they should be looking to target. I think anything over 230 will be an in-game score. 7 overs less than a normal game. I don't think this is a great surface. And England's bowlers, well, they've got a couple of hit the deck bowlers as well, so I think they'll enjoy bowling on this.
Joseph to start a new over, and still around the wicket. Ben Duckett tries to flay this through the offside, doesn't catch up with it, and it's through to the keeper, Shea Hope, and there is no run.
And it's a big over for Alzari Joseph, because in the last over, his captain's asked him to come and break a partnership, and he's gone for 2 sixes in it, and that's criminal as your best bowler. But for me, from an England point of view, brilliant from Liam Livingstone, because he sensed that even though he's under pressure as in place, he's not bowled. He sensed the bowler's under pressure, and he hit him for a big six. Took a gamble. Shows that his confidence is growing.
Joseph past the umpire. Ben Duckett square drives this one out to Carty, who is sweeping on the offside in front of the party stand, and they will take a single. TalkSport 2, of course, every ball of the T20 series starting on Tuesday coming up as well. Don't forget, it's a pretty late start on Tuesday for the first T20. First ball, 10 o'clock UK time. So it's going to be a pretty late one. So tuck yourself up in bed, pop your earphones in, get your DAB radio on or your app, and you can stay with the cricket. Joseph into Livingston, drops it into the offside. Actually takes 3 or 4 paces down, saying to Ben Duckett, you come in? And Duckett said no, so they stay where they are.
But that's good from Liam Livingstone, because he's still looking. There's a good ball from Alzari Joseph. He's looking to rotate the strike, seeing that respect for the bowler, trying to still keep the scoreboard moving, waiting for the ball in his scoring area.
Alzari Joseph on his way. Oh, Livingston's come to meet him. He's swung into the leg side. Is it over the leg side? No, but it's dropped by Carty. He didn't get all of that one, and it went high without the distance, and it comes down with Carty underneath it, but it goes straight between his hands. And Alzari Joseph was having a difficult enough day with Liam Livingstone as it was, without his mates doing that. Carty is a straight deep square leg, moves about 5 or 6 metres to his left-hand side, gets a hand to it, but the next contact is with the grass, and Liam Livingstone stays at the batting crease. England 123 for 5.
It's a poor drop there from Carty. It really is.
Joseph once again around the wicket to Duckett. Slower ball, help round the corner to deep backward square. They will take 124 for 5.
It was a better bit of bowling from Alzari Joseph. This has been a good over from Joseph. This is what his captain Shai Hope needed from the last over when he first came on to bowl. He sees Liam Livingstone go towards the leg side, going for that big leg side shot, follows him, bounced in and around the hip area. Liam Livingstone just helps it up in the air on the way, and that really is a poor, it's got into the wind, but it's a really poor effort from Carty. He's nowhere near the boundary.
Joseph to the right-handed Livingston guides it wide of the keeper, through, second slip and away for 4. Used all the pace on the ball. That might be the quickest ball of the day so far, actually. 141 kilometres an hour. There was something behind that from Joseph, you could tell. He got the raging hump, and Livingstone just backed away, opened the blade, and guides it away through very fine third for 4 more.
That is a really good shot. He's just watched the ball bounce, I think. He's trying to get it a little bit squarer than that. It's just got it probably finer than he was wanting, but that's why it's gone to the boundary. And Alzari Joseph, well, in this series so far, he's been very, very expensive. A couple of spells in this series so far, he's been dealt with. And in this last 12 balls that he's bowled, when his captain really needed him, spinners had just contained enough to get England under a little bit of pressure. He's gone and released it in England now, where not where they want to be, but getting closer and closer to a total where they'll feel as though they're still in this contest.
Harmy, could I ask you a technical question about catches? Because you being the expert here.
Did you see me catch a cricket ball?
Yeah. They keep. I reckon West Indies have dropped 3 catches where they've let the ball get really, really low. Karai's coming in here.
He will over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Duckett backing away, hits to mid-off, and they don't take a single.
So obviously in Australia we're taught to catch it as close to our eyes as possible, and I know a lot of other countries do it with their hands facing up, not the way the Australians do. But it doesn't seem to me to be any reason to let the ball get 1.5 foot off the ground when you're going to take a catch. It just seems like an odd decision that they keep making.
Carrier on his way in over the wicket. It was a loopy one from Duckett. Duckett hits down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Oh, and it's well fielded by Ford, who got very close to being done by the spin. He was quite wide at long on, was running straight, and then suddenly had to put his left hand out behind him to stop the ball. And they only take a single, 129 for 5.
Yeah, there's some beautiful courses on the island of Barbados. Sandy Lane, I think the lads played yesterday. Royal Westmoreland, Apes Hill, and that there from Ben Duckett. 9-iron down the ground. It hit one of the rough patches. It got a little bit of spin. Just checked to this side. I think he had about an 8-foot putt from that little downhiller.
Presumably he hold it as well. Oh, Livingston's had a huge swing at this one. It hits him on the body. There's half an appeal from Hope for Elby Dudley, which surely must be too high, but Livingston was looking to give that the absolute beans.
Yeah, he was trying to hit that onto one of the golf courses on the west side of Barbados. He's gone kitchen sink this, and sometimes he does get predetermined that he is, but he's gone right across his stumps, both, and the ball's just bounced. I think it's spun as well to go past. I think it's going to go past off stump and probably
wide and high.
Just going to go over.
Carrier comes in for the 4th ball of the over. Livingston went across his stumps very early there to be in position, pushes to mid-on, well inside the circle, and they hustle for a single. Livingston realised the fielder was a little bit slow off the mark there, Moti, and called his mate through for a quick single.
I think to go on what you're saying, Jared, you're taught as whether your hands up, fingers pointing up or fingers pointing down. That's a preference for me as a fielder. You are comfortable in catching whichever way you as a player feels.
Moti Karaya into the left-handed Duckett, turns through square leg, and it will be a single.
But I think that the biggest thing you try and teach kids is to try and catch it as close as you possibly can to your body, where you've got a stable base. And more often than not, that's higher than your waist. It's above your waist, in and around your waist high. And if something does happen, well, you can have a second chance. You've got more chance of getting a ricochet or a rebound. But you've also got a chance, if you do catch it that little bit higher above the waist, to absorb the velocity on the ball to take it down. If you go right close to the ground like they've been doing, there's a hell of a lot more chance of you not being balanced.
Carrier is in. Livingston swings this one into the leg side. It's flat and just clears the man out on the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And he did not have much to spare at all there. That was a proper flatty from Liam Livingston. It gives him 6 to take him to 43 from 45. At end of 25, England 137 for 5.
Yeah, it's a powerful, powerful shot. Shortish ball. Liam Livingston's been waiting on this. He's been wanting to play that sort of slog sweep. This ball went 74 metres, but it probably only went 15 foot off the ground all the way, and it just got over the top of the fielder as it was coming down. There's Mario Shepherd there, both feet off the floor. I don't think he was really that close to it. Another good shot, another powerful shot from Liam Livingston, and another over where pressure was getting built up nicely, and England have been able to find a boundary just to release that pressure and then put the pressure back onto the other bowler at the other end.
To take you through the next few overs, Stacey Ann King is alongside Big Bad Barry Wilkinson.
Thank you so much, and what a partnership this is, just nearing the 100-run mark at this stage. I'm just a bit surprised as Stacey Ann King joins me that we have not seen Matthew Ford perhaps come back to try and take a wicket, because you've got a situation where he's got 3 for 18, the best bowler so far, and we've seen these two whack about the bowling quite easily. Some pretty poor fielding as well. Shepherd now comes in and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett has turned this in the air, and he's out caught at mid-wicket, just as I was giving them a bit of a stick. Easy wicket, and Duckett gives it away. 71 from 73, turning that one into the hands, very, very safe in there of Yannick Carrier, and it's now 137 for 6. Stacey would have to say a good breakthrough, but the West Indies did give some chances before that final catch.
Well, you did say or ask for a change of bowler. Unfortunately, it wasn't Matthew Ford, but Mario Shepherd doing what is needed for his captain, Ben Duckett, going for 71 from 73. He had 6 fours and 1 6 in that innings, and that partnership between him and Livingston, 88 from 93. So a very good partnership in the context of this game, because they've lost a lot of wickets up front, and just being able to recover and keep things tight. That's been a really good innings from him, but he'll know that he gave it away. That was just too easy after he was all set.
Yeah, that's the surprising thing. He's fought so hard, and it looks like his wicket was really surrendered. He did not show that he was in control, and just pushed the ball into the hands of Brandon King at the short mid-wicket to be dismissed for 71 from 73. Like you said, 6 fours and 1 6. But a great partnership. Livingston is still there on 43 from 45, 2 fours and 2 sixes. But now we're going to be joined, he's going to be joined rather, by Sam Curran, who's also a pretty good batsman. Your thoughts on the score? 49 for 5, Stacey Ann, to fight your way to 137 for 6. Would the West Indies take this on in terms of feeling a bit deflated?
In a sense, they may, because wickets were falling so quickly before they created opportunities, but then a number of opportunities that were created weren't taken as well. But give credit to where credit is due, and it was a really good innings and a really good partnership between Duckett and Livingston. Livingston is still there, but in the context of the game, I think it was really good from them. You actually saw Ben Duckett trying not to play that sweep shot in that first period of before getting to 50. So I thought it was really good from him, because he knew that he got out twice in the 2 previous matches playing that sweep shot, and just being able to stay out there.
So the man from Northampton has come in. That's Sam Curran, who's getting off the mark, turning the ball into the onside. He seems to be around so long. You seem to forget that Sam Curran is only 25 years old. But he, of course, is the younger brother of Tom Curran, as he's in his 32nd ODI. Highest score of 95 not out. I think that's actually the same score as Liam Livingston. I think both of them have 95 not outs as the highest ODI scores. As Shepherd comes in now and bowls to Livingston. Livingston gets a good short delivery that cramps him up for room. He was looking to cut that. In the end, he had to play it and defend it along the ground, and there is no run.
Yeah, a few deliveries similar to that. He would have just opened the face and beaten the wicket keeper, just literally guided it down to that short third or that long deep third area and picked up runs for it. But this time around, Shepherd bowling a much tighter line to him.
Here comes Romario Shepherd, the man from Burpees, passes umpire and bowls. This one again cramps him for room. We were short. It was on the line, the off stump, and there he was trying to just lean back and perhaps steer it down to the third man area, but he was unable to do so. Perhaps, I don't know if she was beating for pace or if he was just in the wrong position at the wrong time.
Yeah, 2 similar deliveries from Romario Shepherd, which is good from him, being able to bowl that tight line.
Here he comes in again as he passes the umpire and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston this time gets a good delivery on the line, the off stump. Forced to defend. Shepherd feels his own bowling. Shepherd has definitely tidied up, because he was a bit loose early on. In fact, there was an over that he was struck for 16 runs, but he's managed to just come back a little bit, and at 138 for 6. You look at the bowling figures of Shepherd, he's got 1 for 32, only in over number 5. Here he comes in again now and passes the umpire and balls to Livingston, and Livingston is going to cut this one. Beaten, taken there by the keeper Hope.
It's over.
And that's over. 26 of 43 gone, and England 138 for 6 with Livingston there. He's on 43 from 49. The run rate now 5.3. England fought back, but the West Indies have just checked their total.
And 5 bowlers used thus far for West Indies. Of course, Ford being the best on the day so far with 3 for 18 from his 6. He's only bowled 1 spell so far of 6 overs, which was really impressive. Shepherd 1 for 32 and Alzari Joseph 1 for 41. No wickets to any of the spinners just yet.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Is it because of the pitch? You think the pitch is perhaps favouring the seamers more, or the 2 spinners, Moti and Carey, have not really come to the party? Which one is it, Stacey?
Yeah, I think in the context of this facility, it has really taken a lot of pacers wickets. Pacers have gotten wickets more than spinners. Of recent, spinners have, but pacers generally have taken more wickets here.
Well, let's see if Carey is going to make the difference in that. The leg spinner, bowling to the left hand is Sam Curran, and this time this delivery is undriven, back to the ball, and there's no run. So Sam Curran, who would have had a pretty good returns in the last ODI, if not the first, when he went almost for 100 runs. Got 3 wickets in the last and was very good. Wasn't called on to bat. Today he definitely needs to put down his head and get a good innings for England. And this delivery, they're appealing for, well, the captain Shea Hope is appealing. Is he saying he's trying to insinuate that he was bowled? I don't think so. In fact, he actually just fixes the stumps himself, because that one went between the gloves of Hope, and they went on to hit the stumps, and he was just playing with him. He was just perhaps teasing Sam Curran, appealing for being bowled. Here comes Carey in again and bowls. This delivery is down the leg side and turned quietly into the forward square position for 1. So Curran goes to 2. 139 for 6. What's a good total now, would you reckon, Stacey?
Well, knowing that the average first innings score here is 200, just around 200, 202. I think from an English perspective, you'd want to get at least to 250. Give yourself a chance. Give your bowlers a chance as well, because they've done really well in the last ODIs.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston this time is stabbing at that, just on the line of the off stump. Plays it to Rutherford at the backward point position, and there is no run. Lane Livingston, although he has played some entertaining shots, has not necessarily looked rather fluent. He's only got 2 4s and 2 6s in his 43 from 50, but he's really played a good innings from the perspective that he stopped the wicket in glut, even though he was dropped as well. Should have been taken by Casey Carty there at the deep mid-wicket area. Casey Carty put down a very easy catch. Is it because he's not batting well? Perhaps he's not concentrated in the field, Stacey King?
Yeah, I didn't think that catch helped him, or that drop catch helped him in any way, because he's been having a hard time batting. And of course, you want to just do things to stay in the game so that your confidence is built as well, because you still have to go there to bat. So you don't want to be thinking that, hey, I just dropped a catch.
Easy one too. This delivery is again into the onside, and there the batsman goes on the back foot, looks to turn it in the onside, can't score, goes forward to square. The over ends a dot ball. England 140, 140 for 6 from 27. With Sam Curran on 2, Livingston has got 44. Projected scores, if they continue at this rate, they'll get to 223. They'll want, like Stacey Ann said, to get to what, 250. I think that will be a pretty good score. Got to remember, only 43 overs, so 243, 250 will be a really good score in 43. The approach by the West Indies is going to be the next thing. Is this pitch going to get better as the night goes on, or is it going to get progressively harder to be facing the pace of Sam Curran and others? Is it going to get more difficult, do you reckon?
Yeah, just think with the rain factor that has been around, there might be a bit of dew, so might see a few deliveries skidding on, a few deliveries staying, just with that invariable bounce as well out there. So it might be challenging in that second half for West Indies, but if you look at the history of this ground, and seeing that captains winning the toss, opting to have a bowl first, have a field first, they have normally been the ones that have been successful. So I think that had played a lot on Shea Hope's mind in terms of making his decision to field first. And so far, they may just think that they've got things a little bit because it's 140 for 6. They've broken that partnership between Duckett and Livingston, and I think that's really important for West Indies. But this is an English side that you don't ever want to underestimate.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right about that. Let's give you the scorecard while the water card is on. So Phil Salt was caught by Joseph off of Matthew Ford for 4. Will Jacks was caught by the keeper and Captain Hope off of Ford for 17. Zach Crawley was caught by Athanase off of Ford for Duck. Ben Duckett, the last man gone, caught by King off of Shepherd for 71 from 73 balls, 6 fours and a 6. Harry Brook unfortunately run out, going for a non-existent single. Really good fielding by Alzari Joseph, the vice captain, for 1, showing some athleticism. And Josh Butler, I thought perhaps his wicket was the most loose of the lot, skying a ball down to the fine leg area, and it was out caught by Moti off of Joseph for a duck. It has left Livingston, the L's left Liam Livingston for 44, not out, and Sam Curran, he's unbeaten on 2. The bowling has been very disciplined. 1 extra, and that's unheard of for the West Indies. Usually they have accumulated a lot of extras, but you would have to say, Stacey, before I give you the bowling figures, that the West Indies' bowling has been much more disciplined than it has been in a long time.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we saw that improvement coming into this match and the other 2 matches in the series, where they've just really tried to bowl a much straighter line. That 4th, 5th stump line they've tried to end on, and it has worked for them. At times they've been a bit wide and they've been punished for those wide deliveries, but very much improved bowling from West Indies. And as I mentioned, just 5 bowlers used thus far as well, and they've done well, especially their paces. And I think that 1 extra would have been that no ball from spinner Yannick Carrier, which is literally a sin. You don't want your spinners to be bowling no balls.
You're right. So we've had Matthew Ford, some 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 18. Romario Shepherd, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Azari Joseph, 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 41. Gurikish Moti, 6 overs, no maiden, none for 18. And Yannick Carrier, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 31. Shepherd is going to continue now. He's going to continue the attack, of course, from the Malcolm Marshall end. That's just, of course, right beneath the Coppin Cozian Short Media Centre. And he'll be bowling, of course, to Liam Livingston, who's on 41, as we're about to have a resumption after the long water break. I'll give you the field after this delivery as Shepherd comes in on balls to Livingston, and Livingston is playing this into the onside, can't score. The ball goes straight to the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. So there's the 3rd man. There's a point on the boundary. There's also a backward point, extra cover in the mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, backward square leg on the boundary, and a long leg. So pretty interesting field, which might suggest that he might be bowling some short deliveries. Here comes Shepherd in again now, bowls to Livingston, and Livingston gets delivered that short, but outside the line, the all stump goes down to 3rd man, fielded just about now by Yannick Carrier, and they'll get 1. What do you make of that field, Stacey Ankin?
Yeah, I think just based on how things have gone so far in the series, England have scored a lot of runs behind point on that deep point region, so hence the reason for having 2 fielders, a short point and a deep point, which is almost sweeping in that area. And both these players, they've played a lot of shots just pulling behind square.
Shepherd in again and bowls, and this time Sam Curran is driving sweetly but straight to cover. It's well stopped, mind you. Very well stopped, because had that pierced that offside field, that would have gone into the boundary. But very stopped there by Matthew Ford, and he stopped what I thought was a certain boundary, and they only get 1 in the end.
Yeah, again, Shepherd will think that that's not the field that he has set, or that's not where he wants him to score, because with the field set, that would have been 4 runs any day.
Still haven't seen Matthew Ford come back on the attack. Here's Shepherd now again in bowls. This delivery is again crabbing in for room. He wants a single. He's left for dead. Had that hit at the non-striker's end, he could have been run out, because there was the non-striker Sam Curran running down the pitch looking for a single off of the bat of Livingston. But Livingston started initially and said yes, then he said no, almost left him for dead. Well, the replay suggests that if he did hit, though, he might have been back. Would he? Yeah, he would have been back. But it was indeed very close. Here he comes in again, and balls to Livingston. Livingston this time is again getting delivery on the line. The off stump, still cramped for room. Just a bit of amateur batting by Livingston on this occasion, because he's been doing this for the last 2 overs and he hasn't tried anything different. He's still standing up, trying to force a delivery that's cramping him without moving.
Yeah, might want to possibly bat out of his crease, give himself a chance just to throw Shepherd off the line in which he's bowling. It's only 2 runs scored in this over thus far. Livingston is on 45, so he's been there. He knows what's coming from West Indies.
142 for 6 as he comes in again and bowls. This time he comes down the pitch and hits this in the air, and he's out caught at mid-on. That was as easy as it would ever happen. I just suggested to you that Livingston looked very, very amateur in terms of how he was facing Shepherd, and in the end I'm not surprised that he succumbed, coming down the pitch and just swatting the ball to the mid-on area. The 2 Guyanese doing the double on that. It was Shepherd and Rutherford teaming up, and in the end Liam Livingston is gone. England now, after a great fight back, almost 100 in partnership, they've now regressed again to 142 for 7.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Liam Livingston gone for 45 from 56 balls, but just giving it away. So literally falling into that pressure of not scoring and not being able to rotate the strike, and just opting to play a big shot.
Yeah, that's just what it was. So the new batsman is going to be Rian Ahmed. The run rate 5.07, but the thing about it is, Stacey Ann, is that you look at the fight back, 88 run partnership, and then to now lose 2 wickets at a particular stage where you still have so much time left to bat. It's difficult to think that the England side could get to 200 runs as the 19-year-old comes out to bat just 4 innings, best of 12, so that doesn't suggest that he's a big bat at all. Sam Curran is going to have to try and milk this strike as much as possible, with only Gus Atkinson and Matthew Potts to come.
And if you remember that Sam Curran innings in the first ODI where he scored 38 from 26, you need that and a bit more to get to that 250.
Yeah, it was very important for Liam Livingston to stay there, at least for another 7-8 overs. Anything else would have been a bonus, but 200 runs look out of the picture now, like it did at 49 for 5. And the bad news is that we might get some rain again too. So 142 for 7. Sam Curran is on strike as Yannick Carrier comes in and bowls. This delivery is outside the line of the off stump, spinning back into the left-handed batsman. He's on the back foot, punches it to Rutherford at cover, and there's no run. Not a good sign I'm seeing at all there in the west. We seem like we might get some more rain again. Well, the ground staff there are not bothered, so once they're not bothered, I don't get bothered either, because I take my cue from them. As Carrier bowls again, this delivery is on-driven out to the mid-on area. Looked like it was going down to the long on at one stage, but Matthew Ford just ran across to his right and did some very pretty diving and stopped it from going so far. So no run.
I also think the one thing with rain falling in day-night matches is, as it gets later in the day or in the night, you can't see when it's coming, when the rain is coming.
I told Sam that very same thing, as this delivery is again punched into the covers and there's no run. Sam, of course, asked me, our producer said, Barry, well, our local producer, he said, Barry, is it going to rain later on? I said, the difficult thing about Kensington Oval is that when it gets dark, you just cannot tell when the rain is going to come. It's impossible. And that's so true. So thank you for corroborating that story, Stacey King. So he would think I was just trying to give him a fast one. This one is short and punched straight to the fielder at cover. And again, there's no run. Sam Curran looking to find the gap. hasn't found it on that occasion.
Yeah, you just wonder what is Sam Curran's mindset at present. 4 dot balls, 2 balls remaining. How many deliveries do you want Ahmed to face, really?
Yeah, you're right. Here he comes in again and balls to Curran, and this time Curran is again punching it, but he gets a single this time out to the mid-off area. Alzari Joseph, the vice captain, is there, and they'll get a run to take the total now to 143 for 7. Run rate has dropped appreciably to now 4.96. It was just on the 6 at one stage when the 88-run partnership was going great guns, but it has since regressed just a little bit.
Just a few field adjustments for this final delivery and first delivery to Rehan.
Carry out none for 32 from his 5.5. He's been expensive tonight. He's not picked up a wicket. Here he comes in again now and bowls to Rian. And Rian is driving sweetly through cover. That's going to go a long way towards the boundary. Will it get there? I think it's going to get there. Yes, it does. Well, that does not suggest that this man can't bat at all. In fact, I would say that's one of the best shots I've seen for the night. A beautiful drive through cover for 4.
Yeah, definitely take back Sam Curran trying to cover or shelter Rehan after seeing this exceptional drive. Good stride, good position, and good gap finding as well.
What do you know? It went to the man who has been very unlucky in the field, Casey Carty. He's had a dreadful night. Let's hope he can make it out with the bat if he's called to do so. So Rian has got 4 for 1. That's his very first ball, and I must tell you, if that's what's to come, I'm looking forward to see what else he has, because that was not the sign of a number 8 batsman at all, or number 9, correction. Rehan Ahmed. It's going to be Romario Shepherd now to continue to bowl to Sam Curran, and Curran gets a delivery that's down the leg side and turned out to the fine leg area for 1. So a little look at Rehan Ahmed, just turned 19 as a matter of fact in August. Well, just as relative, I guess. That was some 4 months ago. But he's from Nottingham.
Right arm over.
Rehan Ahmed, and he's of course just played a handful of ODIs. Made his test debut already. Got 7 wickets in his 1 test. He's got 9 wickets in his 5 ODIs. A very young and exciting cricketer who has been tipped for greatness from the time he was 12 years old, when he was a net bowler apparently at Lords. Here comes Romario Shepherd. He runs it again now and bowls to Rian, and Rian this time is punching it nicely, but straight to the field. Shimron Hetmeyer at backward point, no run.
And it just shows the importance of this series and this tour for young players like himself. His high score previously was 6. Scored 12 in the first match, the first ODI. Played an exceptional cover drive a while ago to get off the mark. He's picked up wickets. He's been exceptional when it comes to English cricket.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time he's defending it nicely on the front foot, very confidently as well, as Shepherd feels his own bowling and there's no run.
He looks really confident as both batters just have a tap at mid-pitch on a short conversation.
Shepherd surveys the field and he's ready again now. Runs it, passes jumper and bowls. A delivery that's pitched up, driven straight to the mid-off area this time, and there's still no run. Rehan Ahmed looks at the kind of cricketer that, if you've got someone who's playing really good shots at the next end, you want to have him at the next, because he looks to me like he has stability. Early days yet, not suggesting anything, but from what we're seeing so far, he definitely can bat. He's not a rabbit. Here he comes in now again. Shepherd and bowls to Ahmed, and this time Ahmed is again on the front foot and looking very confident and driving straight back to the ball, and there's no run.
Yeah, bat, pad, foot, everything is in line and very close. So absolutely no chance for Romario Shepherd to get past anything. Looks very comfortable out there.
Yes, he does. see if he's going to perhaps make the most of this opportunity. There's still a long way to go. This delivery is outside line, the off stump, and driven beautifully again through cover for 4. It was in the air for a little while, but I tell you what, the way he played that shot, a little arrogance in it as well, cocked up bat and has gone for another boundary. Riyam Ahmed is showing that he has batting ability, if not stability, and he's got another 4 to take the total now to 152. The 150 comes up, 152 for 7 after over number 30.
And you can see that he intended to play that shot upish. It's a good measurement of the fielder who was just in the inner ring there as well. Didn't beat him by a lot, but the intent from young Ahmed. I love his confidence.
Oh, it's a lot to admire about him. He's only got 8 though for all of that. But the England side still have 13 overs left, so they still have quite a way to go. And I don't want to reiterate the point, but I'm really surprised that Ford has not come back to see if he can clean it up. He's been the best bowler. You're continuing to bowl Yannick Carrier. You can't tell me you're going to keep the spinners on, and that's why we haven't seen Ford, because Shepherd is bowling for the next end. I really feel that Ford should have come back to try his hand again after getting 3 for 18.
Yeah, support that sentiment.
There's going to be Carrier. Perhaps he'll come now and get a wicket and prove me all wrong. Here he comes again and bowls now, and this time Curran is on driving straight to the field of the mid-on area, and there's no run. Run rate gone up to 5.04 now. It was on the 5 for a little bit. Projected score 217. Here comes Carrier now, in again to bowl to Sam Curran, and Curran gets the delivery again on the line of the leg stump. They're going to steal a single there to the forward square position. There's actually Ford coming to do the fielding, and there's just 1 run.
Yeah, left and right combination as well in the middle, so just a few changes in the field once again.
Brings on Ahmed to take the strike. Looks around, there's a slip, there's a backward point. Sweeper, cover and extra cover. This time he comes down the pitch and whacks that down the ground. It's gone straight, but very well fielded by Shimon Hetmar at the long off. Jumping and diving to his right like Greg Louganis, stopping what was going to be a certain 4, and in the end they're limited to 2. He's on 10 now, Riyam Ahmed.
Yeah, amazing cricket shots. If you can see these shots, then you'd know that they are really good cricket shots that Ahmed is playing.
Oh no, he's not guessing at all. He's really batting solidly. He's on 10 from 7. Here comes this delivery again. This time he's tugging it. That was not an authentic cricket shot. He went and invited the schoolboy to see that. It was a full toss that he looked to tug into the onside, and it looked quite ugly in the end. His first non-stroke.
In his defense, if he had gotten past Alzari Joseph, that would have been 4 runs.
You're right. But he did it. Here he comes in again and bowls. Again, that's a sweet shot out to extra cover. On the front foot, again with his bat face straight, driving sweetly on the up. Straight to the fielder there on that occasion, Athenaeus, but he still can't get the run. 155 for 7 and over number 31. Yannick Carrier in his 7th, he's got none for 39. He's been expensive. I believe this is his last. As he comes in again now and bowls. His delivery is short and he's on the back foot and cuts it well. Carty's onto it like a here, and that means they only get 1. Well fielded, but a pretty poor throw, but limiting the batsman to a single to take the total to 156 for 7. Ryan has got 11, Curran has got 6.
4 runs coming from that over, that Yannick Carrier over. The run rate just creeps back up to just over 5. Captain Shea Hope will have some decisions to make. This pair seems to be getting quite comfortable in the middle.
Yeah, you're right. You said it correctly, Stacey. And they're getting comfortable. and they can afford to because there's a lot of time left. If this is the last 5 overs, I can understand a sense of urgency, but you've got still a lot of time. And I've been calling for him, and now he's back, but just as he comes back, he's been aborted. His run has been aborted because the umpire told him the batsman was not ready, and it was very cheeky of him to try and run in. All right, so he's ready now. I believe that he actually told the umpire he didn't think he was ready either. Here he comes in now. As he steams in now, Matthew Ford is back and bowls. A delivery that Ahmed is playing it defensively into the offside, showing the ball the full face of the bat. Plays it out to the cover area, and there is no run. 156 for 7.
Yeah, bowled his first 6 overs in international cricket consecutively, then went on a break for quite a long period after picking up those 3 wickets and creating some opportunities.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery again is on the line, the off stump. Defensively pushed into the cover, and there's no run. If you missed it earlier, I told you a little bit about Matthew Ford, 21 years old, studying his Bachelor of Science at the University of the West Indies in Sports Science, but he's put that on pause for the meantime due to the fact that he's been playing a lot of cricket. Former student of Combermere, which, of course, as I said, produced Carlos Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite, Shane Dowrich. This delivery again is turning to the onside. They'll get 1. If you want to go back about Combermere's vintage, you're talking about Sir Wesley Hall, who, of course, would have gone to the Combermere School as well. He produced a number of outstanding cricketers, so he's come from good stock, Matthew Ford. And of course, I think Floyd Reefer, who's the assistant coach, he would boast of finding Matthew Ford because he's not the kind of cricketer that really came through in terms of hearing him from under 15 and under 19 and so on. But he plays for the UWI team in the local competition. And Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins worked a lot with him. And he's just come on leaps and bounds. He's taken every opportunity he's got, especially the CPL. Here he comes in again and bowls. Delivery down the leg side. Turned down to fine leg for 1. 1 more run. 158 now for 7. Rian Ahmed is on 12. He's on strike. Kern has got 7. Do you like the look of Matthew Ford?
I remember seeing him at CPL earlier this year, but hearing his name just household around different households as the under 19s, because I think he played for in the under 19 World Cup in 2020. So he's been around, but I saw him at CPL earlier this year, and I think he picked up 11 wickets.
Yeah, he had an interesting time at CPL, and I think he credited the CPL for actually developing him so quickly, because he felt that his cricket was just becoming a bit stagnant. He also had a bit of an injury after the under 19, so he had about a little 10-month period where he wasn't playing any cricket, and I think he was getting frustrated with the injury that he might have picked up.
Yeah, which can be frustrating, but when you have players of the caliber that you've mentioned.
This delivery is again on the line, the off stump, pushed into the cover area, and there's no run.
Especially like Kemar Roach, who has also suffered from injuries and been able to work his way back into things, into international cricket. It's good to have those persons around to chat with and help guide you as well as a young cricketer, and help motivate you to just not give up on your dream.
Yeah, you're right, Stacey and King, thank you so much. Those 32 overs gone, 158 for 7. We're going to hand you back now to Philo Wallace and Mark Butcher.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Stacey Ann. England have got a lot of work to do. Just 11 overs left in this innings. They're 7 wickets down. Fortunately for them, they have a couple of terrific young players at the crease. Northamptonshire-born Sam Curran, 19 years of age when he made his Test debut. Rian Ahmed, England's youngest ever Test debutant. As Correa bowls that one down the leg side to Curran. It's signalled wide. Test debut at the age of 18. Down there in Karachi in Pakistan, December 22. Rian Ahmed on Ben Stokes' SAS Rogue Heroes tour of Pakistan, where they clean swept the home side 3-0. Been a clean sweep, or certainly won't be a clean sweep here in Barbados, as Curran strokes that full delivery from the leg spinner Correa down to long on for a single. England 160 for 7. Curran is 8. Rayan Ahmed is 12 from 15. Philo Wallace is next to me. Was feeling pretty happy with life and pretty calm and relaxed a little while ago. This partnership now, though, and the sight perhaps of England perhaps pushing the score up to beyond 200 might be giving you pause for concern on this surface.
Yes, Mark, obviously you don't want England to get too many.
This Karaya's in, slip in place. Rayan Ahmed tries the flamingo shot, back leg up in the air as he tries to whip it through the leg side, but it comes off the outside half of the bat and ends up back with the bowler, dot ball.
Yes, you don't want England to get to 30 to 40. Best would like to bowl them over on the 200 and give themselves a better chance of winning this series.
And once again to Rayan Ahmed, who plays a solid forward defensive stroke. The ball runs off a slightly open blade to backward point, and there's no run.
Because we saw in the last ODI, the English bowlers rather than hit the deck quite hard. On this surface, if they hit the deck here, they're going to get more bounce, and they'll be encouraged a bit more to hit the ball into the surface.
West Indies will have the advantage of knowing exactly what they have to do. Setting has been difficult for both teams as that ball turns and flashes past the outside edge of Rayan Ahmed into the hands of Shai Hope.
That's a good over here by Correa. Ball just pitching and spinning past the outside edge of Hope, taking it by his hip, right hip. And Correa's a typical leg spinner, oohs and ahs. Coming
out of the Imran Tahir school of follow-throughs there as he gasped with that good delivery flashing past the outside edge. That one is draws a defensive stroke from Rayan Ahmed again. It ends up at backward point, and again there's no run.
This is a good string of delivery so far from Correa. Just 2 runs, one is wide and one from a single. But I like the aggressiveness of him as a leg spinner. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, but he showed the aggression and bowled some good deliveries in between, some not so good deliveries, but you have to commend him for the effort and the intent in which he's put in so far.
Kararin looking to close this one out. Earrings on left and right. Tuba grip on the bowling arm. The ball is prodded down to long on by Rayan Ahmed. He'll keep the strike, and that single concludes the 33rd over. 161 for 7 England. Run rate just a little bit below 4.9. A look of mist and maybe a little bit of moisture in the air. Yep,
rain.
Indeed, right on cue. Yeah, rain. And the sou'wester-clad groundsman, these brightly coloured yellow sou'westers on the bodies of the ground staff, some of whom are fully shod, others have just come out in the blue t-shirts, are dragging the tarpaulin covers out into the middle, and the players make their way back to the Sir Garford Sobers Pavilion, because we've got some rain. We've had plenty of it thus far in Barbados. You remember the first 2 one-day internationals were both held in Antigua, one apiece as they left there, the teams. They've not had long to get themselves ready for this game. There's been about 3 weeks worth of preparation go into this surface at the Kensington Oval, but unfortunately the weather gods have had other ideas for us in terms of perhaps the way that it's played and the fact that this match is now going to be interrupted once more. We lost 7 overs of both teams' innings, so 14 overs in total of this 50 over game before we got a start today. West Indies winning the toss and inserting England, and they reaped immediate dividends from that decision, having reduced England to 49 for 5 in the 10th, and all things were looking very bright and rosy as far as the West Indies were concerned. But a bit of resistance, quite a lot of resistance from Ben Duckett, who made 71 from 73 before he was caught by King off the bowling of Shepherd. And Liam Livingstone also looked to dig England out of a massive hole. 45 from 56 for him before perhaps he took a risk too early rather than a risk too many, and held out to Rutherford off the bowling of Shepherd. He was the last man to go when the score was 142 for 7. Curran and Rayan Ahmed are the 2 not-out batsmen at the moment. They've managed to draw England up to 161 for 7. 33 overs are gone. A couple of extras against the name of the West Indian bowlers. 3 for 20 for Matt Ford, who on his debut at the Kensington Oval as a West Indian representative plays his representative cricket for Barbados, of course. Picked up 3 early wickets, including one with the 6th ball that he bowled for the West Indies in ODI cricket. That was the wicket of Phil Salt. And from there on in, it was very much his day, Phil Oldham. Everyone is in the dressing rooms at the moment because the rain is falling, sadly, at the Kensington Oval. But England have made a little bit of a mess of their 43 overs, the match having been shortened due to rain prior to the start, and have found themselves battling away to try and post something on the board that their bowlers have a chance of defending. We're hearing, though, that the stumps have gone back into the ground at the Kensington Oval, so the groundsmen will have cleared the covers off, the stumps are in, and we're just awaiting for news from the umpires as to the state of play, how many overs England may have left. It looks as though, hang on, just as I speak, it's like magic. 40 overs is going to be the match now. 40 overs aside, that's something that will be very familiar to England players of the past. Restart of 6:45 London time. Oh no, local time. What? hold on a second. what time does that mean here?
Is that going to mean in 15 minutes time?
That means 15 minutes from now.
11.
Let's keep it simple, stupid, and go for 15 minutes from now. So England will have, how many? Where are we? 32 gone. 33 gone. 7 overs left, and then with no rain forthcoming after that, then the West Indies will have 40 overs to chase down whatever England can make. Rayan Ahmed and Sam Curran, England's not out batters at the moment. They won't have very long to get themselves back in, and of course that means the shorter time left, the less time for the West Indies perhaps to bowl England out. So England might find themselves a way of getting themselves up to 200, and then who knows, 5 runs and over on what has been a little bit of a sticky surface at the Kensington Oval might be a challenge for this West Indies batting lineup. And if England are going to win the game and win the series, you'd think that they would need to get rid of Sheikh Hope early. Right, I think that's pretty much the setup as we find things at the moment. I've got Andrew McKenna hovering behind me. I don't know if that means he wants to come in and do some commentary or not, or is he's just come in to show me the lovely fetching baby pink shirt that he's got on. Steve Halmerson, dressed in Newcastle United black and white, is also hovering. Mac has now legged it because basically he's I can't say that word, can I, on the radio, but he's basically taking the mickey out of me. But he should be coming on here. The Super Soffers are making their way off the ground, and we should be getting ready to play in about 15 or so minutes time. Harmy, does the 40 over game play into England's hands in any way, shape or form, or is this should be a relatively straightforward chase, providing the West Indies don't lose a big stack of wickets in the power play the same way that England did?
Yeah, the power play will be huge for England, hitting the deck hard and trying to get some basically the wickets that the West Indies got. You'd think from here the West Indies coming out knowing the game in front of them, 40 overs, whatever they're going to have to chase, which is not going to be a massive total unless Sam Curran and Rayan Ahmed do manage to put their foot to the floor. You'd think that this minute in time the West Indies are favourites. We always like runs on the board, but for me at this moment in time I'd rather be in the West Indies dressing room.
Okay, well Sam Curran is 8 not out from 16. Rayan Ahmed is 13 from 20. England have 7 overs left to try and make with what they will. Perhaps get themselves up to 210 if things go well and the winds are fair. To talk you through that will be Steve Harmison and the returned baby pink Andrew McKenna.
I wouldn't do that to you, Butch, don't worry. Right then, so it is 40 overs aside, so 8 maximum for 5 bowlers. DLS will get stuck in during the interval then and recalculate things, but we are getting closer. We are getting closer to completing this. We're about to get going, so we're now down to 40 overs per side, and we're now starting the final power play and all that goes with that. England 161 for 7 overs to go in this innings. Rayan Ahmed's going to be on strike to Alzari Joseph, who's got 1 for 41 from his 5. Sam Curran 8 from 16. So 4 inside the circle, 3 outside of the offside, 1 on the leg side. There's a deep third, deep cover. I'm just pausing, looking at Alzari Joseph, who looks like he's trying to get into some sort of Zen trance, staring 40 odd metres away at Rayan Ahmed. England only have Gus Atkinson and Matt Potts to come. But we are now ready. Are we waiting for the exact... I suppose we have to. For TV around the world, if they've said we're resuming at 45 minutes past the hour, we have to wait till 45 minutes past the hour. But it's all very frustrating when you've lost time and the players are out there ready to go.
Yeah, slow and claps going round there on the holders. They're expecting the player to start. The players are in the middle. Alzari Joseph's just jimming up his trousers. One or two players having a chat with each other. Can't see it being too long away from now. Everybody seems to be ready. Joseph's got the ball in his hand, but unfortunately the umpires aren't ready to say play yet, so we must be in a commercial break somewhere in the world. But there we go, umpire says play.
Here we go then. Alzari Joseph is on his way into the right-handed Rayan Ahmed. Rayan's backed away half a metre to the leg side and ends up just pushing it to mid-off and takes the single, so we're underway with the single straight away. 1-6-2 for 7. Interestingly, Gary Morgan, our statsman, has been crunching the numbers. It appears we've got 3 bonus overs here, because according to his calculations for the time lost, we should be down to 37 overs aside.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm baffled that we've only lost 3 on each side, because we've sat around for quite a bit while them covers are on, and I know you could take some time off the break, but I think the break was only half an hour anyway. So I wonder if we get to a point where the calculations have got it wrong, and because we've seen that happen before, I'm sure we haven't, somewhere in the cricket world.
Alzari Joseph then on his way once again. It's a slower ball outside of off stump. Sam Curran slaps it out to the cover sweeper. Moti will do the fielding there, and it'll be just a single. 1-6-3 for 7. Well, I can tell you the interval is now down to 10 minutes. So that is literally as short as you can get it. So it'll be a fairly quick turnaround at the break. England currently going at a smidge under 4.9 and over. Right, Alzari Joseph is now making a very big thing of getting his long leg fielder right. Is Rayan Ahmed getting the short one? He goes in, does get a shortish one. Rayan plays a wonderfully Caribbean kind of pull out to the deep square leg fielder, and by that I mean there was a lot of body in it, and he's almost swung himself off his feet all along the floor for a single. 1-6-4 for 7.
Yeah, he came out with intent in the first ball to try and give himself some room to go over the offside, but this time Joseph's just followed him and just cramp him for room. Rayan Ahmed looks as though he's more comfortable with the ball going away from him, hitting the ball through extra cover or over extra cover than he does on the leg side.
Joseph to the left-handed Sam Curran. He bowled it very, very wide, only just on the cut strip, going across the left-hander, and umpire Leslie Reefer stretches his arms out, and it will be bowled again. Only the 3rd extra of the innings. We had a no ball earlier from Yannick Carrier, the spinner. He also bowled a wide, so that's only the 3rd extra of the innings, which is always a good thing from a fielding point of view. They've not given away any cheap ones.
Yeah, they've been quite disciplined, the West Indies, apart from that one catch. Carty, I think it was a poor attempt off Liam Livingstone. The disciplines of the West Indies have been very, very good.
Alzari Joseph in. He's bowled another off-spinning cutter that stands up as it gets down towards Sam Curran. Curran will slap it out to the deep cover fielder. Moti fields in front of the party stand, and that is 5 deliveries sent down and a single coming off each of them, including the wide. So it's 4 legal balls of the over gone. 166 for 7.
Speaking of Sam Allard is watching us on YouTube, Macca. He's having to go up my diary and my note scribbling. So I was thinking he's in Barbados at the ground next to the party stand, and he's watching us on YouTube.
Good evening, Samuel. Alzari Joseph is in. Rayan Ahmed backs away and edges it through to the keeper. Rayan Ahmed was giving himself some room, but he just feathers it off of the outside edge Alzari Joseph has another wicket, and Shea Hope takes that easy as you like, and England lose another wicket. They are now 8 down as Rayan Ahmed goes for 15. It's 166 for 8.
Yeah, in the break, I'm sure the West Indies have had a conflab. James Franklin, part of the coaching team, Darren Sammy, one or two others would have probably had a chat about Rayan Ahmed, saying how comfortable he is on the front foot, how much he likes to play through the offside, and this is not the first time in that over that Alzari Joseph's bowled that he's gone at the body of Rayan Ahmed. He's hit the pitch, gone at the body. Rayan is looking to give himself some room, not for anything other than trying to open up the offside and trying to get the boundary option, which is obviously through or over extra cover. But they've gone aggressively at Rayan Ahmed, and it's worked. Cramped him for room. He's gone to the cut. It's not quite there, not the width there to get the full-blown cut. And it's just cramped him, and he's got a thick outside edge to Shea Hope, and it's a good bit of bowling from Alzari Joseph. He's tried to helicopter it. He tried to uppercut it as Rayan Ahmed, because he's probably expecting that to bounce a little bit more than it actually did. So, a well bowled Alzari Joseph. It's been a good innings from Rayan Ahmed. He's given England a bit of a sniff in this game with a total, and it now looks as though it's all on Sam Curran.
Alzari Joseph comes in, short ball to Gus Atkinson. First ball, that's got to be a wide for height, and it is. It'll be bowled again, 167 for 8. Jared.
Caught behind from a short ball down the leg side to the offside again. He was a long way away from where he needed to be there, wasn't he? That was proper tail end hitting, really,
and the middle of the bat.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bizarre wicket when you look at it. It's a proper tail ender there. I know he's better than that, but that particular shot was peak club cricket.
Joseph's in down the leg side. Atkinson keeps his hands high, and it's another wide, signalled by Leslie Reefer. Well, we just praised the West Indies for not giving away extras. 3 wides in the over, 168 for 8.
Yeah, just said how there's a couple of times now Alzari Joseph's just sort of misread the room, really. He was right to come on, and Shea Hope was right to bring him back on once the spinners had bowled and the partnership between Livingston and Duckett was going. And then he came on to bowl the best bowler the West Indies have got, the best bowler in Barbados, the most wickets anybody in an ODI has got in Barbados. I think he went for 17 or 18 off the over. So there's a couple of times he's just been a bit sloppy.
Joseph into Gus Atkinson. Atkinson playing defensively back down the pitch to end the 34th over. So there's 36 balls of the England innings to go. 168 for 8 means they're currently going at 4.9 and over. Curran 10 not out from 18. Atkinson has just faced that one delivery, so it's all about what England can get in these final 36 balls to try and get a total they can then defend, because this one-day international series is in the balance. The third and final game after the West Indies did the job in the first game. England winning by 6 wickets with 103 balls to spare in the second. So this is the decider. 168 for 8 at the moment, England.
Yeah, 7 overs off that first over from resumption of after the rain break, but it was more about West Indies sloppiness than it was after praising them for their discipline throughout this innings so far. 3 wides, 4 singles, 7 off the over, and England didn't really have to try too hard to get what they would hope for as a run rate towards the end of this innings.
Now Moti, the left arm spinner, to the left-hander Sam Curran. It grips in the surface, bounces up sort of waist high, and it's clipped out to Ford coming off of the long-on boundary, and they'll take a single. Sam Curran set off looking for 2, but there wasn't a second one in the end.
Yeah, that was a brilliant bit of fielding by Matt Ford on debut. Started well with the ball, and he looks as though he looks like an athlete, doesn't he? He looks like a runner, he looks like a big sprinter. He came in from the mid-wicket boundary. Sam Curran was desperate for 2. He didn't want to expose Atkinson, but a great bit of fielding by the opening bowler.
Atkinson, as Moti goes around the wicket to him, and he tries to cut and misses through to the keeper. No run. Not far away from bowling him, but not close enough.
Forward. Get forward.
Moti around the wicket. Little bit of air on that one. He got forward, but it took the inside edge of the bat onto the pad out on the leg side. And if you're watching on the YouTube channel, you would have seen me flinch massively there.
But it's fine, you're coming forward like that, you've got 2 chances of keeping it out.
Moti around the wicket, quicker! Oh my goodness, that was quicker. And Atkinson, all his weight's on the back foot, and he manages to use hand-eye coordination to keep it out.
Not sure he came forward on that one, Harvey.
No, he wasn't coming anywhere near forward on that one. That was like the West Indian of old, that.
That was 102 kilometres an hour. That was quick. Atkinson stays back on this occasion. That's shorter, bounces up, cuts through points. He will take a walked single, 170 for 8 with 1 ball left in the 35th.
No, he was definitely not coming forward to the 4th ball of that over. You know, you've got spinners bowling, if he's going to bowl good pace, just try and get yourself forward. You've got to bat for Atkinson's role now is to bat for Sam Curran's last, from an England point of view, hoping for the last 16 balls of this first innings. Atkinson somehow has got to keep them out and try and rotate if he can, get Sam Curran on strike and hope to maximise the last couple of overs.
Final ball of the over, Curran on strike, does the sensible thing, pushes into the onside as Moti stays around the wicket to the left-handed Curran, so just pushes to mid-wicket, walks up to the other end, will take the single to mean that Sam Curran will be on strike. First ball of the 36th over. Ford has bowled 7, he's got 3 for 20. Shepherd's bowled 7, he's got 2 for 39. Joseph 6 bowled, 2 for 48. Moti 0 for 21 from 7, and Carrier 0 for 43 from 8. So Carrier is done because it's now a maximum of 8 per bowler. So his leg breaks are out the equation. There's 1 over of spin and 1 over apiece for Ford and Shepherd with 2 for Joseph. So how does Captain Hope divvy these up, and when does he get the over of spin out the way?
He probably gets this one. He might try and get this one over the way from Joseph. I would imagine Sam Curran is looking to target one of Joseph's overs and possibly one of Ford's overs. The last one of Ford could be the one that Sam Curran's got. I know he's got wickets, but he'd be the right pace for Sam Curran.
Well, here is Joseph, wide of off stump, going over the wicket to the left-hander. Sam Curran tries to hit hard, but only ends up bunting it back towards the bowler in his follow-through, and there is no run.
Sam Curran might be thinking this over's worth the gamble having a go at. Going at the 2 overs of Alzari Joseph. He's bowled 6 overs for 48. The spinner's bowled 7 overs for 20, so he's not going anywhere. Shepherd's not a bad death bowler, so the Joseph overs and the Ford overs might be the ones to target.
Here is Joseph once again, an off-cutter. Sam Curran's got underneath this, out towards the square point, fielder in the deep, and he's caught. Moti takes the catch. It was turning away from the left-hander, hit up in the air by Sam Curran. As Jared Kimber pointed out earlier, the West Indian fielders are taking these catches very low to the ground, but thankfully they did at least hold it on this occasion. Curran's out, 171 for 9.
They're always good catches, no matter where you get them before they hit the ground, as long as they stick in their hands, and that one did. The ball's going to cross Sam Curran. He's tried to uppercut it. Short third, backward point inside the circle. He's tried to go over that area, and he's just literally got too much on it. It's bounced a touch off Alzari Joseph. Slower ball. He's tried to get it over the top of third, but unfortunately he's got too much on it, and it's gone straight up in the air. And it was a good, what I'm saying, it was a good catch in the end. You remember, they've been under the lights for quite a while. They've been sitting down for quite a while, so to come in a long way off the boundary and then get yourself set, he did take it as low to the ground, which obviously we've talked about, Jared, but at the end of the day he took the catch, and there's a massive wicket there of Sam Curran.
Do you think that's because he got a short slow ball outside off stump and he thought he could punish it, or do you think he was trying to put his foot down? Because if he was trying to put his foot down, it's kind of a weird time to attack, isn't it?
I think he's targeting Joseph's 2 overs. That for me is the only thing I'm thinking of. Is he's got to choose between, he's got to choose when he's going to go, and I think the one that has been easier to hit, or the one that's been going for the distance on this game, so this inning so far, has been Alzari Joseph, their most experienced bowler, probably their best bowler. But I sensed that Sam Curran was thinking, right, Joseph's got 2, he's going at 8 and over, I'm going to target him, and then maybe he's one of the last overs.
Matt Potts, the number 11 to face Joseph, gets a quick one. He drops it down at his toes and narrowly misses the stumps. That one was quick, short. Potts was in behind it just enough. And that one, yeah, not quite the quickest ball of the innings so far, but 142.5 kilometres. There was plenty on it.
Yeah, there was plenty on it. And Joseph, he's blown hot and cold today. He does that sometimes, but I think he is a very, very good bowler, as Alzari Joseph. But I can see why Sam Curran targeted him.
Well, now it's Potts. What damage can he do? Outside half of the bat. Beats the man at point or wide gully. Runs it down to third. Single taken. All runs are useful for England. 172 for 9 here on TalkSport 2 as Atkinson comes on strike.
Yeah, Potts and Atkinson, all they're going to do is try and somehow get to the 40th over. I mean, take whatever's on offer, take whatever runs they can, even if it's just another 10 runs. 10 runs in this situation, so valuable. Can they get it to 180, 185, 190 just by dropping it down to third man, getting an inside edge into mid-wicket or extra cover, and somehow just keep rotating the strike.
Joseph goes past the umpire, full straight, quick. Atkinson solidly in behind it, and there is no run. Now, we asked the question about the over of spin. Does the fact that 10 and 11 are in now mean you bowl it the next over and get it above the eye line and tempt
next
him?
over, darts. Next over, bowl flat like he did before and go for the front pad. If he misses, you hit, that's it, it's game over. I'm bowling the next over a spin and trying to attack that front pad.
Joseph running away from the commentary boxes, goes in, hits Atkinson high up the bat, but it's safely negotiated out on the offside, and that is the end of the over. So 36 are gone, 3 for 49 from 7 so far for Alzari Joseph. Both England batters have a single to their name. Potts from 1 from 2, Atkinson 1 from 7, and well, 1 for 4. 2 for 8, then the rebuilding process, but then 3 for 45, 4 for 48, 5 for 49, just blew the England innings apart. A decent partnership for the 6th wicket, at least took them to 137, but the damage done early as Salt 4, Jack 17, Crawley a 4-ball duck, Duckett 71, Brook 1, Butler a first ball duck. That's your problem. Well, the spin is going to come. Moti 0 for 21 against Matthew Potts. Around the wicket, brings his man forward. Nicely punched along off, single taken.
Yeah, that's all they're going to do is somehow just try and keep hitting the ball down the ground, playing as straight as you can. Take whatever is on offer, and give yourself more chance to bowl at in the second half when you get your chance to bowl. Run up and down on the surface, get it scuffed up, big studs on, big fast bowler, get into the nice areas where you're looking to land the ball.
Moti around the wicket, Atkinson off the back foot, chops too short, extra cover, and then there's no run. 16 kilometres an hour difference between the first ball and the second. First one was 100, that one was 84. What's he going to do with the third? Moti around the wicket, little bit of air, beats the inside edge, I think. It certainly takes Atkinson on the pad, would have been sliding down the leg side. So the appeal is very quickly brushed off and waved off.
Yeah, sliding a long way down. Just threw that one up a little bit. We might be cutting the quicker one here.
Around the wicket is Moti, round about middle and off, bringing Atkinson forward inside half of the bat. Short mid-wicket fields, no run.
Good from Atkinson though, that was better. He's trying to play that one straight to the ball before he's trying to play across the line.
Moti, shorter, outside of off stump, gives Atkinson the chance to chop it into the offside. Carty will field on the deep cover boundary, and they're able to take the single. He's really varying his pace this over, Moti. That one was in the 70-kilometre bracket, so he's sort of bowling with about a 30-35 kilometre an hour difference. Each ball is different to the one previous, just making it difficult for the batters to settle and predict what's coming down. It's the final ball of his spell, and he goes in, bringing Potts forward, fielded at short extra cover. Moti finishes. Here's 8 overs, 0 for 23. England 174 for 9 after 37.
So, Harmy, we talked about how Moti in Cricket Visitors database spins the ball more than any left-arm finger spinner in the world. This pitch, a little bit different for him than we've seen so far. We saw him play with his speeds a little bit, play even maybe with where he delivered it on the crease a little bit. This says more to me than just the fact he can spin it. There's a lot going on with him as a bowler, isn't there, intellectually?
Yeah, he seems to be a very wily character, a very canny operator. Talked about his figures, during the last game, Jared, and he's a lot more experienced than what people give him. Because
he looks 8 years old.
Because he looks about 10 years old. Yeah, I couldn't believe when you talked about him averaging 20 and 19 and 24. I was like, when you said he was 27, I said, you're lying about something. His beard looked as though it had been drawn on.
Alzarri Joseph to start his last over, goes short. Atkinson pulled it to the leg side for 6. Moti was stationed out there, but it was to his right and he couldn't get around. And that is the first boundary for 40-odd deliveries. That's a great hit from Atkinson. Almost 70 metres that one travels. He made cracking contact on that.
Yeah, good shot. Poor execution of a short ball, though. It was no real venom in it, and it wasn't high enough. Give him a little bit of chance to get his arms free. It wasn't at the body.
180 for 9 as Joseph goes in. It's off the hip this time. This is going to be 4 more. Gus Atkinson is taking on the West Indies vice-captain. 3 for 59 Joseph has now, but he starts this over 6-4, and he has to walk back to the end of his mark, somewhat chastened.
Yeah, that was a poor ball as well. Down leg side, round about hip high, chance for the tail ender just to pick it up. He's got to keep going here, Gus Atkinson. Forget about the end of the game. He's got Alzarri Joseph where you want him. Keep going. As he's seen it, keep trying to be positive. Don't go back in your shell, because that's when indecisive comes in as a tail ender. Done this many times before. You hit one for 6, you hit one for 4, you think you can bat, you think you can now play like Don Bradman, and then you try and play a shot you're not very good at and you chip it up in the air. So while you're in this mood and you've got this going, long on goes out, fine leg comes in. Are we going to see another short ball, or is he going to go full?
We'll find out shortly. Here he comes, right arm over, he goes full. Geez, that's a good looking off drive from Gus Atkinson for no runs down to mid-off where Rutherford is stationed, but everything about the shot was perfect.
Yeah, that's it. Keep the same intent. Very much so. Look to hit the ball now. You've got Alzarri Joseph where you want. You're getting him 2 boundaries at the start of the over. He's your best bowler. Somebody who should be getting the tail ender out. Tail enders now just got to wear anything a bit of width, anything over pitched, try and climb into it.
Joseph on the way for the 4th ball of the over. That one's floated up a little bit fuller. Can Rutherford field that at mid-off? Yes, he can. Good shot from Atkinson. They take the single, 185 for 9, and England are now only 15 away from that 200 that Steve Harmson was talking about a long while ago, which I have to say back then felt miles away. Doesn't feel quite so far now.
Not now, but it did. It really did. When Sam Curran gets out, Rian Ahmed got out, it did look as though it was miles away. But that there, Gus Atkinson, just the first 2 balls of the over, and even that last ball there, good positive intent coming at the ball.
England supporters enjoying this. Joseph in. Oh my goodness, Potts has gone across his stumps and he's going to play the paddle. He doesn't get anything on it. It goes down the leg side, and they are going to review this West Indies for a catch. They say Potts got something on that. So Nitin Menon's involved once again.
I wonder if they're trying to get their wide back.
Right, so we get the first replay. No, he's not got close.
Very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please?
I don't think he's hit it.
Wasn't a great angle though.
No,
the ball was out of the frame
no.
for most of it.
Right, now we get a split screen.
Keep going. Gap between bat and ball.
I don't know, he's about 7 inches from it.
There's a spike, but there's a gap between.
What is it? I love the third umpire. The bat's close to the ball on it. No, it's
bat
not.
Involved, no pads involved. Thank you. I'll go back to Leslie on field.
Right, so he's not hit it. It's not caught behind.
One left, 4B.
And is he now going to signal wide? because that was a long way down leg side.
Yeah, it's just missed leg stump, but it's still
no, it's a dot
should have
ball.
been. It probably should have been given wide.
Okay, so there's one ball left in the over. Alzari Joseph actually isn't ready to bowl it because he's actually gone off to the boundary to get a rag to dry his hands.
I think they've gone to the boundary because he thought it was over and he's gone to his fielding position.
I think he just miscounted it. He looked so shocked when they said, did you hear on the stump mic? Someone said, Zari, come up here.
Yeah.
And he was like, look at
You've got one left. Yeah.
Would you possibly mind? Yes, the umpire's just saying one left. I think I just heard him as well say, I thought it would have hit his foot had he stayed still. So that's why it wasn't called wide. Right, Alzari Joseph's got to get back into bowling mode for one more time then. Here he comes, over the wicket. It's a quick ball, Potts up on his toes, turns it on the onside. The men on the leg side are outside the 30-metre circle, so the England batters, oh my goodness, thought about a second. They take one, then the most horrendous throw comes into Shea Hope, who can't stop it. The fielder is supposed to be backing up, can't get it either. Unfortunately, there's a second fielder backing up, so it's only one at the end of it. Joseph finishes with 3 for 61 from his 8 after 38 overs. England are 186 for 9 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, some pretty average bit of cricket there all round. You know, one of the bowler thinking it was over and he's in his fielding position. And 2-3 players backing up didn't get anywhere near the throw that came in. I think it was from a substitute. So it wasn't the best bit of West Indian cricket that's happened in the last 5 minutes. But the guy who has started the ball rolling, Matt Ford, is back. Long time without a bowl though.
Absolutely, the penultimate over. Here he comes with 3 for 20 to his name. He goes full and straight to Potts. Gets driven quite nicely down to long on. And they will take a single. Rutherford doing the fielding down there. So Potts has got 4 from 7. Atkinson now comes on strike, 13 from 15. There are 11 balls of the innings to go. Started at 50 overs, got reduced to 43 overs, now down to 40 overs aside. England 187 for 9. Ford, slower ball, outside of off stump, slapped by Atkinson, 2 bounces down to Hetmeyer at long off. The batters will take a single, 188 for 9.
Yeah, good slower ball by Ford, got it wider. He's expecting Atkinson potentially to go across to the leg side, but Atkinson just helped it straight down the ground, kept his shape. It was a good shot, good execution of the slower ball though.
Leg side-ish on this occasion. Potts helps it to deep backward square, and Alzari Joseph will do the fielding. Oh, great running from the England batters. They come back for a second. Knew that it was slightly out of Joseph's reach, and it was going to be hard work for him, so they pushed hard and get back in the end for a comfortable 2, 190 for 9.
Yeah, good running from Matt Potts. He knew straight away he wanted to be back on strike. He knew that he got it into an area where Alzari Joseph would not only have to work hard to get to the ball, but he'd have to work hard to get to balance as well so he can get his throw in.
4th ball of the over. In goes Ford. It's a lowish full toss to Potts, who is dropped by Carty at cover. He can't catch a cold at the moment. It's a low full toss that's been toe-ended of the bat, so it's travelling with not a huge amount of pace. Carty has certainly 2 goes at that, maybe even 3. Long shot and long story as it ends up on the deck. He had 2 definite goes at it, tried for a 3rd, couldn't get near it. It hits the deck and a single's taken, 191 for 9. Ford, slower ball, outside edge by Atkinson, loops up over the keeper. Carrier will run after it down to 3rd, 4 more. 195 for 9. And the salt goes into the wound for the bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. Carty just wanted the ground to open up there. That low full toss goes to him, and Jared, we've been talking about it for most of the afternoon, which is the right way to catch it. The Australian way to catch it high, the English way to catch it around about your midriff, or the West Indian seems to way, which is catch it at the bottom. Carty tried all 3 there, all 3 nationalities, and got neither.
Ford is in, and just misses leg stump with a slower ball. Atkinson's having a huge mow at that to the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. 195 for 9. 39 of the 40 overs have been bowled. Ford finishes his debut 3 for 29 from his 8 overs. Jared.
I'm not going to shock you fellas, but Kieran from TalkSport sent me some fielding data. West Indies catch percentage before this, and I might have been in the middle of this game, is 72.6. The only teams in the world who are worse at fielding of the major nations is Zimbabwe and Afghanistan. England's catch percentage, 88%, so quite a way off them. Mind you, Australia, 75%, and they just won a World Cup, so maybe it means maybe catchers don't win matches, Macca, but and then if you have a look at in the qualifiers, when they had to qualify for the World Cup, their catching percentage went down to 66%. And I would say that just there, Carthy dropped 3 catches as well. I don't know if Crickfish count all 3 of them. One was off his forehead, I think. Army?
Yeah.
It was awful.
Right, final over to be bowled by Romario Shepherd. Slower ball, swung into the leg side by Potts. Oh, he's made great contact. Hetmeyer can't get around from long on. It was wider. Almost sort of getting towards cow corner region, and 4 for Potts takes him into double figures, 11 from 10. And England, the dizzy heights of 199 for 9.
Yeah, Ford looked as though, we talked about Matt Ford not bowled for a while. Romario Shepherd ran up there as though he hadn't bowled for a while.
In he goes for the second ball. It's a short ball, slower ball, bouncer. Potts pulls it around the corner to deep backward square. Ford will do the fielding, gets it back in. The 200 is up for England. It's taken them 39 to get there and 9 of the 10 wickets, but they've got there.
Yeah, brilliant for England. It's a nice milestone to have. Scoreboard pressure when you've got runs on the board, and especially in a low scoring contest. The pitch has got a little bit in it. To see that 200 up is excellent for England.
Shepherd, low full toss. Atkinson punches back straight into the ground, then to the bowler. The crowd didn't see the first part of that. They only saw Shepherd thrusting out his left hand and not being able to take it cleanly. So there will be a bit of a readjustment during the interval as DLS will get involved in this, but England are just over 5 and over here, having put 200 on the board. Atkinson 18 from 19, 3 balls to go. Shepherd in, it's a slow, loopy off break. Atkinson clips to long on. Hetmeyer will field. Single taken, 201 for 9. 2 balls to go. Live exclusive one-day international cricket on a Saturday evening, 11:15 in the UK. And we're just coming in to the end of the first innings. Might be a late one before Harmy gets into his pit this evening. Potts waits for Shepherd. Here he is. Oh, it's a full toss. Now it's been pulled into the leg side. That one surely had to be above waist height. It wasn't a malice ball. I think it might be a slower one that he's actually got slightly wrong, and umpire Reefer signals it as a no ball, and therefore the next one is a free hit. England have taken the single. It wasn't a slower ball. It was just one that never went down.
Yeah, I think what this shows you as well is you've got to take the game as deep as you can, because what happens when you take the game as deep as you can, bowlers feel the pressure. Bowlers crack under pressure.
Free hit then. 2 balls to go in the innings, and Potts swings hard, inside edges it onto his own boot. It rolls about 1.5 foot, and they will take a single. 205 for 9 with 1 ball of the innings to go.
It has been a great effort by the bowlers. Started with Sam Curran and Rian Ahmed, just put a little partnership together just to make sure that the innings did finish without England getting bowled out, and then Potts and Atkinson have come and took advantage of some indiscipline, I think, from the West Indies. Poor lengths, poor decisions.
For the final time then, Shepherd is in. It's another full toss, pulled into the leg side, no real timing. They take 1, Moti gets his hands on it and gets it back into Hope. Now Gus Atkinson is asking, are you going to check if that's over waist height? And the umpires have said to him, no, we're not. We are satisfied with that. So England will post 206 for 9 from their 40 overs. Potts finishes 15 not out, 13 balls. Atkinson 20 from 21. The top scorer in the innings, Ben Duckett, with 71 from 73. Livingston made 45 from 56. And, well, England, as a bowler, Steve Harmison, you always say just give me something to bowl at. And England now have that when they were 8 for 2, 49 for 5 and 137 for 6. You could argue they weren't really in that region. But now, well, look, there's hope.
Yeah, there's hope. There wasn't a great deal to shout about probably when Liam Livingstone got out at 142 for 7. The game was the West Indies then, no question whatsoever. Liam Livingstone got himself in a position to, massively rebuild along with Ben Duckett. But then you're thinking you've got Curran, Rian Ahmed, Gus Atkinson, Matt Potts. It didn't give England much hope of getting anywhere near the 200 mark. So to get 206 for 9, it gives them a chance. I'm sure there'll be, obviously there's a calculation to be done by...
Well, I can tell you it's been done. Gary, our statsman, has done it for us. There's a huge disparity between what's been scored and what's now the target. 206 for 9 has been put on the board. 205 is now the target.
Oh, brilliant. I bet you England. That's that no ball gone out the window then, isn't it? So... Look, at the end of the day, they've got runs on the board. They've got a surface which has got a bit in it, especially with the new ball. Inexperienced bowling attack, you'd say, from England's point of view, but they've got to come out, and I would imagine there's Joss Butler will be saying to them, just go and enjoy what Barbados has got to offer. The lights are on. There's a partisan England crowd inside Barbados, and hit the pitch hard. If you hit the pitch hard, back of a length, in and around, targeting off stump in that first 10 to 12 overs, 6 overs at either side with the new balls, then England will have a chance of creating chances. And the biggest thing that they can have as a collective unit is to take them chances. That's catching and run outs. We've seen in that first half that if you get a chance to catch it, make sure you grab it. Carty, apart from his hands, the rest did take their catch as well. Good catch at slip, great run out by Alzari Joseph. That all in all made sure that England only got to 206. A total, I think the West Indies would fancy themselves to chase.
Let's get out to Barry Wilkinson, who might be able to shed a little bit of light on some of the nonsense that we've been speaking here. Barry, what's going on?
It's raining and it's not looking very good, I must tell you. The rain is coming down harder. In fact, for the first time I've actually seen the party stand posse look concerned, because they usually like the rain coming down when they're partying, but they're beginning to scamper and shed for some more warmth, if you want to call it that. So look, it's not looking very good at the moment. The rain is falling, it's getting harder. You are seeing the images of the ground staff indeed putting down the covers again. So I'm not quite sure what time we're going to restart now, and it looks very much to me like, I wouldn't say this game is not going to continue. I think it will. I think it definitely will continue, because the kind of weather we've had for the entire day, it has not been the kind of rain that has washed out the entire day's play. It's just fallen for a very brisk period of time, and then it has subsided.
It's been it's been almost English in its nature, hasn't it?
Correct.
It's sort of like drizzly squalls rather than the biblical stuff that you can sometimes get there in Barbados.
Yeah, you're right. It has been that kind of frustrating rain rather than all day flat out. So I think we're going to have a restart sometime soon, but at the moment the ground staff are really solidifying those covers, and it is raining a bit harder. So that's the unfortunate news. Gregory Brathwaite, the fourth umpire, he's just come back out with his umbrella, and I also see that the ground staff have also brought some reinforcements to the covers. They've brought on some more bricks via the golf cart, which will suggest that the wind might be picking up as well. It looks to me like
that's not good. That's not what we wanted to hear.
That's not what you wanted to hear.
No.
But I will tell you this: the rain has already begun to subside again. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. If it's going to continue, if it's going to just stop. But it is still drizzling, and it's very frustrating at this stage, Butch. With the West Indies looking to get these 200 runs, England looking to get the wickets to try and win this series. Now, technically, we should have been finished already, but
yes,
it's been that kind of day.
Indeed. The umpires are now deep in conversation out there in the middle with the two captains. Shea Hope is out there, number 4 emblazoned on his back, and Joss Butler, both listening intently. I can't give you any sort of idea as to what it is that they're having to say to them. The match conditions, the playing conditions, I think are exactly the same. 40 overs in the run chase for the West Indies. They will need one less than the total that England scored after the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern calculation. So, but there is a long and animated conversation going on between Leslie Reefer and Jos Buttler. Jos Buttler looks very unhappy about something. Shai Hope is standing there in his usual rather chilled fashion, not committing to anything. But it's rare to see Jos Buttler as animated as he is. He's got one hand in the air. He's looking incredulous now, and Shai Hope shrugs his shoulders and walks off and leaves him to it. But Jos is still there with both the umpires, both New Zealand's Chris Brown and Leslie Reefer. And there's a bit of gesticulating going on. You can see Richie Richardson in the panelled booth behind him, the match referee keeping a close eye on it. I just can't imagine, Philo, Jared, what it is that they might be wrangling about.
I thought it might have been that the umpires want to get back on, and Jos Buttler saying the outfield is too wet and is going to damage the new ball. And I thought it might. That's why Shai Hope wasn't too worried about it.
Yeah, he looked quite happy.
That was my guess of what it was. And he's not letting it go, Jos, is he?
No, I mean, it's unlikely that...
polite but firm.
Yes, but it's unlikely that he's going to change their minds. It's one of those losing battles whereby you're wasting a bit of precious air that could be used in galvanising your troops into what needs to be an electric performance in the field, you would think, particularly in the first 10 to 15 overs. If they can get early wickets, much as the West Indies did when England batted, then they'll feel that they have a real chance of defending what is a very meagre 205. Darren Sammy, on the other hand, is it's unusual for Darren. He looks I was going to say animated, but that would be a lie. He's very, very chilled. He's got a toothpick in between his teeth, and he is he's quite happily just wandering around, making sure that everything is as he wants it to be. It certainly isn't as Jos Buttler wants it to be at the moment. I think we can all agree upon that. The ground staff haven't quite finished painting the lines in on the return crease and the bowling crease at the moment. Fourth umpire is out there with an umbrella which is unopened. He's using it Charlie Chaplin style as a walking stick. The England players are still sat in the dugout. Sam Curran is bobbing along to the music. They seem to be ready to go but aren't moving at the moment.
That the total has been recalculated again because we have lost more time, and the new West Indian target is 188, and they will have 34 overs to get them. So we're down from 40 to 34, so 188 from 34, so 17 runs and 6 overs have come off the initial target. But what I don't have for you yet is the resumption time, and that is what I think the discussion between Jos Buttler and the umpires was largely about, because it was very interesting. As soon as that conversation finished, Jos Buttler went up the stairs to the dressing room while all the other England players were in the dugouts, like the football dugouts at the side of the pitch. They were waiting there, but Jos Buttler went straight up the stairs, heading back for the dressing room, as if he knew that it was going to be slightly longer. The rope is being dragged around once again by the 2 golf buggies, and we wait. It does feel, Steve Harmison, at times like cricket finds more ways not to play than there is to play, because yes, we had a bit of a shower, the stumps are in, it feels like we should be playing cricket at the moment.
Yeah, we have a great way of shooting ourselves in the foot, this great game of ours that we all love. I've never really a problem when I was playing. Sitting extra half an hour sitting on the balcony, not doing much, but I think Jos Buttler would be frustrated because he'd want as many overs as possible. He'd want the full 40 overs if he could, because that, in his eyes, gives his team the best chance of winning the game. The shorter the game, the more in the batting favour, not because the runs come down, but then there's less chance of that bold all-out result, which England will still be looking and thinking, right, if we have 40 overs, we can bowl the West Indies out. You know, we're a good power player, we've got a chance of bowling them out inside the 40 overs. Once you get into the 30s, and then if we have another little rain delay into the 20s, all of a sudden then the actual bowling the opposition out result in the conundrum quickly disappears. So I think that's why Joss is probably very, very frustrated that we're not playing. The rope for me makes, I mean, you mentioned about we have try very, very hard in this great game we love of not playing the game, but there are some things that go on inside trying to get a game started again, and this is something I've never really understood, where you've got two golf buggies with a rope in between, taking the moisture off the ground, and all they're doing is they're just knocking it up in the air and it's going back on the ground.
Do you know, I'm so glad you said that,
I really
because I've
don't
always
understand
thought
this
that.
rope. What's the point of the rope? If the rope was a sponge and
rope can't help dry things.
Yeah, well, it just seems
it
just flicks the water up, and then when the rope's gone, it lands back exactly where it came from.
But it's like taking a wet sponge and trying to clean something wet off your floor. It's odd.
Yeah, it is very, very odd. And you see the players are in and around. You've got Gus Atkinson and Liam Livingston and Sam Curran, my old mate Neil Colleen. He's out there as well. He's helping coaching the I think part of the T20 group that's being sent out there. Andrew Flintoff's going to be involved in that. Brandon King's waiting, helmet on, pads on, talking to Darren Sammy, talking to Shai Hope, probably getting their last minute instructions on the balcony. And I would imagine both sets of players are now going, look, it's not raining, what on earth are we standing here?
Well, we've just had the word through. We will resume in about 4 minutes time. We're starting at 11:55, so I'll ask you the question, Steve Harmison, and it will be largely rhetorical. How much can the conditions change in 4 minutes when it's pitch black and therefore the sun can't dry anything out, and all we're basically relying on is what, about 20-30 centimetres of rope going around?
All of it is protocol. The rope's off now. It went away about a minute ago, so that's not in it. It's just it will be down to the match referee and the broadcasters and everybody getting themselves in a position to go, right, you need to wrap up. They've got to give people time, because we have to factor in that, you know, this game is being beamed, it's being broadcast all around the world. It's not just, right lads, come on, it's stopped raining, stick the stumps in and get out there. There's a lot of other factors go on to put a cricket match on and on the international scene, you know, around the world. A lot of these sponsors and the broadcast peer for what's happening, so they have to have their, I think rightly so, they have to have their way of making sure that everything works smoothly and to order. And unfortunately, you know, good fans get frustrated, and I hear, you know, you'll be throwing things at the radio and going, what's that got to do with just starting a cricket match? I fully understand that, but unfortunately in international cricket, these are things that happen.
I've worked it out. We've just had now the fireworks for the batters to walk through. We couldn't restart the game without the fireworks.
Oh, we couldn't. You know, is that going to warm the, you know, and dry the area out? It's sort of third if you're batting at the sort of Worrell, Weeks and Walcott end. So no, there are a load of things that go with this great game we love, and some of it, you know, is a head scratcher and a head shaker. But common sense is now gone, and Joss Butler's leading his team out. The pyrotechnics is going, and the two West Indian batters are ready to come out onto the middle.
Well, Joss Butler just had a word with both umpires, Chris Brown, Leslie Reefer, and there were smiles on faces, so whatever they needed to discuss and make up, they have done so.
He's probably saying we could have been there 10 minutes ago.
Well, yes, he probably was. However, let's just recap. England posted 206 for 9 from their 40 overs. That was recalculated to 205 required from 40, but we've had another interruption, so it is now 188 from 34 that the West Indies need to win this game. It means that 4 bowlers can now bowl 7 overs and 1 bowler will bowl 6, at least that's the maximums, and the power play periods are now 1 to 7 and 28 to 34. So the first 7 overs and the last 6 overs will be the designated power play periods with the main restrictions. Right. We're almost into Sunday morning. If you're just coming in from Saturday night out, you probably weren't expecting to get this amount of live cricket, but hey, welcome along. Hope you enjoy it for the next couple of hours.
I think our taxis are booked for half an hour's time up there.
No, they've been rescheduled. You've obviously not checked your email in the last 20 minutes. We're going to be here for a couple more hours yet. What's 40 overs? That's what, 14 an hour, 20. Yeah, we're
34. Was it
34 overs?
34 overs?
Yeah, so it's about 2.25.
2.25 hours. Yeah, that should be enough time for a conclusion to this game. What we don't want now is we don't want any more rain.
Right then, Sam Curran will start things off from the Joel Garner end. Bowling at Alec Afghanese, and it's an inducker that's taken him on the thigh. Big appeal for England that's turned down from Chris Brown, and everyone now turns and looks at Jos Buttler. Is he going to review it or not? They're having a conversation. Jos Buttler says no.
What a ball, what a start from Sam Curran. Talked about character before the game after the first ODI. It's an absolute beauty. It's gone.
Is waiting. Sam Curran runs towards the commentary box, and beauty, absolute beauty. Bounced and swung and goes past the outside edge of the Athenaeus bat through to Jos Buttler, no run.
We worried that from an England point of view, that if with the lights going on, with the skiddiness of the surface and then a little bit of dew and a little bit of rain, would it make the ball just skid on and make it easier to bat? Would it do as much as it did in the first half? The answer is no, it's doing plenty.
That was a seed of doom, to quote Gareth Batty. In goes Curran, brings his man forward that time. He manages to get the blade on it, guides it down to third to Rayan Ahmed, and a single has the West Indies underway. The one without loss after 5 balls, trying to make 188 to win this game here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, Athenaeus, he played really well in that first game. He got undone by some good bowling in the second one. In there, he shipped up quite nicely. He's played the ball late. They got completely bamboozled and deceived off the first ball. But he played the ball straight, kept the ball, not playing away from his body. And Sam Curran will be hoping. We're just seeing a rerun of the first wicket that he got in that game 3 nights ago, which set his confidence off.
One slip in place for Curran as he goes into King. King gets a ball that he's able to play off the back foot out to Gus Atkinson at deep point. The sweeper puts it back in. First over gone. 2 without loss here on TalkSport 2. Exclusive one-day international cricket in Barbados as the West Indies and England meets. Both batters at the end of the first over. 1 without loss. King's only faced 1 ball. Athenaeus has faced 5 of them. Sam Curran bowls the first. So 206 for 9 posted by England. 188 the target for the West Indies from 34.
Good start from Sam Curran. It's exactly what his captain wanted. The last thing that Jos Buttler would have wanted was a loosener first over, go for a couple of boundaries in the power play, just release a little bit of pressure. And that was an excellent over. It was asking questions of the outside and the inside edge of the left-handed batter, and it's up to Gus Atkinson now to come on from the media stand end and continue the pressure.
Here is Atkinson then. Ball hurries through, takes King high up on the thigh, rolls out on the offside, no run.
This surface should suit Gus Atkinson. Watching the first innings and seeing how well Ford and Alzari Joseph, when they got the wickets, because they hit the pitch hard, they made sure that they got every ounce out of the uneven surface with the brand new ball, and that's the strength of Atkinson.
2 slips in place as Atkinson goes in over the wicket. King hits it straight to cover and he's out. Catch taken by Livingston. And King, his eyes lit up as he saw that one coming towards him, but he slapped it straight to the fielder and wanders off. Brandon King, bit of a mixed bag in the series so far. That one just got too big on him. and it's slapped straight to cover. My apologies, it's Will Jacks who takes the catch, but it matters not for England. They've made the breakthrough. That's what matters. King goes for a single, West Indies 2 for 1.
Yeah, good start. Hit the pitch hard. Gus Atkinson, there was a little bit of width on it, possibly natural width that Brandon King gives himself. He's not a massive foot movement, stays more leg side of the ball, wants to play through that offside, and he's just stood there and let the ball come that little bit high on him. Got the splice of the bat, and instead of trying to ride the bounce and use soft hands, he's gone even harder with it. Will Jacks went up and over the top when he was batting. Brandon King just threw his hands out at the ball, got nowhere near to the sort of on top of the ball, and the splice of the bat went straight down to Jacks's throat. Good high catch, round about your chest high, just round about midriff high to his right, but a comfortable catch in international cricket, and England are off and running.
They are, and Casey Carty is the new man to the crease, the man who's under all sorts of pressure. His scores of 16 and a duck in the series so far, but it's his strike rate that's the main talking point. He gets a shortish one from Atkinson, is able to ride the bounce and guides it down to square leg, and will take a single where Harry Brook will do the fielding, because it was 16 from 39 balls in the first game and a 2-ball duck in the second. In 18 one-day internationals, his strike rate is 64.5, and in these 2 games so far, his strike rate has been 39.
His catching rates have been about 39% as well. Actually, he dropped, as Jared said earlier, he dropped 3 catches in 1. So he owes his team a few runs in this second half.
Athanaze waits as Atkinson is in. The left-hander turns down to long leg. Rayan Ahmed will do the fielding, and it will be just a single. Atkinson's getting some good pace up. That one was almost 141 kilometres an hour. Azari Joseph's been the quickest so far this evening at around about 145, so Gus Atkinson's getting some good wheels going.
Yeah, there's the intent into the deck. That's the thing. That's what you want to see. It's not pace coming off it, it's pace going into the pitch, because with the new ball.
Oh, it's down the leg side from Atkinson on this occasion, and Carty just helps this one on its way. Well, if you're under pressure and people are talking about your strike rates, getting a ball that's just going down the leg side that you can help on the way and flick it on for 4 will certainly help the West Indies. 8 for 1 with their first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, Zach Atkinson should know. Gus Atkinson should know a lot about that, because that was the ball he got that got him going off Alzari Joseph.
Carty 5 from 2. Waits. Atkinson is in. He's beaten outside of the off stump. And that one on its way through to Jos Buttler actually started to swing away as well. So late movement once it had gone past the stump. So it also didn't bounce that high. End of the over, 2 gone here on TalkSport 2. West Indies trying to make 188 to win this game are 8 for 1. Brandon King out for a single. Athanaze has 2 from 6. Carty 5 from 3.
Yeah, a very good start from England. It's what you want. You've got runs on the board, you've got a total that have been set. Early wickets, the wickets that's what's going to slow the run rate down. That's what's going to make it harder from the West Indies. Go hard in the power play, and that's what England have got to do as well. As hard as the West Indies go for boundaries, England have got to go for them wickets as well.
Sam Curran with the 3rd over. 1 slip in place, a sort of 1.5 slip as Curran is in. Again, there's shape away from the left-handed Athanaze. He's just sort of pushing down backward of point, and there is no run.
He shaped up quite well as Athanaze. He stayed within the crease. There's not a great deal of movement forward, whether that's body or from a footwork point of view. He's letting the ball come to him, trying to play the ball as late as he possibly can, and that's not a bad thing against this new ball.
Sam Curran running towards the commentary box end. It's another ball that is shaping away from the left-hander Athanaze. Slightly shorter, so he's able to play this one waist height out into the offside, and there is no run.
The challenge for Sam Curran now is he's got him in a position where he's playing at the ball from outside of off stump, and he's letting the ball come, so he's playing it from within the crease itself, and it's whether Sam can get it that little bit fuller to drag Athanaze out to either get an outside edge or go for that big in swinger to try and get that front pad.
Sam Curran goes in. Now that one doesn't swing, and it's a square cut by Athanaze out to Rayan Ahmed out on the deep backward point boundary for a single. 9 for 1. And continues to be tight from England. Excellent start, just what they would have wanted, with only the target being 188. Couldn't come out and let the West Indies get off to a flyer. The required run rate is 5.7, which in international white ball cricket in 2023 is nothing. But you never know. Curran in, shaping back into Carty, gets inside the line, guides it out to deep point, and they will take a single. 10 for 1.
It's good from Curran. Last game that he just played, where he got his confidence back. And a lot of the sort of early part of the spell was when he didn't quite get his action right, and he bowled a lot wider to the right hander. There, bang on the money. He's getting a little bit of shape back in and around that off stump. This is better from Sam Curran.
Over the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. Now that one is wider. He's able to free his hands on that one. Square drives it through cover, and that is a boundary for 14 for 1 as Athanaze goes to 7 from 10. And that was the one that just had a little bit too much width. The seam was bolt upright, but he didn't really do anything, and Athanaze could just throw his hands through it.
That's a good shot. That is a really good shot. If you want to be ultra critical, I think it was a touch wide from Sam Curran, but I wouldn't be too disappointed if I was Sam Curran there, trying to get him out of his comfort zone to play away from his body. That will serve me good if I'm Sam Curran, if I can get it a little bit straighter and a little bit fuller and try and drag him forward.
Final ball of the Curran over is an absolute beauty. Brings his man forward, he's swinging away and continues on that shape pattern past the outside edge into the gloves of Jos Buttler. That's an absolute ripper of a delivery. 3 gone of the 34 the West Indies have to try and make this 188 for victory.
And that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean there. He's hit a 4. Athanaze has been in defensive mode. He's let the ball come. He's played from within his body. He's tried to play as late as he possibly can to play from within the crease, more or less. Hit the ball as late, and then he gets a boundary away, gets a 4. Then all of a sudden, the confidence is growing in the West Indian batter. So, from that point of view, then if you've got ball in hand, right, he now thinks he can hit boundaries. Pitch one up, drag him forward, and see if he can play the big shot. But unfortunately, Sam Curran got too much swing on it.
Atkinson with the 4th over. Carty's jumping in behind this one. Turns to mid-wicket. Harry Brook will do the fielding, and there is no run. Still 2 slips in place for Atkinson. Just the 1 for Sam Curran. The extra pace of Atkinson earning the extra grabber. Still to come for the West Indies. Shea Hope, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, Alzari Joseph, Guttikesh Modi, Yannick Carrier and Matthew Ford. Carty's coming forward to this ball from Atkinson, and well, it's a square push drive really, and it beats the infield, and because there's no cover sweeper with only 2 outs in the early stages of the game, it's away for a boundary 4. It sent down at 140 kilometres an hour. It is perfectly push timed. That's a lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, very, very good shot. Slightly wide, but you can see there's a player in here in Carty. He's not the strike rate that you would want from a power play player. But when you play shots like that, you can see why the West Indies board are the selection panel are persevering with a guy who's obviously got a load of talent.
Gus Atkinson over the wicket off the thigh pad is turned down to deep backward square. Matthew Potts will do the fielding, and it will be just a single. Well, it's been an interesting evening for Casey Carty. It didn't have the greatest of times in the field, and it would be easy to carry that into your batting, but if nothing else, this shows he's a pretty strong character mentally.
Yeah, it does, and that shot in itself was a beautiful cricket shot. 140 kilometres an hour, just lent on it.
Atkinson to the left-handed Athanaze. No timing in this ball. Pulled to Will Jacks at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And you see that a lot of talk about his strike rate. You can see he's got a decent defence. Obviously, the temperament there because he enjoys batting. He absorbs the game. He bats a lot of balls. And when you got a player that can play a shot like that, he probably is worth persevering for that little bit longer.
Gus Atkinson goes in inside half of the bat from Athanaze with a bit of a sort of flamingo waft, almost helicopter sort of shot out to mid-wicket inside half of the bat. They will take a couple, 21 for 1. Athanaze has 9 from 13. Jared Kimber.
So we talked during the first ODI that he hadn't yet scored a run to mid-on or mid-off. No, I think it was 4 runs to mid-on or mid-off. Either way, that's a perfect ball to punch back down the ground, and he went out of his way, Harmy, to try and flick that on the leg side. He just does not set up at all to hit the ball straight back down the ground, does he?
No, he doesn't, and I think that's why bowling over the wicket is why you bring us for the biggest danger.
Atkinson goes in again. That's another ball that Jared Kimber would be saying as the analyst. That's got to go back in the V from where it came. It goes back off the inside edge to Jackson. Now, very interestingly, at the end of the over with the score 21 for 1, he then practices the straight drive.
Well, you can practice all you want.
I was always good at that one. That was always my best shots. We practice ones, but I think the difference before you. Sorry to jump in, Jared, is you see that shot compared to the Will Jack shot where he hits straight back down the ground early and that's somebody from a batting point of view who is sort of side on, is comfortable with the ball coming in and hitting the ball straight, where you look at somebody like Athanaze and possibly Duckett as well, that where their hips are and the way their hips are split, they're not comfortable hitting the ball down the ground.
Sam Curran comes in to start a new over, and again there's still some shape for Sam Curran. It runs back in on the right-hander Carty, inside half of the bat, out on the leg side, no run.
I think the other thing you look at is just the way that he was batting. That was a half volley outside off stump. There are so few batters in the world who aren't just... I mean, we're talking about hitting it straight. It's probably a cover drive for most players, right? Or at least an off drive. And he's thinking, if I could flick this to the leg side. He ended up getting inside edge, so it made it look worse, Macca. But the point being is, he was trying to get it in front of square leg anyway. He just happened to hit it straight to him.
So essentially, he's about 90 to 100 degrees out of kilter to where everyone else would essentially be playing.
He's got his own V.
Curran in, slightly short of a length, but still running back in to the right-handed Carty. Guides it to backward of points, and they take a single. 188 the target, 22 for 1 on the West Indies. 2 balls into the 5th.
This partnership's building quite nicely here. Two players who are trying to let the ball come, trying not to play it out in front of themselves. The ball does look as though it's skidding onto the bat. It's not the two-paced surface, sitting in the surface that it was when this match started.
Sam Curran in, left arm over, beats Athanaze. Through to Josh Butler, no run. There is still something in this. Of course, a white ball at either end, so 5th over of the match, but only the 3rd over that this ball has been useful. And actually, the seam position was perfect, as it was about 2 metres away from Josh Butler. It started going even more.
But quite a few left-handers, especially tall ones, will be forward at that.
Sam Curran goes in past umpire Brown. Athanaze a swing at this one, gets an outside edge, and it'll be a 1 bounce 4 through 3rd. He wasn't looking in that direction. We mentioned about being about 90 to 100 degrees, slightly out early. He's about 180 degrees out at that one because he was aiming mid-wicket. It ends up going through 3rd for 4.
I mean, again, that ball's just so wide outside off stump, and he's looking for... I mean, his main spot is really just in front of square, Harmy, I would say, to fine leg, and then he can play from point to backward point. It's incredible that the ways that he looks at hitting the ball. That almost hit Tim Wigmore from the Telegraph too. I don't know if you saw that back.
13 from 16 from Athanaze as Curran goes in once again. Now that one runs back in. That was like we saw the first ball of the match, and it bounced. That got very high towards the grill of Alec Athanaze, and that certainly gave him a hurry up and a wake up, because there was no indication that was going to come up and take him on the gloves like that.
That's hitting the handle of the bat. I think that's hit the handle of the bat between both hands. It's come straight off the handle of the bat, and it just seems as though Athenaeus, he defended, let the ball come to him. He's hit a boundary, and then since that boundary, he wants to hit every ball for 4.
Curran to finish the over. Athenaeus goes across his stumps and whacks it through square legs for 4. He went very early. The leg stump was there, and Sam Curran's delivery was homing in on it, but Athenaeus was able to get onto it, pick it up quickly, help it on its way, and it's 30 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That is a good shot. He's obviously loves to favour the leg side, but he's come across the stumps there to give him some room to pick the angle up, and he's played a lovely shot and put pressure on Josh Butler. You know, Sam Curran has bowled some good balls in that opening throws against Athenaeus. Carty got the ball to swing, got the ball to bounce. But the two West Indian batters have, weathered the storm a little bit and then gone back on and thrown the counter punch, and that's what you want from a batting unit in the power play. That if there are wickets going, then you can throw punches back.
Matt Potts into the attack in the 6th over, so replacing Gus Atkinson. The right arm seamer is in and angling in towards the thigh pad of Carty. It'll roll down to short fine leg, and they will take a leg by. 31 for 1, of course. Matt Potts, the replacement for Josh Tong, who got injured in the UAE in the training camp ahead of this series. So Tong not able to take his spot. Matt Potts therefore gets to play his 4th one-day international. He's taken 2 wickets in those previous ones. Best of 2 for 47. His economy rate 7.3, but in fairness to him, he's not exactly played regularly to be able to build that up now. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Athenaeus. No slips at all now in position for England as Potts goes in, and there's a bit of bounce and pace, and it's over the top of Athenaeus' bat, and it's as he tries to force off the back foot through to Josh Butler, no run.
The one thing we have seen consistently here is the extra bounce that the new ball gets on this wicket. We didn't really see that once it got a little bit soft. Even after that 15 over mark, we never saw anything like that. That's where I think they need to be the most careful, the West Indies, because they can get past that. After then, I thought it was much easier to score off the West Indies seamers.
Actually cleared his bat by a decent distance in the end. Potts is on his way for the 3rd ball. Right arm over. Off the back foot is Athenaeus. That's a lovely shot. There are 2 in the covers. It bisects the pair of them and runs away for 4. Nothing Harry Brook can do about that. 35 for 1 as Athenaeus hits the 6th 4 of the West Indies innings.
Yeah, that's a great shot. It really is. There's width on offer. Just both feet off the floor. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Let the ball come to him. And a straight bat, he's hit it between sort of cover and cover point, and Harry Brook chasing it. Got no chance. Thing about Matt Potts, he'll bowl decent pace. He skid it along. He hits the deck hard, very energetic when it comes in. He's not somebody that gets the ball to bounce too much.
Potts is in, leg stumpish. Worked fine by Athenaeus. Rayan Ahmed is inside the circle at fine leg. Once it beats him, it's always going to go away for a boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. West Indies now 39 for 1, trying to make 188 from their 34 overs to win this game here on TalkSport 2.
Just a little bit of overcompensation from Matt Potts. 2 balls before this, bowled a big wide one that Athenaeus was disappointed, tried to hit it too hard and missed it. Then he played a beautiful shot off the back foot from wide outside off stump, and there he's just gone that little bit straighter, 2 straighter. Fine leg inside the circle. It really was a gimme boundary there from the Durham bowler.
He's replaced Bryden Cass in the team today, and here he comes. That's better, tighter in line and length, and all Athenaeus can do is push it back down the pitch, and there's no run. He's been netting, of course, but great difference between netting and actually playing, and of course playing at 20 past 8 in the evening when it's been a bit damp. Here he is with his chance. Athenaeus is still going at better a run of ball, 25 from 22. Gets one on the thigh pad into the leg side. Zach Crawley will go around and collect that. Leg by taken to complete 6 overs. And the West Indies 40
for what?
Oh, he'd be disappointed there if you're Athenaeus. That was another one. Leg stump on the hip. Just thinking a little tickle on this, and it's 4 runs with fine leg inside the circle. Missed out on a boundary there from Matt Potts, and a power play which started brilliantly for England has now, initiative has been wrestled back in a partnership developing, which looks very, very good for the West Indies. Mark Butcher.
I'm not Mark Butcher, but I'll come in anyway. What I was going to say about that is, you look at the way I know we do look similar. Didn't put his microphone on for that joke, did he? But you can see how much he sets up for that shot. He doesn't miss many balls off his pad, so he's going to be very annoyed that one went away, especially with fine leg up in the circle.
Curran in, full of length, really nicely timed, very sweetly timed, just wide of mid-on by Athenaeus. It's an excellent partnership this, when you're only chasing 188. England needed early wickets in the power play. 1 was forthcoming, but this partnership now 40. Athenaeus with 27 from 24. Carty just finding his feet a little out there at the other end as well, 12 from 10. Athenaeus stands with the bat upraised, slightly open stance. The ball is a leg stump half volley that's flipped away to Gus Atkinson in front of square on the leg side boundary, and they've come through for another single. I'll say to you this, Phil O'Wallace, that the talk always in the West Indies is that you need to run in and hit the pitch hard. Slightly counterintuitive though with these two batters at the crease, Carty and Athenaeus, who are both short men who don't really get too far outside of the crease. I'd put it to you that you actually need to try and hit the stumps 3/4 of the way up against these two, not allow them to hit the ball square of the wicket. There's Curran is in once again, trying to swing this ball back into the right-handed Carty, who props forward really nicely. Nice bit of crispness to the movement there. Punches it into the offside, and they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, Mark, I agree with you. When you look at these two players, Alec Athenaeus and Casey Carty, they're short in stature. They don't come forward a lot. They like to sit back on the back foot and really cut and pull. And you saw that a lot in Athenaeus in so far. He's 28 from 25 balls. Even with Carty, with that full length delivery, didn't get his left foot out. He just stood back and allowed the ball to hit the bat and get it into the offside, but again getting that single. So it's giving him some confidence, Casey Carty.
Athenaeus is brimming with it at the moment as Curran is in. Left arm over, tries the back of the hand, slower ball, and it's drilled square of the wicket. The man is placed perfectly for that, Will Jacks, out on the offside sweeper boundary. And again, it's okay, fuller length was better, but very wide of the off stump, and Sam Curran already going to the variations.
Why would he bowl that against this batter? It just doesn't make sense. Like, I can see maybe against Brandon King it might have made more sense, but it just seems like a weird one against Athenaeus, unless he just thought he was going to go.
Yeah, well, England are searching. They're already in seek mode for wickets. Another slower ball, this time to Carty, who reads it and nudges it to extra cover, and there is no run. But one thing for sure, England needed to come out and be pinpoint in terms of their line and length with this new ball. And you have to say that they haven't quite been that. Been the odd good delivery for sure, but not enough of them, not enough pressure applied as yet. And as a consequence, the West Indies are away. 45 for 1, chasing 188 on Duckworth Lewis Stern as Curran is in. That's a good delivery. Haven't seen enough of that. Carty thought the ball was arcing back into him. It just carried on across on the angle, thudded into the gloves of Joss Buttler. That's the end of the 7th over, and the West Indies are 45 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good partnership here between Alec Athenaeus and Casey Carty. They're building on the loss of Brandon King quite early, but that last delivery from Sam Curran is what you were talking about, Mark. Getting that ball full length and shaping away from the right-handed Casey Carty. Again, no front movement of his front foot to come forward, just staying on the crease, playing from the crease and opening the back face, and the ball just whistling past the outside edge and through to Josh Buttler. They will want to get a wicket here, England, because when you're defending 188, you need wickets at the top. to put pressure on that lower middle order. You don't want Shea Hope to come to the crease or West Indies 100 for 2.
Power play is over then. Just 7 overs in this shortened game as Matt Potts comes in from the Malcolm Marshall end. It's an attempted pull shot from Casey Carty. It comes off the bottom of the bat. Sam Curran picks up, throws it in left-handed. It hits the stumps of the non-striker's end. And all that said, no run scored.
Yes, Potts looking to pull that ball down short, and Alec Anthony's gone onto the back for the strong hole and looking to pull. And the ball big on him and just dribbling out to mid-on, and then looking for the single from the rookie Shea, but common sense prevailed. He said, no, let's wait and see. There's still good shaping from the West Indies, a good start to chasing the small totals, because sometimes these small totals give you trouble. You don't know how to approach them. But I think this approach so far has been the right one.
Yeah, just a little highlights reel from the host broadcaster there. Rather backed up, everything said that the boundaries that have been scored since the dismissal of Brandon King have all pretty much come square of the wicket and behind square of the wicket. And England haven't quite managed to find the right line and length of these two particular batters. We've got a stump change because the throw from Sam Curran rather destroyed the middle stump, which holds the stump cam, and therefore we have another delay.
I'm also surprised that they're not using the zinger bills.
They're quite expensive.
Might be out of the beyond the budget of the West Indies Cricket Board at the moment. I'll give my old pal from Surrey days, Johnny Grave, a call and find out what's going on in terms of the budgets for the zingers for you, Philo.
Yeah, good old Johnny, a nice guy.
Good man.
Yeah. Been around West Indies cricket for a long time as CEO. Through some turbulent times, and he'll be smiling if West Indies can get over the line here to have one of his English counterparts. But it's good to see that the young West Indian batters, both Alec Antanaz and Casey Carty, they're starting to rise above. Obviously, Casey Carty under some pressure for not scoring any runs in the first 2 games, but when given the opportunity in this third and final game, the decider of the series, and he's so far starting to shape like the Casey Carty of old. Alec Antanaz continues to show good form.
Of old, isn't he like 19?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Gerard, is that
playing school cricket.
What I'm saying is that we know Casey Carty to be fluent batter.
Yeah.
With 2 low scores in Antigua, not feeling well, and coming to Barbados and still batting at number 3 is a sign of confidence for him and the selectors and this young man. So he's actually showing a little touch that he's getting back there.
Would you prefer him to come into the team and bat slightly lower?
We'll find out in a sec. Potts is in. A much fuller length to the left-handed Anthonys, who rather jabs down on that stroke. Other batters might well have been forward to that, but not the young man from the islands who likes to stay back and camp back on that back foot. No run.
He played T20 cricket for TKR and was successfully had some good scores. I would like to see him play more 4-day cricket and develop his skills rather than playing this hard white ball stuff all the time, because we need someone like him in our red ball team.
Potts in again, it's full, but Anthony stays beautifully sideways on, allows the ball to come up to him, punches it off the back foot to the sweeper on the offside boundary and picks up a single.
I think of the old, like, looking at all the New Zealand cricketers from back in the 50s and 60s who like would bat at number 4 and would basically be opening batters because the opening batters aren't strong enough, and you've got a young kid who's not coming in behind 2 great opening batters yet or anything. He's going to be in early a lot, isn't he?
Well, Darren Bravo might say to himself, well, you could have put me at number 3, but he's not there. That ball is jabbed out by Carty. Again, Potts just zeroing in on a slightly fuller length, this time to Casey Carty, who doesn't get himself outside the crease and finds himself in a bit of difficulty. This is a better spell from Matthew Potts and from England.
I mean, it was you who once said to me, Butch, that batting at number 6 is, the easiest thing any human's ever done. And so, maybe just bring the young guy in, get him down the order a little bit, and then later on he can bat up.
Potts is in again, full again, and Carty stays back, but this time finds a little bit of fluency through the offside. Jacks picks it up on the fence. Well, there is a caveat to that. Number 6 in Test matches I was talking about.
Yeah, you were.
You can't, you field, you don't bowl, you sort of sit there with your pads on. It's just absolutely glorious. I only managed to do it the once in Trinidad back in 1998, before Philo and Clayton Lambert came into the side for the West Indies in Barbados, and it was absolutely glorious. I sat there with your put your feet up at the halfway point of the innings. No rush around to get your pads on. That ball defended by left-handed Anthony. Potts picks up in his follow-through. It's the end of the over. It's a good one, a tidy one from Matthew Potts. West Indies are 47 for 1. Athanaze is 30 at a runner ball. Carty is 14 from 15. So, but I would actually suggest that number 6 in one-day internationals is anything but a cushy number. That's kind of one of the more difficult places to bat in white ball cricket. I would say nowadays the opening of batting is the easiest place in the world in white ball cricket, because the field's up. You can give it a good old smack. Nobody tells you off for slogging it up in the air in the power play, because that's what you're supposed to do.
I think with the 2 new balls, it's probably a little bit different if you're not as natural. We saw a lot of those guys who were like number 4 and number 5 to their team struggle when the 2 new balls came along. So I think it's a little bit tougher. But you're right. Batting at number 6 is probably not ideal. Kieran from CricViz has sent us through. I don't know if you've seen this from the Women's Big Bash. They've gone from zing bales to, LED stumps that flash.
Oh, look at that.
So they come up from the bottom it's red and yellow.
It's like Christmas out in the out in the suburbs, where you've got all those houses with the lights just dripping upwards and downwards from the fronts of people's houses as the attack. Bowls a bit of a loosener, a bit of a slow loopy one that's dragged down outside off stump, chunked into the offside. They pick up a single.
So maybe Cricket West Indies are trying to invest in getting some of these over. Zing bales are yesterday's news. I mean, it gives me a headache watching them, but maybe the kids like them. It reminds me of when Cricket Australia thought that the thing that would get people into domestic cricket was the Victorian team wearing shorts.
I remember that, the Bush Rangers wearing shorts.
Yeah. Everyone wanted to see Merv Hughes' calves.
Ran Ahmed round the wicket as we digress, still further from the game in hand, and it's cut away, funnily enough, back with a square by Athanaze, and it'll run all the way down to the 3rd man boundary for another boundary. That brings up 50 for the West Indies. They are 52 for 1. The partnership is 50, and things are looking increasingly comfortable, and that smattering of local support is now on their feet, rum in hand, West Indies flags waving gaily. And there is a silence around the Kensington Oval, and that is because it's mostly English fans in the ground. As Rayan Ahmed is round the wicket to the left-handed Anthony, he goes onto the back foot, nudges it to Duckett and mid-wicket, and again there is no run.
Yes, a very important 50-run partnership here by these 2 young West Indian batters. From 43 balls, Anthony is 34 from 32, still showing that confidence, and obviously he's showing that he has the ability to score.
Ahmed around the wicket, top spinner that time, and Anthony watches it onto the bat and nudges it to backward point, and there is no run. The other innovation from Cricket Australia, of course, is the bat flip at the toss in the Big Bash as Ahmed comes in. Leg spinner that time, and it's nicely worked wide of Duckett, who had to do a bit of work, and as a consequence it was that close to him that the 2 batters had a little bit of a cha-cha-cha in the middle of the pitch before finally coming through for the single. That's 5 balls gone of Rayan Ahmed's over, 6 runs from it so far.
There has been scientific proof that coins are not actually level, so flipping them doesn't mean you're a 50-50 chance anyway.
Oh, get out of town. As that's a terrific shot. Casey Carty, talk about confidence now. He's put the ghost of those 2 drop catches behind him, and has come out with his teeth gritted. He just banged that one back over the head of Rayan Ahmed. It's evaded Liam Livingston down there at long on, and he picks up a boundary. So that's 2 fours and 2 singles from the over, 10 from Rayan Ahmed's first, and West Indies are well on their way here, Phil Wallace.
Yes, well on their way indeed. A good shot there from young Casey Carty, a flighty delivery from the leg spinner, and he just hit it straight through the line, over the head of the bowler, down to the boundary for 4. Liam Livingston diving in vain. This is good to see Casey Carty now looking to get more bat on the ball and look more positive and with more intent to score. And obviously Alec Antonez is there showing the skill and competence, and he's well aided and supported by the young man Casey Carty.
Potts in again. Antonez rather has to smother that ball. It bounced quite a bit on him, and he just shut the bat face on it and killed it by his feet. Potts picked it up in his follow through. That's the one thing about that bat flip thing. The idea was it was to sort of make it like the backyard cricket, to appeal to the kids. My thought was, when I was a kid, I didn't want to be doing stuff that I was doing in the backyard. I wanted to be a professional cricketer. I'd rather do it the way that the pros do it, not the way that the old man does it in the backyard to decide who's going to have a bat first. Potts runs that one down to third man, and they pick up a single.
I'm not sure kids play cricket anymore anyway in the backyard. Maybe they're playing cricket 24 on their PlayStation. So I don't even know if you don't know what I was talking about.
How do you decide the toss on your PlayStation?
I think you just press
Flip
heads
the
or
keyboard?
tails.
Right, okay. Phil's sitting here, he has no idea what we're on about now.
I don't even know what a PlayStation is. I know what a train station is.
We won't be seeing one of those tonight, I can tell you. As Potts is in and tries the short ball, but it doesn't really get up much above waist high. And Casey Carty has just peeled off a beautiful pull shot, wonderfully controlled, kept it down all the way. And that is another boundary to the West Indies. And this, at the moment, is becoming a stroll for the home team.
Yes, that's a very good shot from Casey Carty. A short ball from Potts. A lot of effort, but no pace. And he just swiveled inside of it and helped it down behind backward square. The ball rushing across the lush green outfield, beating the fleet-footed Harry Brook to his right and into the boundary. But a good shot and a good reward for Casey Carty. Continues to show confidence.
I wonder if Harry Brook has been, as Potts is in, back of a length. Carty kills it at his feet. They decide not to take the single. I wonder if Harry Brook's been to a local footwear store, because his cricket boots look to have very much the colours of the Barbados flag on them.
Well, in Barbados, you do what the Barbadians do. They're very pretty nowadays, but we used to play in white shoes. But now the guys playing pink socks and blue shoes and red.
Blue, that royal blue with a flash of yellow on Harry Brook's wheels, as that ball is directed at middle and leg stump by Matthew Potts, defended to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, and again there's no run.
I like the effort here from Potts. And the last over and this over as well started very aggressive, looking to hit hard lines as expected, not serving of any loose deliveries. Any loose delivery being punished, but I like his energy so far. This is his first game in the series, well, obviously the decider, and there's a lot of obviously confidence and trust in him to do the job.
Yep, and he's got a job to do. That job is to take wickets, and wickets quickly. But Carty now has the luxury of being able to play a really nice looking backward defensive stroke towards mid-on. It comes right off the middle of the bat, ends up in the hands of the fielder there on 2 or 3 bounces as it scuttles along. And that is the end of the over. 10 overs gone. West Indies going at 6.2 runs per over, 62 for 1. King, the only casualty. Atkinson picking him up. Caught at Will Jacks in the covers for 1. But since then, it's been all the West Indies.
Yes, it's very good to see these 2 young batters just building on that partnership. Losing Brandon King quite early in the play before only 2 runs on the board. But Alec Antonez and Carty, Alec from Dominica, Carty from St. Martin, and they've really come and played well.
That one from Rayan Ahmed to the left-handed Antonez around the wicket really kept low. Pitched in the dark marks, the foot marks outside the off stump. And they're dark partly because the surface may have started a little bit soft, but also because of the moisture that the fast bowlers carry on the soles of their boots as they slam through the crease and follow through off the wicket. That one did stay down a long way. Athanaze did well to watch it closely and get the bat on it before it crashed into his stumps. This one is wider from Rayan Ahmed and is punished. Again it's backward a square, again it's on the offside. And this man is getting plenty of practice on that cut shot, and he was pretty good at it already.
But that's a spec shot. Ball short and wide from the leg spinner, just sitting up and just punching it quite nicely, beating the man at short turn man to his left and down to the boundary for yet another 4 for Alec Antonez, who continues to show good skills when batting.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't need to convince me that he's got a decent cut shot on him. Alec Antonez over the course of this series, and England have fed it to him, and they have another go. This time he has to play it with a slightly straighter bat, controls it nicely, dead square of the wicket out to the sweeper, and they pick up a single. 67 for 1 then, halfway through the 11th. Carty's 23 from 21, both these men going at over a run a ball. And the concern on the face of Josh Butler is Rayan Ahmed really put some energy on that one. It kicked and bounced on Carty, but he was equal to it, and it was fielded well at backward point, and again there's no run.
Yes, that ball just spitting like a cobra snake off a good length and off a good line from the leg spinner, who continues to show good skills here.
Googly, and it's read by Carty. Turned And it was beautifully pitched, and a batter not aware of that variation or not watching it closely could have found himself in trouble, but Carty played it really nicely.
Yeah, he played off the back foot, so he had to watch it all the way onto the bat.
Leg break this time, and Carty chops it backward a point. Gus Carter gets in the road. 5 runs from that over. Target becomes ever smaller for the West Indies. They've only lost the 1 wicket. 67 for 1, 11 gone, and England battling to find a breakthrough here.
Just want to have a look at these 2 batters. I've got the wagon wheels up here, Butch. If we look in front of cover or mid-wicket, the 2 batters have 1 shot between them so far that has gone down the ground. Everything else is square of the wicket or even behind the wicket. And the other thing that's worth noting is that their control percentages, so how often they're not in control of the delivery, tells you a little bit about the bowling, the pitch and everything else. Athanaze is on 41, his control percentage is 67. Usually you would be out if that is the case, if you've made that many errors. And even Carty is under 80%, so they're both still struggling on their surface quite a bit. I think the ball's getting a little bit softer. We might not see that much bounce, but we did see one in that over kick up a little bit. But that is one thing that the West Indies are probably going to need to make this a comfortable chase. If the ball keeps bouncing, we had a ball before, a cricket fair say, that bounced 30 centimetres higher than it normally would. You don't really want that in a chase.
You don't, but that's also indicative of the fact that England haven't been able to find the right line and length often enough in order to take advantage of those miscues. That one is struck down the ground by Alec Athanaze, and he'll pick up a single. That may well be his first up towards mid-off in the entire series, but it was beautifully controlled. And that's all the West Indies need to do. Control themselves, control the run chase, and the win and the series will be theirs.
He should have raised his bat then. He was so excited to take that single, wasn't he?
Now.
No, he loved it though. Good on him.
It's not 50 yet, Gerard. It's not 50 yet. It's a nice punch down the ground, but it's not 50. He's gone to 42. And once they control that run chase, they're going to be okay.
It's wide of off stump from Atkinson and has been laced backward a point. Sort of half front foot, half back foot, vertical batted drive by Carty, and that went flying through backward point. I'd hesitate to say it, but I'm going to. Traceable it like.
Yeah, that's a top shot for Casey Carty. Not full in length, just between the good length, and he was able to just ease onto the front foot and beat him to bat at backward point and down to third man for 4. That shot will give him a lot of confidence.
Well, he's played some sparkling boundaries so far, none better than that one, as Atkinson straightens up the line a little bit, makes it a little bit shorter. Carty lifts the leg up like a man who would have done so on many occasions at Kensington Oval, Gordon Greenwich, and paddles it around the corner just for a single. And he really is increasing in confidence. He looked like a man who'd seen a ghost in the field when that second catch went down, Casey Carty. And I think he's taken himself back to the dressing room, stuck a towel over his head and had a good think about it and just thought, right, okay, put that behind you, go out there, concentrate, watch the ball hard and show people what you can do. And Alec Athanaze on the pull shot this time. Again, it's backward a square. That's back to business as normal. It goes straight to the man at deep backward square for a single. He practices lofting it over his head for 6, but on this occasion he did it all the way along the ground. It's another single to Athanaze. 74 for 1. The West Indies are, well, they're strolling at the moment.
Yeah, obviously this 188 should be a walk in the park. Good short ball from Gus Atkinson, but again, Alec Athanaze staying deep in the crease and just rolling his wrist on the ball, showing good control of playing the short ball.
Gus Atkinson in again. That ball, well, there's a slight yelp for an appeal down the leg side. The ball bounced, kicked quite dramatically as it passed Casey Carty on the leg side. There was a hint that a glove might have been somewhere near. But England don't go through with the appeal. The umpire raises both arms and signals wide. And the camera between those last 2 deliveries hoved in on Joss Butler's face, and it was him who had the haunted look. One that we saw quite often during the World Cup as he struggles to make something happen here. Atkinson again, back of a length. Carty on the back foot, punches it to backward point, and there's no run.
Atkinson obviously putting a bit more effort in as well. That ball fished through the leg side, but then we saw the next ball correcting on the off stump and forcing Casey Carty to make contact and when he getting at the backward point. So Gus Atkinson is looking for that wicket, but he's yet to deliver that second.
Short ball And that's a really good short ball, because Carty thought about hooking it and then had to bail out at the last second. It fizzed through to Joss Butler. It's the end of the over. 12 overs gone out of 34. Match has been curtailed to 34 overs in the run chase. England faced 40 overs, making just 206 for 9. Duckworth Lewis Stern then was employed further. The chase was down to 205 at the halfway point. Then another rain shower knocked off yet more time from this match, leaving the West Indies needing just 188. And they are 75 for 1 in reply. And England are searching for any sort of answer, any sort of hope that'll get them back into this game. And the only hope they might get is seeing Shai Hope move out to the middle and depart quickly. Rayan Ahmed is into his third over, his first two have cost him 15. And now we'll hand over to Sir Curtly Ambrose and Barry Wilkinson, who doubtless are very pleased with events out there in Barbados.
A delivery that beats the batsman. They're appealing. In fact, they're not only appealing, they're going upstairs. They believe that Alec Athanaze has edged that. Ahmed is confident. Joss Butler, the captain, is confident. And the director is now being brought in to play. Curtly Ambrose, did he touch that one? It was just outside the line, the off stump. He nibbled at it, no question of it. But did it touch that bat?
And it was the googly as well.
It is very close to the bat. Can we all touch, please?
I think that might have nibbled the bat. Let's hear. This is Ultra Edge. And
keep it going.
Flat line, it looks like.
Yeah, keep it going, please.
Flat line.
Keep it going to the tracks, please. Keep it going. Let me see if the ball is hitting.
Didn't touch a thing.
Yes, keep it going, keep it going. Okay,
It was extremely close to that off stump as well. But according to Ultra Edge, there was no contact. That's the signal there.
We'll have to say that it's a classical decision, because it was marginal. The umpire said not out, stuck with the decision, and the replay showed that he was correct. So England have one more review. West Indies still have 2. And not quite sure what they're looking at here now, or what's the issue. Oh, they say that it actually hit the stump. Is that what they're saying? So it appears that the ball might have hit the stump, but if the ball hit the stump, the bills weren't dislodged, so he's still not out. So, okay, they're all settled now. I'm not quite sure what was the bone of contention there, but here comes Ahmed Namboz, and this delivery is was that the googly, secretly?
No, I didn't see that one just now. I was just gazing into the crowd, trying to figure out what was happening.
Here comes Ahmed in again, and both Athanaze, who's on the back foot and just forcing this one into the onside. There's no run there for him. The West Indies doing really well. They need to get 188 runs in 40, and they've got 75 for 1 in 12.4. Carty, he's looking much better tonight. He's got a run of ball 28. Athanaze has got 43 from 45 as Ahmed bowls. A delivery again that's forcing him to push this one out to the onside, out to the long on area for 1. It's been a very long day, Sir Curtly Ambrose. 10 minutes to 9 o'clock, and we're still here. We're here from 12 o'clock today, local time.
You were here from 12. I was here from since 9:30 in the morning.
What were you doing at that time here, Sir Curtly?
I was doing some things with the sponsors, CG United.
This delivery again, pitched on the line, the leg stump, turned into the onside, and there's no run. I'm sure that was not for free. So you will be good for your time here, I'm sure.
You reckon?
If I know Sir Curtly Ambrose, you're not going to come here at 9:30 to do that. 112 runs remaining now to the West Indies to win, and they have 126 balls. 76 for 1, 13 gone. Athanaze 44. Carty's got 28. Man gone. Brandon King went quite early as England were ecstatic at that time, but we've seen a counter attack from Alec Athanaze, the 25-year-old who turned 25 yesterday. Of course, his birthday was yesterday. Man from Dominica. Hello to all of our friends listening perhaps in Dominica, as this delivery is on the line of the off stump by Atkinson. Athanaze is just pushing into the offside and there's no run. So we've got a Dominican and a man from St Martin at the crease. Not many Dominicans have played cricket for the West Indies, and I think Casey Carty is the first man from St Martin to do that.
That is correct.
Here comes Atkinson again as he runs in and bowls, and this delivery is again pitched on the line of the leg stump, turns into the onside, and there is no run. How do you rate this partnership so far?
It's a good one. That was necessary, considering Brandon King was dismissed very early. He has had a woeful time here at the Kensington Oval. Brandon King, I think he played 7 ODIs, averaging 8.
As Atkinson bowls, this one is hit out to the third man boundary. There's a fielder there, they only get one. It was not an authentic shot at all. It was a big bowl drive, didn't move his feet, came off the outside edge, and it flew down to third man for just one. What did he do wrong there, Sir Curly? Is it that he didn't move his feet, or was it the fact that the pace from Atkinson outfoxed him?
I don't believe all that much about getting your feet into the right position, because sometimes when you're faced in a fast bowler, you have a fraction of a second to decide what shot you're going to play and to get in position. It's all happened so fast.
As Atkinson comes in again now and bowls to Carty, and Carty this time is punching this off the back foot out to the cover area for one. Atkinson, the man from Middlesex, he's also 25 years old, so we've got a number of young players out there in the middle. Atkinson 25, Casey Carty's just about 26, and Athanaze, like I said, just turned 25. Greg Brathwaite, the fourth umpire, turns 54 today.
And just to get back to that point about in getting to the right position, we'll come back after this delivery.
Atkinson comes in and bowls to Athanaze, and Athanaze is driving straight to cover, no run. Duckett is there, and it's another dot ball.
I reckon it's a contest between bat and ball, and it doesn't have to always be in what one would perceive the correct position to score runs. Once you get enough bat on it and it goes for runs, that is the most important thing.
Atkinson again and bowls to Athanaze, who gets the delivery. He's wrapped on the pad. It's a loud appeal and he's given him. Athanaze is gone. LBW. Is he going to review? I doubt it. That was a full pitch delivery, almost Yorker length delivery. He looked to turn it into the onside, and he looked to me like he's pretty plump. He has 5 seconds left before he can decide to review it, and he's gone to review it just with 2 seconds remaining on the timer. But I think that might be a waste of a review. Curtly Ambrose.
Well, the funny thing about it is he was given out LBW, so as long as the ball is hitting his thumbs, he'll be gone. He went to his opposite, to his partner, I beg your pardon.
Oh, that's as plumb as it gets. I will suggest once that didn't hit the bat, he should start walking, and I think he is walking. That was a waste of a review, to tell the truth. Let's have a look. They didn't touch the bat. Ball hitting, cannoning into the pad. It was not pitched outside leg, pitched on middle, pitched in line, impact in line, hitting. A waste of a review, and that means Athanaze goes, and the West Indies have lost their second wicket. 78 now for 2, and a pretty straightforward decision. Well played by Alec Athanaze, but Mr. Curly Ambrose, this game of cricket is a funny little game. Could that have just let England back into it?
Of course. You know, Alec Athanaze, it appeared to me like he didn't want to refer. He asked his partner, Casey Carty, and he probably was convinced by Casey Carty to go for the referral. And he was plumb in front. So England are back in the game. And of course, Shea Hope, the skipper, is making his way out. Loud applause for the captain. He is so prolific in this form of the game. Can he get his team over the line?
Well, Shea Hope has certainly proven that he is among the top West Indians when it comes to one internationals. So Viv Richards has got 17 centuries at this level. Brian Lara's got 19. Chris Gill has got 25. The difference is their careers are all done. At 30 years old, this man has got 16. What are the odds that he's going to surpass them all? So he comes at a time when the West Indies still need a pretty good partnership. He's done it for them with 100. As this first delivery to Casey Carty, start of the new over. 78 for 2 now, and over number 15, Carty driving to cover, and there's no run. We'll take a look at Shea Hope's stats in just a second. This delivery again is driven square into the offside. They'll only get one, so Hope will get a chance to face. Carty now moves to 30, 79 for 2. So a look at Shea Hope. So currently age 30, he's played 120 ODIs, 5,117 runs, highest score of 170, 170. Strike rate of 77.8. I know that Ian Bishop still thinks that's a little too slow. 25 half centuries and 16 centuries. Outstanding record.
Most certainly. Which means that when he gets to 50, more often than not, he converts into a century.
This time he's driving to get off the mark pleasantly, out to cover. It's gone straight to the fielder, so they only get one, but he's off the mark. So Hope is on 1, it's 80 for 2. The Windies, don't forget, the target is a 188 with the Duckworth-Lewis Stern. Required run rate is 5.54, and the Windies have still got a lot of time, but they've still got to keep ahead of that run rate, and they wouldn't want any more wickets to fall to keep them under any pressure. As this delivery is turned into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Early days yet, still very early to call it, but who's your money on, Sir Curtly Ambrose?
Well, as
again, pitched on line in the middle stump, driven to cover, no run.
I really can't believe you asked me that question, Barry.
I gotta ask it, come on.
Why? I can't support anybody else but the West Indies.
I'm gonna give you some more stats on Shea Hope in a second, as this delivery is carefully played to short third man, still no run. So Shea Hope needs 1-8 more runs to move into the number 10 on list of all-time run scorers in one internationals for West Indies to replace the great Gordon Greenidge. Chris Gayle has got 10,425 runs. Brian Lara's got 10,348. Shandapal has got 8,778. Desmond Hayes, chairman of selectors, 8,648. Richards has got 6,721. Richardson, who's the match referee here, 6,248. Sarwan has got 5,804. Hooper, his countryman, has got 5,761. Marlon Samuels has got 5,606. And Gordon Greenidge, 5,134. Hope, 5,117. Needs 18 more runs to get into the top 10 of that prestigious all-time list. Well, it's going to be Atkinson who will want to perhaps prevent that from happening in this particular match. The next engagement for the West Indies will be next year at ODIs. As Atkinson now comes in and bowls to Hope, and Hope gets a short ball that's wide wayward down the leg side and signaled wide there by the umpire.
Looks like he lost his foot in there. Atkinson on delivery. And of course, because of the wet outfield, you know, there's some mud under the sole of his boot, so sometimes you don't get good proper traction.
Here he comes again and bowls to Hope. A short ball, that was a good one. It was short on middle stump, the umpire signal wide again. I thought that was a bit harsh, Sir Curtly.
That was my first impression, and even the delivery before that went down the leg side, and he called one for the over. Leslie for Jr. I would love to see that again on the play, to see how high that was.
106 more runs, 114 balls. as Atkinson comes in and bowls to Hope, and Hope this time is stroking this beautifully off the back foot into the boundary for 4 through the extra cover area. What a classy shot there from Shea Hope. It was short, he stood up erect and just punched it between the fielder there at backward point and extra cover for 4 classical runs.
That was an exceptionally good stroke. Went on his toes to get on top of the bounce. And the placement and the timing was perfect. Didn't have to move. And right away forced a change in the field.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Hope. And Hope this time is beaten, all ends up with a good delivery in the line. The all stump, that cut him in half, as they would say. Taken there by the keeper, no run.
Very, very good follow-up delivery from Atkinson. Dragged back quite a bit. Shea Hope was looking to play through the offside. He's very strong through that area. Missed it completely. And again, another change in the field.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that there was no sweeper to start with, to tell the truth. I'll tell you the feeling in a second. As Atkinson comes in now again and bowls to Hope. And Hope this time is driving. Stopped at cover. That was going to the boundary again. He only got a couple on this occasion because that one was driven beautifully, but Duckett diving to his right, stopped it and did a very, very good job, deserving a round of applause there for stopping what could have been another boundary. So we've got a slip, we've got a third man, there's a sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket on the boundary, and a fine leg.
That's exactly why he was placed in that extra cover region.
Atkinson in again and bowls to Hope, and Hope this time is looking to turn this one into the onside. The bowler fields to his own bowling and there's no run. 100 now from 110 balls, that's the equation.
Still a long way to go. England will be desperate to take wickets. West Indies, on the other hand, would want to prevent them from taking any more wickets.
As Atkinson runs in and bowls to Hope, and Hope is driving. Actually, Casey Carty helps the field because Carty actually accidentally kicked that and it deflected into the onside. They ran a single, but that was straight, and that might have gone and perhaps challenged the boundary, but unfortunately it was struck so straight Carty couldn't help but get out of the way. Casey Carty's batted much better tonight as well.
He certainly has. He looks a much better player than he did in the first and second ODIs, and even during the Super 50.
Atkinson again and bowls to Carty, who's pulling, timing this nicely. It's going down towards the backward square leg boundary. Well stopped in the end. Did he get that? Yes, he did. Stopping and preventing what was a certain boundary. Very good feeling there by Harry Brook, it looks like to me. Brook diving to his right and ensuring that it didn't go in the boundary. They're having a look at it. A boundary check, but let's look at it. Yes, he did stop it. Very well done there from Harry Brook, stopping a certain 4, and in the end the batsmen were able to take 2. So the over has ended. We've had 16 gone now, and the West Indies needed 97 more runs from 108 balls. They're 91 for 2 with Casey Carty on 32 and the captain Shea Hope on 8.
Certainly brilliant work on the deep backward square boundary by Harry Brook. Had to cover a lot of ground, saved his team 2 runs, and everyone saved will make life a little bit harder for the West Indian batters.
Ahmed, the leg spinner, bowls, and this one is driven beautifully out to the wide long off area. The fielder there long off on the boundary, running to his left and doing the fielding. Just 1 run for Shea Hope, who's moved quickly to 9 from 7. 92 for 2. The equation, 96 more runs to win from 107 balls. Casey Carty on strike on 32. The leg spinner spins the ball from hand to hand as a cat runs across the ground. As this delivery is again punched into the screen to the offside, and there's 1 more run. The fact the cat is right in front of the sight screen at the CG United boundary board. Where did that cat come from?
It looks like the one you owned.
I have no cats.
Oh, just checking.
93 for 2. Here comes Abid now again and bowls to Hope, and Hope is again punches this beautifully off the back foot, but he can't score this time. Duckett is there. He's a very nimble fielder, Ben Duckett.
I have a feeling that we going to be into an exciting finish to this game.
Ahmed again bowls, and this one is driven, hit in the air. That's going to go for 6. Over long off. That's gone. Out of here. Shea Hope, in a no-nonsense mood, whacks that straight over the boundary for 6. And the West Indies now motor along to 99 for 2. What a shot.
Certainly was a good shot. It was right in the hitting arc. And even though Shea Hope is a touch player, very easy on the eye, he can go powerful as well. And that was struck with some degree of power.
Here comes Ahmed again and bowls to Hope. I hope this time he's hitting this in the air, and he's out caught at mid-wicket. Shea Hope is gone. That's a big wicket. And what a response from Rehan Ahmed. That one had a bit more air. Hope was carelessly just playing that one into the onside, and it ballooned to mid-wicket. Shea Hope is gone for 15, and the Windies now are 99 for 3.
That is certainly a big wicket. Good piece of bowling as well from Rehan Ahmed. It also was a googly, and Shea Hope didn't pick it, but he did pick out the mid-wicket fielder, who took a tumbling catch, and celebrations all around. That was the wicket they wanted. England are back in the game. They're both on even keel at the moment.
He said it so curtly. He said it that if that wicket earlier from Athenaeus was letting England back in the game, and it has. And Ahmed was not afraid to fight it again, but you correctly said it was the googly, and Hope didn't play for it. So he was caught between two minds of if to play defensively or turn the ball in the onside, and when he did, it scooped up. So really well bowled from Rehan Ahmed, and the Windies now under just a little bit of pressure with Shimron Hetmar, who can come good one day and then have 7 or 8 low scores. He's walking to the crease. Not quite sure it's inspiring much confidence.
He's one of those players that once he gets going can be destructive, can be a dangerous player. He's not in the best of form, but he has tremendous ability. So he needs to get a start, support Casey Carty as much as possible until he gets into a good groove and good rhythm. But the game at the moment is evenly poised. 89 runs to get, 103 deliveries to go. Couple of good overs for the West Indies could take the game away from England. On the flip side to it is a couple of quick wickets now could tip the balance to England. So I believe we'll be seeing an exciting finish to this game one way or the other.
Oh no, you're right. You're very, very right. Athenaeus LBW to Atkinson 45. King caught Jack's ball, Atkinson 1. And Hope, the last man gone, caught Potts' ball, Rehan for 15. Carty is there, 33 from 37. And the new batsman is Hetmar with Rutherford, Shepherd, Carrier, Joseph, Moti, and Ford to come. 89 more runs required. And it's going to be Shimron Hetmar to face this first delivery. The leg spinner is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed batsman.
Are we going to see a googly first up to the left-handed Hetmar? There's a slip in place, putting some pressure on the Hetmar.
So Shimron Hetmar at a ground where he made his test debut against, I believe it was Pakistan. I speak to correction. Here comes Rehan Ahmed now. Bowls to Hetmar. Hetmar is on driving. First ball out to long on for 1. So he's off the mark straight away. The 100 comes up as well for the West Indies. 88 now more runs from 102 balls. As the over comes to an end, 100 for 3. Hetmar will maintain the strike, but a very good over there from the English. At the fall of that wicket, you saw the entire 3W stand rise to their feet. I guess perhaps they want to get not only a little break, but they sense that this game is on. It's quite enthralling and exciting stuff.
88 runs needed. 102 balls remain. Which way is it going to go? Still evenly poised at the moment. which of the two teams are more confident at this present moment?
The thing about it is, you look at the players to come. Rutherford had a good innings in the last match, so he's still very capable. I think if Hetmyer can stay there, they'll definitely win. There's no doubt about that. Hetmyer's not going to stay there and they're going to scratch to a victory. He'll ensure that they get there quite easily. But his form has been so indifferent. He has not inspired any confidence in me recently. He's scored about what? I think 90 runs in the last 12 innings of ODI cricket.
He's certainly much better than that. Of course, you got Rutherford to come. He can be destructive. Romario Shepherd, who played a brilliant cameo in that first ODI to help his captain get over the line in the first ODI. Alzari Joseph can bat as well. Moti can bat. They all can bat. So they bat deep.
So it's going to be Will Jacks. Perhaps they're sensing that Hetmyer likes the fast stuff, so they've brought on another spinner. The off spin of Jacks, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, punched away straight to cover. There's no run. Jacks is not a big bowler at all, even though this is his seventh ODI. He's only got one wicket. This one is short, cut away out to the sweeper. Hetmyer will get an easy single, and it will bring Carty back on strike now. 101 for 3, 87 more runs from 100 balls. A lot has been spoken about Hetmyer's fitness. Do you think he needs to really work harder on that?
I've often heard people talk about players' fitness. Now, how do you know if a player is fit or not? Because don't be telling me about this yo-yo test. That to me is a joke. Because my argument is, if I can't pass a yo-yo test, but then when I go onto the field, let's say for a bowler, for instance, I can give you 20-25 overs every game.
Turn into the onside for another single, 1 run, securely Ambrose.
I give you 20-25 overs in a day, every time. Don't have to come off the field, do everything that I have to do in the game, but I can't pass a yo-yo test. Are you going to tell me I'm unfit? Yo-yo test to me is a joke.
How do you really feel about it? As this delivery is well flighted and driven into the onside. Just 1 run there to Zach Crawley, who was at the long on position. Back in your day, what was the test to ensure full fitness to go into the match?
Certainly wasn't a yo-yo test.
So here comes Jacks now, in again, and bowls to Carty. And Carty is on the front foot, pushing the ball into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, but seriously, back in our day, you know, we were very, very fit. We relied a lot on our fitness. We trained hard, so we never had an issue about fitness.
Here he comes in again, and bowls to Carty. Carty gets one that is turned nicely into the onside, but he can't score. The over comes to the end. It's a dot ball. 103 for 3. 85 more runs from 96 balls. Casey Carty has 34. Hetmyer has 3. What a game we got on our hands. Andrew McKenna will tell you more about it.
Thank you, boys. Yeah, building up nicely this, isn't it? 85 from 96, as Barry says. 103 for 3, the West Indies after 18 overs. Sam Curran's bowled 4. Atkinson's bowled 5. 3 for Potts. 5 for Rayan Ahmed, and that 1 over from Will Jacks so far. Atkinson 2 for 34. Rayan Ahmed 1 for 27. The West Indies set 188 for victory in 34 overs to win not only this match but the 3-match one-day international series. Now, Liam Livingstone was going to bowl the previous over, but Will Jacks got the call. But now Liam Livingstone is going to bowl, so England are going to introduce the 6th bowler to the left-handed Shimron Hetmyer, who has 3 from 4. It'll be around the wicket with an off break to Hetmyer. Always punch that to cover, And Phil Sott didn't stop it on the first occasion, and now he's looking around in his feet, trying to pick it up on the second occasion. One taken, 84 from 95 the equation. Harmy's alongside me.
Yeah, it's looking quite comfortable for the West Indies. That wicket of hope has given England hope, but I'm interested. I'm not a big fan of the double spin. Not a big fan of the double spin against. I know they're going for matchups with Hetmeyer, but I'd like a seamer on.
Slip in place, leg break from Livingston to Carty, hits it up in the air and it just clears Sam Curran, running out towards the boundary. Wow. Livingston bowled the leg break to the right-hander, who took him on straight away, and it just lobbed off the bottom of the bat. Curran's at short mid-wicket, running out towards mid-on the 30-metre circle, and it just clears him. Single taken, so it's 83 from 94. Livingston back around the wicket with the off-break to Hetmeyer, hit him on the pad in front, big appeal, not given. Judging by the noise, England are going to review this.
Yeah, I think they've got to review this. At worst, it's umpire's call. It's umpire's call, I think. I think they've got to have a look at it. Joss Butler's deliberating 5, 4, 3. Yes, he goes for it.
Well, I think I just heard Liam Livingston say on the stump mark, it's hitting it. So, apologies for anyone who might have picked up that, if that is indeed what I heard. Right, England have reviewed it. Livingston around the wicket, rips out an off break, but it doesn't turn.
The ball is very close to the back. Can we have a dredge, please?
I don't think he's hit it. I think, if anything, it's gone down with the angle of going down leg
Please,
side.
we're waiting for dredge.
Now, we're seeing ultra. Oh, there is a little nip
Freeze it
in
here,
there.
please. Freeze it here. There's a clear spike when the ball is next to the back. No gap between bat and ball. Thank you. I'll go back to Chris on field.
The one thing about these, so that will be not out, is I'd really love them to still run the LBW part of it, so we could all actually see
what was
where
going
it
on.
was going. And
I'm not sure. I don't think Hetmeyer thought he hit it, because he came down and said to Carty straight away, going down.
Because I genuinely think that the umpires in that respect would like to know as well, you know, did I get that right? Did I have all my angles?
I'm sure the umpire off field will tell him that was either going onto the stumps or not.
Livingston to bowl to Hetmeyer, comes forward inside half of the bat, turns through square leg, and they will take a single. 82 from 92. Because that was struck down, it now means England have got no reviews left.
Yeah, England burned both their reviews. It looked straight away. Initial thought, that's close, but going down. You're going to have to get this on the field. You know, from an overturn point of view, possibly umpire's call, hitting leg stump.
Livingston with a leg break to the right-handed Carty from over the wicket, pushed to duck it at extra cover, no run. 82 from 91. The equation, 3 singles from the over so far. 1 ball to come. You can hear the noise from the England fielders around the bat. As Livingston goes, oh, that's a short ball, and Carty has clocked that 4 feet. He's completely mistimed it, and it dribbles out on the onside to end the 19th over here on TalkSport 2. The West Indies 106 for 3. It means 82 are needed from the 90 balls remaining.
Yeah, just getting bogged down here a little bit. Casey Carty, I think he was about 28 off 24 balls, and now he's 35 off 43. England have just dragged him back a little bit. And you can see there in that last over, he's just trying to hit it too hard. 2 rank long offs. I mean, the one that he lobbed up in the air that got in between sort of long on and mid wicket, just dropped it just outside the circle. That should have gone downtown Old Town. That was a short ball that should have went out the ground. And even that last ball there was a short ball that, you know, the top spinner that tried to skid on. But even the way Liam Livingston plays, that was a ball that he would be looking for.
Jacks to continue around the wickets. Forward is Hetmeyer pushing out on the offside. No run. So England continue with spin at either end.
Be interesting to see how long Hetmeyer lets Jacks bowl on, because there's obviously the matchup and off spin against left-handed batter as always.
Jacks. Lovely loop, nice line and length, brings Hetmeyer forward. He pushes to cover, no run.
It'll be intriguing to see if Big guy from Guyana comes out of his crease.
Around the wicket goes Jack, slightly shorter, hits hard, well fielded at point by Salt, hit very hard to him, so hard he's broken his bat. He's waving it to the dressing room saying, I need a new stick please.
He's not happy with the one he's got. It seems to be a bit heavy for him at this moment in time. Doesn't seem to be picking it up as fluently as he would like, so he's going to change it, but not before this ball.
Fourth ball of the over, 3 dots so far. Here is Jacks around the wicket, pushed into the offside is Hetmeyer. Duckett does the fielding again, and now you're starting to think, well, the pressure is starting to build. Is there going to be a release? Is there going to be a lash at something from Hetmeyer? Can Jacks keep it tight for the remaining 2? He's giving it a little bit of air, comes down the pitch, hits it straight into the ground, back to the bowler in his follow-through crowd catch. But it's still a dot ball. 5 in a row.
Good pressure from Will Jacks. Hetmeyer crack under it.
Around the wicket for the final shot. Slightly shorter. Hetmeyer's hammered this into the leg side for 6. And that's the frustration. 5 absolute beauties, but that one was dragged short and it sat up. Has to be hit, and Hetmeyer did. 112 for 3, the West Indies at the end of 20.
And that bat that was on its way out is now on its way back. He's just sent it back to say, no, don't need it now. That's where the middle is of this bat. Not like Casey Carty in the last over when Shimron Hetmeyer got the short ball. He didn't miss out. He's not missed out on much when it comes to anything put in front of him. A gift like that, and good power from Hetmeyer. Quick hands as well.
He's knocked it back into shape, this one. Livingston to start, and however, that's a really good leg break. Pitching middle and leg, turns and bounces. The right-handed Carty pushes out on the offside, no runs. 76 runs, 83 balls to get them to win the series. England are well in this, you can tell that by the noise. Livingston, nice leg break, chipped into the offside, over the 30-metre circle at cover. Harry Brooks going around from long off, and will get it, and that will be 2. And I think Joss Butler might have lost that in the lights briefly there, because he didn't take that particularly cleanly at all, almost as if he was sort of turning his back on it.
Wasn't a great throw, I don't think, from the deep. Pitched in one of the footholes and got in the way. Carty got in the way, but it was a lovely shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just taking it over the 30-yard circle.
Carty's 37th from 45. I think that might have been an off break from Livingston. Crowd catch to Duckett at short extra cover as he's driven out on the offside. No run, 74 from 81. Livingston, leg break. Carty stays leg side of it. Goes to Rayan Ahmed at backward point, no run. The over is getting quicker as well as the dots continue to come. Livingston doesn't want to give Carty time to settle. Pauses at the end of his mark. Comes in, bowls with a grunt. Hit by Carty out to the cover sweeper. That is Atkinson. It will be just a single. 3 from the over so far. 73 from 79. The runs required and the balls left are getting ever closer. Only a differential of 6 now. Right, Hetmeyer, I mentioned this over was going quicker and quicker. Hetmeyer's doing his best to slow it down. He's taken guard. Now he's going to do his gloves up. And we're going to play this next delivery at Shimron Hetmeyer's pace. Now he's ready, so Livingston goes around the wicket, bowls him an off spinner. Hetmeyer comes charging down the pitch, cloths it to Zach Crawley down at long off, and it's just a single. 72 from 78 at the end of the over here on TalkSport 2. Jared Kidman.
Kieran's had a look at the Hawkeye tracking, and it says that ball, the LBW to Hetmeyer, was going over the stumps. Yeah, I did wonder. It was a little bit high, but even so, I think Hetmeyer said it was going down leg, so he was wrong twice. By the way.
Yeah, he got a little scratch on it. That was amazing. It just didn't look right from the naked eye.
I just want to talk about 2 other things. West Indies and ODI chasers when Shai Hope doesn't pass 40. 11 wins, 26 losses. So have that one, Macca. Just put that in your back pocket if you need it for later. And the other thing was that I think Curtly Ambrose said on comms that he thought that Hope didn't pick that wrong. I think he did pick it, but it spun 4.5 degrees.
Will Jacks to start a new over. Oh, he's been guided by Hetmeyer. Straight to Salt at point. And he's out. Massive wicket for England. 116 for 4. Hetmeyer goes for 12. And it's 72 from 77 with only 6 wickets standing now.
Really poor shot from Shimon Hetmeyer. It's a short ball outside off stump. It's just catching practice. It's just guided straight into Phil Salt's hand. He's at backward point. He's not even on the 30-yard circle. He's a good 10 yards in. Really disappointing and tame, soft ending from the big fella from Guyana. Great wicket from Will Jackson. Fair play to Josh Butler. They've gone with the matchups, gone for the off-spinner against the left-hander, and boy, it worked. He bowled 5 excellent balls in the last over. Will Jackson, he dropped one a touch short, and Shimron Hetmeyer punished him and dispatched him for 6. And the last ball of the last over, Hetmeyer gets a single, and you're thinking, right, this might not be a bad thing for England. Get Jacks on again, see if he can put pressure on. He didn't need to put too much pressure on. Short ball outside off stump, guided straight to Phil Salt. And Shimron Hetmeyer's innings is gone, and pressure now on the West Indies.
Shafane Rutherford strides out to the crease. Comes into this game off the back of 63, made from 80 balls in the second game in Antigua. Another lefty. Such a tame end for Shimron Hetmeyer from a West Indies point of view. Here comes Jacks then. Brings Rutherford forward, outside half of the bat. Fielded at short third by Potts, and there is no run. Carty, 38 from 48, has been the mainstay of this innings. Afanay's made 45 earlier on. Jacks around the wicket, bringing Rutherford forward, just playing out delicately on the offside. No run. You can hear all the noise around the bat. Jacks goes in, bowls middle and leg, pushed back down the pitch to the bowler. 4 balls gone, no runs. That magical wicket at the start of the over. So potential wicket maiden in the offing for Jacks. Can he finish it off? He brings Rutherford forward, pushing to Potts at short third. 1 ball left. 72 from 73, the equation. And Will Jacks join these dots up around the wicket. Brings them out forward. Turn and bounce, beats the outside edge. Josh Butler's appealing, and then someone says we've got no appeals anyway. So, well, it was a beautiful delivery. It's a wicket maiden for Will Jacks. I think a couple of the players haven't realised, because you can still hear that conversation through the stump box saying we've got no reviews.
Yeah, flight just drift out from around the wicket, out, sort of drifting towards the off stump, and then pitch and turning sharply. Didn't hit the outside edge. Josh Butler got a little bit excited for a second. I think it was Sam Curran who's at mid-wicket. Just a little reminder to the rest of the fielders that England have burnt both of their reviews. I'm not sure they would have gone up for it anywhere.
Liam Livingstone to start the 23rd, brings Carty forward, pushes to Rayan Ahmed at short third, no run. 72 from 71. Jared?
I think in basketball, if you call for a timeout and you're out of them, it's a technical foul. What should it be if you call for a review and you're out of them?
I like that. That's a good idea. Livingstone over the wicket with a leg break. Carty stays leg side of it. Punches to Harry Brook at long off. Single taken. 71 from 70 is the equation.
Have him, Wade, got him.
West Indies have just gone under the score of what England were at the same time. So they've been pretty comfortably above. Not always massively, but comfortably above. From here on in, England score just around about 5 runs and over throughout the rest of their innings.
Livingston, little bit of air on this one. That is an agricultural hack from Rutherford.
It's a harmony.
Was he trying?
It wasn't that good.
Was he trying to hit there? To think his hands and his feet weren't talking to each other there.
He's aimed at extra cover and it's dribbled towards square leg.
Yeah, I would hope his studs got caught in the ground there on the popping crease.
Livingston around the wicket, brings him forward, pushes just wide enough of Salt to be able to take a single. Salt gathers, returns to Butler, 70 from 68. Runs now higher than balls remaining.
It's still not out of control by any stretch. It's still well within the, West Indies are still favourites in my book.
Livingston is in. Carty saying well leg side of that one. Very wristily plays it out to the deep cover fielder for a single, 119 for 4.
Are you sure they think they're favourites based on this couple of shots we've just seen?
Yeah, I still think the West Indies are. In my opinion, are still favourites in this game.
I'll wait to see Romario Shepherd come out and look a little bit more comfortable than these two are currently looking.
So Rutherford's on strike. He's got 1 from 7. Final ball of the over. Livingston around the wicket, bowls him an off spinner. Inside half of the bat, beats Duckett at short mid wicket. They're going to take 1 and they'll come back for a second. Duckett doesn't pick it up cleanly in the end, actually, so it's a pretty straightforward 2 to end the over. That is 23 gone, so it's 67 from 66 balls, the equation. Carty's got 40 from 51. Rutherford 3 from 8 here on TalkSport 2. These are the thoughts of Steve Harmison.
It's been very, very good from England. Butler's kept the spin option. I said a few overs ago I'd like to have seen a seamer on, but I think it's right to carry on with the slow bowlers. It's worked nicely with the left-handers on. Jacks's ball, like a beautiful pace for this surface. He's throwing the ball above the eye line, but he's managed to sort of drop it just in an area where the West Indies batters want to have a go, big shot. They have to come out the crease, and the pressure that's on them at this minute in time means they're staying at home.
Will Jacks to start another over. That's a good turn on that off break. Carty's guiding it down to Rayan Ahmed at short third on the edge of the 30-metre circle. 1 taken, 122 for 4. You might have just heard Jos Buttler say to Will Jacks, shall we have a slip for a couple, just see what happens? And Jack says, yeah, absolutely. So they bring 1 in.
He guided that from leg stumps off a straight bat to short third. It's an incredible shot.
It's not terribly high percentage, but it works on that occasion. Jack's around the wicket, slip in place. Rutherford is hit into the leg side and finds the fielder, Crawley. 5 down. It's a second for Jacks. West Indies 122 for 5, and Rutherford goes for 3 from 9 deliveries. He took on the off break into the leg side and didn't get enough on it. 66 now needed from 64 balls.
Oh my word, what is this? What a poor shot this is. Playing against the spin, against the angle. Like I said before, Will Jacks he's bowling a lovely place, a lovely loop just above the eye line, dropping it in an area where you're going to have to come out of your crease to get to the pitch of the ball. And Rutherford has got nowhere near that. He's picked out Zach Crawley, who in the deep, because he's probably England's tallest fielder, he's had to come in 10 yards and take that round his waist. A comfortable catch for Zach Crawley and good wickets for Will Jackson. Now you probably say that the West Indies aren't favourites for this game, and it's now England's in the ascendancy, and it's England's to lose from here, because the way the West Indies have imploded in the last half an hour. A lot of pressure on a young man in Casey Carty batting at number 3, who has come into this series as not a normal top order batter. Strike rate is less than what you would want in an ODI contest, and he's now got the weight of the 14 the islands on his shoulders to get his team over the line to win this series. Massive pressure now on Casey Carter.
Well, Romario Shepherd saunters out. Of course, he had that fabulous 48 from 26 in the first game in Antigua. Saw some very lusty blows from that bat. Right, Will Jacks 2 for 10 goes in straight away, turning into middle and leg. Shepherd turns this around the corner to square leg, but there's no run. 66 from 63 the equation. West Indies 1-2-2 for 5 here on TalkSport 2, exclusively live, one-day international cricket. Jacks started that one a little bit too straight, heading down the leg side. Shepherd tries to turn it around the corner, can only find the fielder at square leg, no run.
He's getting a bit excited, Will Jacks, rightly so. He's took a couple of wickets, a couple of big wickets.
Nice line on that occasion for him. He's bringing Romario Shepherd forward, pushing out on the offside. There's a couple of footmarks that the bowlers have created outside of Romario Shepherd's off stump, which just gives Jacks that little bit of target to aim for. He's just missed the middle one of them. It's turned. Now Josh Butler's really appealing hard for a catch down the leg side. It's given not out, and England don't have any reviews. And is this their Headingley moment in reverse?
It's hit something.
The umpire has said not out, and more importantly, said over. So all eyes are going to go on to the replay that we are now seeing. Pitch is outside of off.
Good decision.
Don't think that's
good decision.
Caught anything in the end. It's turned so much it misses the thigh pad. It's a great take by Just Butler down the leg side. He has a little juggle and then traps it on the grill of his helmet, claims the catch, that gets no love from the officials.
Is it out if the ball hits the helmet of the fielder?
Does it come dead ball?
Yeah, I just wonder, because it certainly hits his... Let's just have a look here. There's nothing here. It's all thigh pad. Yeah, off the buttock. I thought there was something about if it hit the helmet, it was a dead ball, but I might be misremembering that. I know there is a weird playing regulation around helmets and fielders.
Yeah, it's one of those that you've got to really know the playing conditions, all of that kind of stuff. Sure, Gary will be on that one for us. Right, Livingston to start a new over. Oh, Carty has hit this inside out over extra cover for 6. Wow. Well, it had been a tight few overs, very few runs, and Casey Carty takes the first ball of Livingston's 4th over and blats it over extra cover. Stayed leg side of it and just extended the arms.
Pressure? What pressure? Who cares about wickets going round him? What a shot this is! Straight over the top of extra cover, no bounces, 6, thank you very much.
Into the party stand. Livingston, now he's down the leg side. Oh, he's got away with one there. That wasn't a great delivery. Carty is trying to sweep that around and finds Potts at short fine leg inside the circle.
Throw it up, Liam, throw it up. Yeah, his beans are going, throw it up in the air, get above the eye line, see if you can buy a wicket.
Carty, 47 not out, pushes into the offside. Rayan Ahmed will cut that off at short third. They take 1. That's all it'll be. 59 needed. 129 for 5 for West Indies. Rayan Ahmed took a big old divot, by the way, as he was sliding on the surface there. He's playing one of the golf courses in the local area in the next few days. He would be very much expected to replace that divot. Right, Romario Shepherd comes on strike to Liam Livingston.
I like this, Pido.
They're cleaning the ball off it. It has picked up an awful lot of muck on the seam, which Liam Livingston is just having to show the umpire what he's doing, so that the umpire knows that what he's doing is entirely legal. That's all above board. He comes in and bowls a leg break. Shepherd is deep in his crease, pushing back down the pitch. No run. 7 from the over in 4 balls. Shepherd settles over his bat. Livingston a little bit too short on that occasion. Shepherd hits it out to backward point. They take 1, throws in the air. They will get the second comfortably. Decent throw in, but Shepherd was moving, and they will get back for 2. 131 for 5. Shepherd has 2 from 6 balls faced.
Yeah, good bit of cricket that. It was a nice shot by Shepherd. He knew straight away that he got it into the gap. Big fella, he turned and got back comfortably in the end.
Final ball of the Livingston over. Shepherd is forward, playing wristily out to point. They'll take 1. Carty's got no interest in more than 1. It ends the over. 56 are needed from 54 balls. 25 overs are gone. 56 from 54, as I say. Carty's got 48 from 55 balls. And Mario Shepherd, 3 from 7. And I think it's time for Barry Wilkinson and Stacey Ann King to pick up the commentary for what is left of this innings. One more, my apologies, one more over. 25 in the book. So, well, it's deep breath time here. Carty closing in on what would be his second half century in one-day international cricket. Got a previous best of 87, and Will Jacks will start this over. That's a real ripping off break to Romario Shepherd. Turns it all along the floor for a single. 55 from 53. The umpire's just signalling one there. Is that a warning for running on the pitch?
Stay with that for a bit.
Not sure. 1-3-3 for 5.
Who's he warning Will Jacks? Because I can't imagine warning the batter going against them.
No. Anyway, Jacks has gone to work on the ball. Now he's on his way into Carty. There's some width on that slap through cover. It'll be 1. Will they come back for 2? Yes, they will. And Casey Carty has a half century. He's second in one-day international cricket. He comes from 56 balls. We mentioned his strike rate earlier. His career strike rate in one-day international cricket is 64.5. This innings, 89.3. 5 balls and a 6.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good innings from Casey Carty. A little bit like the Ben Duckett one. When carnage was going around him, he's gone about it the same way. He's absorbed pressure, let another batter at the other end settle in. And when the boundary is needed, he's been able to find it wherever he feels as though that's his big shot.
Jacks goes in. Carty from the crease line turns on the leg side, no run. Just pushes it quietly and then rehearses something far more violent, thinking that really could have gone. 53 from 51.
Yeah, the pick of the boundaries was probably off Liam Livingston over the top of extra cover.
Jacks in over the wicket. Carty comes down the pitch. Corn bowled. He's got himself to 50, but he's got himself out. He advanced down the pitch to Jacks, clipped it back, and the bowler does the business in his follow-through. It's 50 from 58, 135 for 6, with 53 needed from 50, as Will Jacks strikes again for England.
This is brilliant from Will Jacks. I think he sees Casey Carty right at the last minute, coming out of his crease. He sees him advancing. He's just dragged his length back just a touch, Casey Carty. I'm not sure whether he's coming out with any conviction, whether he's just coming out of his crease to run the ball either down the ground or through mid-wicket to play with a spin, and he's done neither really. All he's done is chipped it back to Will Jacks. Smart catch low down, and England now in the box seats. 53 runs off 50 balls, 4 wickets to go. Will Jacks 3 for 13. He really has bowled brilliantly for England.
Well, Matthew Ford is the new batter, of course, the man on one-day international debut. If we look at his List A record, in his 12 games, he's scored 176 runs with a best of 52 at a strike rate of 76.
Yeah, he can bat a little bit. He's known for that. He's also made some runs in T20 cricket. This is going to be a stretch, and considering the guys above the order haven't done particularly well with the ball spinning, he might be tested, but he certainly can bat. Or hold a bat, maybe.
Will Jacks comes in and bowls, and that's aerial. 2 metres wide of the bowler in his follow-through on the offside. Ford is underway with a single, but with not a great deal of control. 52 from 49. And if you thought it was noisy around the bat 10-15 minutes ago, England are going to turn it up a notch here. Jacks 3 for 14 in 4 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, with a spin being a very good option for Joss Butler. Riyad Ahmed's got potential 2 left. Jax will potentially have 2 left, and Liam Livingston the same.
Jax goes in, edged wide of what would have been a slip. There's a leg slip in place, but no offside slip, and it'll go away for 4 from Romario Shepherd, and the boundary is found. It's 48 from 48, 140 for 6 is the scoreline for the West Indies. Which way is this one going to go? Well, you will find out here on TalkSport 2 in the company of the aforementioned Stacey Ann King and Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, you've got it right. Run a ball. We've got a game on our hands with Shep and Ford on 1 with Carrier, Joseph and Moti to come. And Will Jacks with his tail up. 1 wicket he's had in 7 matches, and now he's got 3 for 13, leading the charges here for the England side. And don't forget, he also took a pretty good catch to dismiss King as well. So Jacks has definitely been in the game today, big time. So, who's going to continue? Looks pretty much like it's going to be Riyad Ahmed. He's got 1 for 27 from 5. The debutant Matthew Ford, who got 3 wickets for himself as well. Earlier, he's on strike. Here comes Abinam, bowls to Ford, and Ford is pulling in the air out to the long on position. One bounce there, thought that was going to be a chance for a catch, but he's off the mark in a rather innocuous way. Hello to you, Stacey Ann.
Hello to you, and hello to all those English fans who are up at what might be considered a ridiculous hour.
1:45. I'm suggesting that they can just sleep in England at the studio and just wait to Tuesday. Here comes Ahmed again in bowls, and this delivery, Shepherd is punching off the back foot straight to the field of that cover. The West Indies 47 needed from 46 balls. England need 4 wickets. The game is really, really close at this particular stage. Only the fittest will survive. As Ahmed comes in again and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is looking to cut this one straight to the field of there again at the backward point area. No run. The pressure beginning to tell now on the Windies. They need more runs than they do have deliveries to face. 141 for 6. Romario Shepherd has got 8. Ford has got 2. The crowd are to their feet. The spectators, of course, a very heavy England bias spectatorship. As this delivery keeps low and shoots through. How did that miss the stumps?
Yeah, West Indies just literally dug themselves a hole that they're trying to get out of. Been in a very comfortable position.
Ahmed again bowls to Shepherd, who's driving square into the offside. He'll get 1. That's all there will be for him. As the Windies now move to 142 for 6.
But this has been really good from Just Butler as well. Ringing in spin from over number 17. Knowing very well that it's a strength of West Indies, but it's also a weakness.
Oh, most definitely. And to tell the truth, this pitch has favored the spinners. And I think that's why he's tactically won the West Indies on that one here today. As Ahmed bowls in this delivery. Ford is forcing it out into the offside, and there's still no run. The over comes to an end. Ahmed finishes 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. The Windies need 46 more runs now from 42 balls, with Ford, the debutant, on 2 and Shepherd on 9. Here's Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what conversations is had between these two, Shepherd and Ford. And Shepherd is quite capable, had a really good innings in the first ODI. Young Ford, not very experienced with bat in hand. On debut today, will want to see this game home for his team, but not without a lot of questions being asked from these spinners, especially Liam Livingston, who we actually haven't seen very much of. Didn't feature in the first ODI, featured in the second, only bowled 4 overs, and tonight playing a match-winning or bowling a match-winning over.
Livingston bowls, and this one spins back into the batsman. Shepherd is on the back foot and turns it into the onside. Shepherd has not opened up his shoulders as yet. Not like what we saw in that first game in Antigua at the Civiv Stadium when he got 48 from just 28. We haven't seen that type of form yet. He's got 9 from 14 as Jax bowls again, and this time Shepherd is beaten all ends up. So choose the keeper. He's gone down to short fine leg. I think that will be a bye. Let's wait and see. Yes, it is a bye. That beat everyone, beat the batsman, beat the keeper, and a sundry in the end.
Yeah, flat delivery from Jax. Shepherd coming forward to play that delivery and getting between bat and pad.
That kiss the stump, says it, actually missed the bill. I must tell you, very, very, very close. That doesn't inspire any confidence at all. I remember when Curtly Ambrose was on, he said when Athenaeus got out that he was beginning to feel a bit scared. And I said, isn't that a bit early? So Curtly says, no, Barry, you let them back in. And he was so correct. 45 from 40. Here comes Jax down, bowls to Ford, and Ford is looking to cut this one outside the land, the all stump. Missed, taken there by the keeper. The pressure continues. 45 from 39 now.
Yeah, it's difficult for Ford because he's not been in positions like this before, so he's opting to play shots.
Jax again bowls to Ford, who's driving straight to cover, no run. Every dot ball, you can hear the England fans applaud.
And rightfully so. They've done well to bring themselves back into this match.
Here he comes again and bowls. This time it's turned into the onside. Just behind square, they'll get one. And that's all it will be. 44 now from 37. One ball left in over number 28. With Moti to come. We also have got Yannick Carrier, the two batsmen left, and Alzari Joseph, the vice captain, who can whack it as well, but he has not been in the best of form. Perhaps he might come next to try and show some responsibility as the vice captain. As Jax comes in now and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is beaten again with a good delivery on the line of the all stump. He was on the back foot looking to turn it. It kept straight, also got some bounce, and Shepherd looked in an awkward position. Luckily for him, didn't touch any part of the bat. He survives. Another dot ball, and now the Windies need 44 from the last 36 balls.
Yeah, looking really cautious, Romario Shepherd. Not wanting to play shots, but opting to just defend or try to rotate or find singles, but not even able to do that.
Which is a bit worrying for him because he likes to score, and his interesting feature is that if he's not scoring, he's usually running well between the wickets.
Yes, this is what losing wickets does to you, especially wickets where your batters are already in.
So here comes Ahmed again and bowls. This one, Ford is punching it off the back foot, but another maiden delivery straight to the fielder there at cover. No run. 144 for 6. 44 from 35. England need 4 wickets to win this. Ford is on 3. Here comes the leg spin again of Ahmed and bowls to Ford, who's driving pleasantly out to cover to the whitish long off. They get a single, a pretty easy run. Your thoughts on Joss Butler's captaincy here in the last hour or so?
I thought he's been good. He's used those changes, as I mentioned, with spin, especially in this period. Picked up 4 wickets, 4 important wickets, but West Indies batters haven't been able to score off them as well.
This delivery again keeps Romario Shepherd quiet on the line of the middle stump. This has been an uncharacteristic innings from Romario Shepherd. He's got 9 from 17. He almost scored a 50 from these balls on Sunday last week. What's going on? 43 from 33. Here comes Rian in again and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is going for a big hit. That's gone in the air. That's gone out to long on. Has it gone over long on? Yes, it has. That's gone for 6. Romario Shepherd deciding now enough is enough. Time to get moving, and he sent that pack in over long on for 6.
Yeah, made good connection. It actually made a lot of height. The long off fielder thinking that he had a chance. would have taken some catching. Actually, he did get a
Yeah,
hand
he
to
got
it.
a hand to it. He got a hand to it. He was over the boundary. As this delivery again, Shepherd is whipping it on driving out to the same field in there long on. Along the ground this time, but he'll get a single. And that was a spectacular effort, but he really had no chance because the ball was already over the boundary. So even though he got a hand to it, he was over the boundary with it as well. So that was good for the cameras.
It would have been better if you could have thrown it back in.
This delivery. That's the googly spinning back into the right-handed forward who's looking to score, trying to get Shepherd down on the other end, but Shepherd says no because as the over ends, he wants to keep the strike. 36 now from 30. Shepherd is on 16 from 19, and Ford is on 4 from 9. Windies need 36, while the England team need 4 wickets. Earlier, England, of course, 206 for 9, 71 to Duckett. Ford had 3 for 29. Let's talk man of the match. If West Indies win, who do you expect to be man of the match? If England win, who do you expect to be man of the match?
Well, of course, Duckett. Duckett had a really good batting performance, 71 from 73. But you can't rule out Jacks as well, because if England does win, it would have taken wickets to keep those West Indies batters down. So I think I might just go for Jacks.
Yeah, I'm siding with you. It's Jacks to continue. This is a short ball that's pulled down behind square. They'll get 1. I think the 3 for 19 was a little bit more significant than the 71, and I don't want to sound like if I'm being ungrateful for Ben Duckett's 71, because I mean he really batted well and dug England out of a hole at 49 for 5. But you just get the feeling that those 3 wickets pulled the choke and they took the breath out of the West Indies.
I agree fully.
Let's see what happens. Let's see how the game finishes as Jacks comes in now and bowls to Shepherd, who's coming down the pitch but doesn't time it and plays it into the onside, and there's no run.
And he also had a maiden in those 6 overs. Will Jacks? Economy rate of 3.23.
Yeah, you're right. The maiden, the team trying to get runs is like gold dust. As Jacks bowls at this delivery, it's played down to short third man. They're going for a quick single. A better throw, and they would have put the batsman under pressure, but in the end they get the run. Ford is very quick between the wickets, and Shepherd gets the run to take the equation now to 34 more from 27.
Yeah, you want Shepherd to be on strike, so that was a good single. Discussions all around now as to field placing and where do you really want him to score, because Jacks will have to bowl a much tidier line at him. Anything that is given with width that he can get under Shepherd, he will carry, he will tow it away.
No, you're right. Shepherd on 17. Here comes Jacks now. Bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time is playing this nicely down to the long leg area. They get 1. That's all they'll be. What would you call that shot? It wasn't exactly a sweep, or it wasn't a flick. What would you call that shot, Stacey? You've played the game.
It looks like a paddle or something similar to a paddle. Paddle sweep.
A paddle sweep, yeah. I think that's the safest thing to call it. Whatever it was, he got a single for it. Jacks comes in now and bowls to Ford, and Ford is going for a big drive. Big drive and big miss as well. Taken there by the keeper, no run. 33 from 25.
Yeah, Shepherd takes a walk down just to have a chat with Ford. Possibly saying to him, let me do the hitting. Just get a single. Let me do the hitting. Another 33 needed from 25.
Yeah, just give him the single. He's a senior man. He's the man that has to win this for the West Indies if they have a real chance at doing this. As Jacks comes in again and bowls to Ford, and Ford this time is perhaps getting this one off the inside edge onto the pad. There's no run. The over ends with the West Indies needed 33 from 24. Shepherd has got 18. Ford has got 5. 155 for 6. England needed 4 wickets. It could still go either way, but you would perhaps, if any right-thinking individual will look at this equation, they would say the batting team should win. But we're talking about the West Indies, who we've seen, Stacey and King, have given away some really good opportunities to win cricket matches before.
Yeah, agreed fully. And then when you look at the scorecard, Alec Atenez with 45 from 51, Casey Carty with 50 from 58, two batters who were set and could have taken things to the end, gave away their wickets. So you really never know what is going to be presented from this West Indies team. And the 33 needed from 24, which means that boundaries has to be, or a boundary needs to be hit at some point, because they're not rotating the strike as much as possible. Then when you look at batting to come, you mentioned Alzari Joseph, vice captain, Moti and Carrier, not recognized batters, if I may say so.
No, you're right. I mean, Carrier can bat, there's no doubt about it. Moti as well, but in a pressure situation, it's a different equation. And that is where their talent and their ability is really going to be tested. Not for their previous batting ability, but for winning matches under those immense conditions. So Atkinson, 5 overs, no maidens, number 34, is going to come back now. 2 for 34, correction. He's going to come back now, and he'll be bowling to Shepherd. Let's have a look at the field. The field position is going to be critical. Why do they have a short third man? I don't know. That third man should really be, well, I guess there is a whitish third man. He's more of a fly slip. As this delivery is hit in the air, out to mid-wicket. Chance for a catch, or is that gone for 6? That's sailing into the Greenwich and Haynes stand for 6. Just about. It was actually not only 6, but it was almost a chance for Liam Livingston to be in there with a catch.
Yeah, really misjudged that catch, Livingston. It was a full delivery, totally missed that length, Atkinson. I think he thought that it was going, ended up over the boundary, and then tried to make a catch out of it. It was too late.
Wow. It's been such a long time since the West Indies have won the series against England. And now they need 27 more runs from 23 balls with Shepherd, 24 from 22. He could be very well another man of the match contender, depending on how this finishes.
Well, he is quite capable of finishing this, but again, it just takes one delivery. Atkinson has been really good tonight. He's picked up 2 wickets, and at crucial times when partnerships were building.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd again is whacking this. That's a massive 6. No doubt about that. That was onto the top tier of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. That's a big 6, and the equation looking much better now, as Shepherd has got 30 from 23, and the Windies are looking like if they can take this home.
You're searching for a Yorker length delivery and getting it wrong once again, Atkinson. That delivery was too full, too high, and literally a free hit for someone of Shepherd's caliber.
I think he's having some problems gripping the ball, because we've just seen 2 full tosses. 2 full tosses, 2 gifts that have been struck for 6, back to back. Here he comes in again now, bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is driving along the ground out to cover. They'll get 1 on this occasion. 20 now from 21. 4 on strike on 5.
Literally brought them back into this match. Atkinson with those 2 deliveries, those 2 freebies, literally. 13 runs off 3 deliveries.
Last time the West Indies won a 3-match ODI series was back in 2007. That was in England when they won 2-1. The last time they won a 3-match ODI series versus England in the Caribbean was back in 1997 when they won 4-1. So this is a real opportunity here for the Windies. After winning that first game in such close fashion, they lost the second equally in terms of England cantering home. Now they need 20 from 21 with 4 wickets in hand. Here comes Atkinson and bowls to Ford, and Ford is getting this one out off the middle of the... Did that come off the middle of the bat? It's gone down to fine leg for 4, but that came off the inside edge, I reckon. 4 runs, nevertheless. 16 from 20, Stacey and King.
Yeah, and 17 runs off 4 balls. One will be thinking, why didn't just Butler just stick with spin?
Yeah, that actually did perhaps come off the middle of the bat because it was short. He pulled it, did time it, but it went down to flying leg like a bullet from a gun for 4. Here comes Atkinson again. This has been a very poor over on balls to Ford, and Ford is pulling this through mid-wicket. That's going to go towards the boundary. Will it get there? Yes, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't actually. They pull it back, but they're going to come back for the 3rd run. They come back for 3. That's really good fielding there in the end as they get 3 runs to take the equation now to 13 needed from 19. Who was that down there fielding? They're having a boundary check. Sliding to his left. And yeah, I think that was very, very, very good fielding, stopping a run, because in the end it was a run saved. That's Phil Salt. 1 ball left in this over. 13 from 19. Shepherd on strike on 31. Here comes Atkinson, who's about to begin. Had to break. He's ready now. Steams in from the Joe Garner end. Passes the umpire and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is driving straight down the ground. That's a beautiful shot for 4. Oh, what a classical shot. Could not have played it better. It was pitched up and driven just past the umpire. No one had a chance. That was as straight as an arrow. What a classical shot there from Romario Shepherd. And certainly the Windies can't fluff their lines from here. They need 9 now from 18.
Yeah, absolutely amazing ball hitting or ball striking from Shepherd. If I may say, possibly the shot of the night. 24 runs coming from that Atkinson over. 9 required from 18.
Yeah, what a very poor over from Atkinson. The first 2 full tosses went for 6s back to back. Then a couple of 4s, single. He would want to forget that over.
Yeah, fans won't allow him to, because even though he is quite inexperienced in terms of ODI cricket, you can't bowl those length balls. You've got to get those Yorker length deliveries in. You've got to challenge a number 9 and a number 8 batter.
So Livingston is going to bowl now. He's got 4 overs. No man is done for 22. And Ford is on strike. Do you reckon Ford is going to try and go for it in this over?
I hope not.
If I know Matthew Ford, he's going to do that. Here comes Livingston and bowls to Ford. Short ball that is pulled. But there's a fielder down in the back with square boundary. So they'll just get a single, but that brings Romario Shepherd on. He's on strike. 8 from 17. Also pretty good little innings from Matthew Ford as well on debut. So we've got a number of contenders. Ford has got 3 wickets on debut. Could come out here with a little cameo. Shepherd is also a contender. Here comes Livingston again and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time is cutting and cutting well. This is going down to the backward point boundary. Will it get there? No, it won't. But they'll get 2 more runs. And that brings the equation now to just 6 from 16.
Yeah, definitely Shepherd with that 37 from 26. Started off really slow in this innings. Possibly thinking to himself, what type of game am I going to play here, because I'm the last senior and recognized batter.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time is going for a big sweep. He's going to go down to the boundary. I think everyone missed that. That could be 4 wides. It's gone into the boundary now. Let's look at the umpire signal. It is. So that's 5 runs all told. And the West Indies now need 1 run from 16 balls, with Romario Shepherd again, the man with the bat in hand, who has certainly used it like a magic wand to win it for the Windies if they get that single they need. 1 from 16 and the field is in. Here comes Livingston and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is anticlimactic, getting the delivery on the line of the middle stump, and he looked to play it in the onside, hit the pad, ballooned into the offside, and there's no run. Livingston turns, spins the ball from hand to hand, comes in now and bowls to Romario Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is going for a big swing down to flying leg, and that's it. Victory for the West Indies. It has taken them since 2007 to beat England in this fashion in a 3-match ODI game, but thanks to Romario Shepherd and a number of the architects, the Windies win by 4 wickets, and it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in the Caribbean. Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, and a very good victory for West Indies. You mentioned beating England, but beating England in the Caribbean, the last time they won a series against England in the Caribbean was 1998. So this means the world to West Indies, this team, this young team, and also the fans of West Indies cricket who have toiled and searched for a victory or consecutive victories or an ODI series victory from this West Indies team. Kudos to technical staff, new coach Darren Sammy. Just Butler will feel that he missed out here. Him and his guys would have missed out. But
Yeah,
it's all part of the game.
Indeed it is, but a victory for the Windies sets up that T20 series to start on Tuesday quite well. West Indies win by 4 wickets. Let's head back to Mark Butcher.
Well, magnificent scenes at the Kensington Oval. Matthew Ford on his one-day international debut on his home turf, out there in partnership with Romario Shepherd, who once again has, if you'll pardon the pun, shepherded the West Indies home to victory. It has been a long time coming, 1998, since the West Indies defeated England at home in a one-day international series, and they've done it here with Darren Sammy as head coach, and with a young side in places, an inexperienced side in places, a side that has been shorn of some of the bigger names of the Caribbean. But nonetheless, Shea Hope and his team have come victorious here at the Kensington Oval. A stop-start affair, a delayed start, a delay for the second innings, reduced overs, down to 34 overs a side. Their bowlers did a wonderful job reducing England to just 49 for 5 in the 10th over. England battled back to make 206 for 9, but it seemed to be short. It seemed to be even shorter when Athenaeus set about England's bowling, making 45. It was an excellent series for that young man at the top of the order. West Indies were 99 for 3 in the 17th and seemingly coasting before a wobble in the middle order that saw Hope, Hetmeyer, Rutherford and then Casey Carty, who had made his second one-day international 50, depart when the score was 135. 6 down, England felt they had a chance of defending 188, but Romario Shepherd had other ideas and saw them home once more. 41 from 28 for the huge West Indian all-rounder, and with shoulders the size of Sheffield and a smile even broader than that right now as he chats with Rayan Ahmed at the on the outfield there at the Kensington Oval. His face dripping with sweat, the exertion and the pressure of seeing his team over the line finally bursting out into a huge relief and a huge grin on his face. And that matches the grin on the face of Phil O'Wallace, who's next to me. Steve Harmison, he's not smiling quite so much, but that is, well, a nervy win for the West Indies, but a win nonetheless, and they have been few and far between over the years.
Yes, but obviously you have to congratulate the West Indies team for winning their first series against England since 1998. It's been a long time, but to get over the line tonight, a little nervy, but they've done it thanks to Romario Shepherd, who came in and he's got 41 from 28 balls, and well supported by the debutant Matthew Ford, who showed good composure and common sense to get 13 from 16. But the foundation was laid by Alec Antoinette and Casey Carty. Both batted well and got out against the run of play, but they held their nerve and they pull off a sweet victory, which will be celebrated around the region and across the world. A lot of people will be happy to see West Indies actually beating a side that is ranked above them in ODI cricket.
Yes, indeed. And despite the fact, Steve Harmison, that England came out with a sort of, I suppose, white ball 2.0 reset going on under Jos Buttler after the disappointment of the World Cup, you would still have felt that England would have had enough to have come here and beaten this West Indian side, but it has not been to beat. Where does that leave the Buttler-Motts reset?
Yeah, scratching your head a little bit, thinking a little bit of what might have been, because when you look at the series as a whole, England probably should have won the first game. They did win the second game. I don't think they deserve to win this game. I think when you are, what was it, 49 for 5, without any delays or restrictions in the game, and then once it does start to rain and you are put in that position, you're always going to be 20, 30, 40 runs short, and I think that's what England ended up being. So where are England now, though? Well, they've learned quite a bit about a few players. There's been a hell of a lot of positives out of this series, and I know that's not what England fans want to hear, because England fans should have come over to the Caribbean and seen England win at least 2-1, probably 3-0, because of where this England team is compared to where the West Indies team is, but hasn't been the case. And that's I'm trying not to be disrespectful to the West Indies there. West Indies have looked like a side who are trying to improve and to try and build for something in the future. England, that was said about the England side, and unfortunately that just hasn't happened. There are one or two positives. Look, Will Jacks bowled brilliantly in that second innings there. Ben Duckett batted well, Jacks has batted well. There's been some good young performances, Harry Brook in the series, but there is also some sort of head scratches as well. We look as though we are a long way away when it comes to the seam bowling department. I think we are miles away when it comes to the seam bowling department, when it comes to a brand new ball bowling in a power play, as well as bowling at the death and trying to work out when the middle overs, how we're going to hit the deck, how we're going to try and build a bit of pressure, then take the wicket in the middle, and then at the end of the innings, when the West Indies are probably at their strongest, when they're power hitting, we look as though we've been all at sea, and that for me is the concerning point of view.
Very disappointing from an England standpoint, Phil O'Wallace, but not so for the West Indies. A couple of real standout performances there. I'll pick out the obvious one being Matt Ford on debut with 3 for 29. It was his performance with the new ball that really set the ball rolling for the West Indies. But of course, you've got Casey Carty, who many thought shouldn't be there in the first place. The Darren Bravo fan club certainly didn't believe that anybody other than him should have been batting at 3 for the West Indies. He made a 50 in the run chase. Of course, Romario Shepherd has done it once again for the second time in the series, and they did it also without runs from the skipper Shea Hope. So real encouragement there from the West Indies point of view.
Yeah, but it shows that there's a self-belief. They're not relying on Captain Shea Hope to do it all the time. He's only human and he's due for failure. But the way in which Alec Anthony went about it after losing Brandon King so early, and here Casey Carty built a good innings, and we saw what Casey Carty can do. Play a lot freer on a better surface, hit through the ball, and he looked the part. And this is what we want to see from these young guys who've been given obviously the green light by the selectors, and then again Matthew Ford given the green light today, its debut, and getting the new ball, bowling the first ball in your first one international, and getting the wicket, your first wicket on the 6th delivery, would have given him a lot of confidence, and you saw him just enjoying it and going from strength to strength. We saw Romario Shepherd in Antigua, and we know what he can do, and he came now with more pressure on him, batting with the lower middle order, and he produced the goods. So there are good positive signs for West Indies moving forward. I know the next series is going to be T20, but they have something to take from this 50-over series that can obviously put them in good stead going into that T20.
The T20 squad was announced for the West Indies. Did you like what you saw there in terms of a mixture of youth and experience?
Well, you always say the West Indies selectors is the best available 15. Obviously, the man that catch my eye is Andrea Russell. But I know that Darren Sammy said that there's room for experience in the T20 squad. He's gone for Andrea Russell. This is me. I just want them to go up there and play good cricket for West Indies and start to win. And if it takes Russell in our T20 11 to win games for us, I am happy. But if Russell comes into the T20 and struggles, then there's a problem. because there are other guys who I believe should be able to get a play. But that is what is being put to us. I think that they have to go there and play decent cricket.
Excuse me, if you can hear that, we've got a fire alarm going off here at the moment. It's not a distress call from Joss Butler in the England dressing room. Final thoughts from you, Steve, before we leave these fine people to it at the back end of what can only be described as a disappointment, simply because no matter whether England are looking to rebuild or not, you would still have expected them to have enough quality to have won a series there against this West Indies team.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. There, we can't keep going doom and gloom. We have to build from something, and I think there are enough positives there to say that there are, we can build. Will Jacks finding out about his batting and his bowling, Ben Duckett, can he continue his test form, and does he warrant a place in that middle order at number 3 or number 4? Harry Brook again is just continuing his education of international cricket, and he's had he had 2 very, very good knocks and then gets himself run out. But the question marks are probably on the ones who have been there for a little bit. Joss Butler didn't have the greatest of series, and he got 150, but still Liam Livingstone more with the ball, didn't really sort of see much other than a little bit of a cameo today with the bat. And like I said before, the bowling really does concern me. Not for the fact that at the end of the day, we're looking at a plan when we got the new ball in our hand and we've got the death overs. That really does concern where England go from there.
Rayan Ahmed, though, a shining light.
Yes, Rayan Ahmed. Yeah, I forgot Rayan Ahmed. A massive, a huge shining light. We've got, for me, one of the greatest leg spinners of modern day white ball cricket in Adil Rashid, and I still think he's got a couple of years left. And I think we've got an able partner and then a deputy once Adil Rashid goes, because Rayan Ahmed, a little cameo with a bat, but he's absolutely brilliant with the ball throughout this series.
Yep, he certainly was. Brilliance from Rayan Ahmed in all 3 games. England could only put in a performance in 1 out of those 3. The West Indies, though, winning the first in Antigua, finishing it off with a crowning win at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. That means the West Indies win the 3-match series, 2-1, their first victory over England at home since 1998. Smiles on the faces of the West Indian players, 1 or 2 of the sponsors as well, and people behind the scenes who are all desperate to see West Indies doing well.